The teams move on to a new stage, a stage that grants them immunity from being eliminated from this tournament. But the top 16 directly move on to semifinals. Welcome to realme BGIS 2025, where I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Super Johnny. And yes, we're in the quarterfinals day one. Johnny, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm super excited, super stoked to be here once again, back in the studio. And of course, I mean, the intensity has gone through the roof now.
Yeah.
We get to witness the teams from Group A of the grind again in action. That means a few big names are going to be returning back to the battleground.
You're speaking of big names, and the first name that strikes my mind is going to be Seoul. And we saw them perform absolutely guns blazing on that map of Miramar. They set a big record that no one has broken yet.
Exactly, and that performance is something that everyone's going to talk about for ages, but that's not the only big name returning to the battlefield today. There's going to be Revenant X Park waiting for us in the other group, and of course, Godlike as well is going to be performing today. So a lot of big names all set to take on all of these undergods, by the way, who have survived the long journey from round 1 to round 2, round 3, round 4, and they've also made it all the way towards the quarterfinals now.
And we've been speaking about the big dogs. We've been speaking about teams that likes to go gun blazing. And I was looking at the stats, even from the newer teams, man. You cannot outrule a team like H4K.
Exactly.
The way they were playing, it's absolutely ecstatic. I mean, I just want to see them perform on the stage right now.
It is, and here's the fun thing, right? Let's get into the numbers right away, because we are in the quarterfinals, and from here we are going to build up towards the grand finale eventually. When we were in the grind, teams played 24 matches. If you look at the average for H4K for 24 matches, they have outperformed a team like Seoul.
That is insane. And how do you do that? By consistency. And H4K has been super consistent from all the rounds, from the start till the end. But how the tournament exactly functions, let's have a look at the format and how we started things off. Of course, as we know, the in-game qualifiers began all the way from 25th January and lasted till the 2nd February. After in-game qualifiers, we moved on towards the grind stage. In round 1, we did see the teams perform quite well, where teams like Wildfangs were also a part of that. But round 1, teams, the only way they could move on to a better spot in the grind was their performance itself. The top 8 teams directly moved on to round 2, while the bottom 8 teams were moving on to round 1 itself.
Exactly, and this went on for the remaining stages of the grind itself. As you guys can see, the teams performing from Group B of the grind, which was basically week 3 of the grind itself. Teams got an opportunity to qualify either for round 4 or round 3 of the BGIS main event. And teams from Group A, they got an opportunity to qualify directly for the quarterfinals, or the bottom 8 actually making it into the previous round, which was round 4. But now here we are, quarterfinals, the top teams directly moving to the semifinals, the top 16 from the overall leaderboard, and the bottom 48 will not get eliminated. They move on to the wildcard stage, where there are 16 teams from round 4 already waiting for them.
As you mentioned, the top 16, though, directly move on to semifinals, and that's going to be a thing that might just excite a lot of these teams. And out of that excitement, they can make a lot of mistakes, too. And we've got the semifinals week 1 as well. As we know, 16 teams moving on from the quarterfinals, 16 teams from the wild card.
Yes.
And then we're going to have 32 teams in total duking it out against each other, from which the top 8 directly move on to grand finals. And then the remaining teams move on to semifinals week 2. And even from the week 2, the top 8 directly move on towards the grand finals. In grand finals, we've got total of 16 teams duking it out in the span of 3 days, which is going to be happening in Kolkata. And what are they exactly fighting for? That's going to be the prize pool on the screen. 2 crore rupees on the line. And of course, Johnny, I know you really want to add the plus in the front.
I thought you forgot about it, considering we've been gone for a while, but it is 2 crore rupees plus in prize money, ladies and gentlemen. And the plus is there because the esports crate, Necro, guess what? It is out. The esports crate is out, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys to grab for yourself, and every single crate open will contribute to the overall prize pool that your teams are competing for. The prize pool distribution is on our screens, but let's move forward. You talked about consistency a few moments ago, right? Teams being consistent in the matches that they play. Well, they got to consistently bring in points in every single game.
Exactly. The first placing team getting 10 points, the second one getting 6, the third one getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th till 16th get none. And Johnny, let's not forget, we've got the new zone settings rolling out as well. That means the second shift itself, it's going to be a super hard shift. That's going to be catching a lot of these teams off guard. But considering we're in quarterfinals, it's not a new news for the teams at this point.
I was just about to say that by this time, I think the teams have gotten used to it.
Yeah.
But it is going to be interesting to see now that the teams from Group A are added into the mix. How does everyone react? We have Group B on our screens right now. We have Seoul H4K, for Miracle ESG, Halo, 8-Bit, RES, AIB over there as the first 8 teams in this group. And of course, the talk of the town right now is going to be Seoul versus H4K.
Exactly. This is one of those teams that we all are looking out for, and you cannot really forget teams like Just Chili as well, and GlitchX Reborn in the mix. That can really put a major spanner in the works too. This group, I see them as like one of the most competitive and one of the most toughest groups in the entire group draw that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This has to be one of the tougher ones. But of course, we are going to be waiting for Group C as well. There are a lot of hard hitters over there. And of course, why wait? Let's just have a look at Group C, because here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Starting things off, we have Mastermind Mavericks, Rivals Apex. You have Jaguar Official, Do or Die. Godlike is going to be in this group. NRI, Arc Knight, Ace Official. And the name that everyone wants to see perform. They have been struggling for a little bit, but not a big struggle. It's just been a slight struggle, but considering they won every official trophy in 2024, Revenant X-Park, that is the team that everyone's waiting to see. What can they bring to the table this time?
At this point, though, Revenant X-Park, even they're shaking a bit, because let's not forget the competition that they've been facing so far. It's been super fierce and intense, but we cannot really forget teams like ENG too in the mix, because even they're one of those teams that could definitely be the dark horse and surprise all of us. Orangutan, one of the OGs, you cannot forget them as well. You've also got THW, Team Tumulas. The fact that Team Tumulas has made it so far inside of the tournament really does give me a lot of hopes for this banner. And speaking of the schedule too, it's going to be pretty much the same thing, nothing changes.
Exactly, nothing changes. We start our journey of the day on the map of Erangel, moving forward to match number 2, Miramar. Game number 3 is going to be played on the map of Sanhok. And then Group C steps in, Group B takes a break. We have Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel as the map rotation for Group C in the second half of the day. But Necro, I mean, you were talking about Team Tumulas, and I do agree. I'm happy to see them here, and it is quite of a surprise, but a pleasant surprise indeed, because when we last saw them, the performance was, well, it wasn't even there.
It was not. They were completely absent, and the fact that Team Tumulas is over here in the quarterfinals, and now that they're not even going to be eliminated from the tournament, that still gives a big ray of hope for Team Tumulas to at least experiment a bit more, try and get those jitters out as soon as possible before the semifinals, and maybe even perform better in the wild card itself. And at the start of the day, even we made our predictions, but I don't think anyone actually went for Team Tumulas.
Yeah, I don't think anyone went for Team Tumulas. And I mean, not at least right now. It's the first day of the
Still need to look at them, right?
Yeah, everyone has played it safe, by the way. Everyone, not just us on the English panel, everyone on the Hindi panel as well just played it safe, except one guy, Engineer YT. He has taken a little bit of a risk in his prediction.
But Johnny, I really would love to see how teams like H4K perform now, right? Yeah, they were doing great against the other underdog teams, but now when they face off against teams from Group A, from the grind itself, we're speaking of the creme de la creme. I would love to see how they perform.
Technically, they already have faced off against the teams from Group A.
Yeah, technically, you've got a point. Yeah, the bottom 8 teams they have now, they're going to move on against the top 8 teams. So I would love to see how that collaboration really does work out. I'm pretty sure they're going to have their own thoughts. They're going to have their own problems brewing up inside of the map. I would also love to see a few clashes.
Yeah, I mean, talk about clashes. I think the big fight is going to be on the leaderboard itself, not in terms of the map anywhere else, but as I was talking about it when we began the show, right? Seoul versus H4K, two of the best performing teams from their group, Group B. Let's talk numbers, right? I mean, Seoul, as you mentioned, that game of Miramar, over 200 points in the 24 matches they played. They have smashed every single record that was set out, not on just on the map of Miramar, but on the overall leaderboard as the points scored in 24 games as well. But if you look at the averages, H4K, they have outdone them. It was a longer journey. Of course, there were moments where H4K did exceptionally well. There were moments where they just completely bombed. But still, in terms of raw numbers and averages, H4K, they look like the better team on paper.
That's what I'm saying. They look like a better team right now, or maybe up till now. But what happens when they move on against these teams, the top 8 teams from Group A from the grind? Because the way they were playing, it was an absolute delight to watch. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short promo. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back after that short promo. And Johnny, once again, continuing the conversation that we're having, right? Now, a lot of expectations are also going to be from teams like Just Jelly. Let's not forget, even they're in the mix. You cannot forget a team like Glitchx Reborn, too. That's been trying since 2023 to be at the top of their performance. They've also been in the LAN finals, too, of the official tournament. So even Glitchx Reborn is one of those teams that does pack a lot of punch.
Exactly. The punch is there. The older players were back in the roster this time around because there was a little bit of a switch in the 2024 season, and I think because of that we did see Glitch Reborn fade away from the top of the circuit for a little while. But I'm happy to see that they're back in action. And of course, as you mentioned, Jess Jolly, the biggest story of redemption in the BGMI community in India, and it's going pretty well, to be honest. I am really happy seeing this team perform.
Exactly. Just Jelly is one of those teams that likes to play that defensive nature. It's been working out well so far, and considering even the new zone structure really does favor that sort of a play style. If you find yourself a great spot in the middle of the circle, that's going to be a great thing, and it's going to take you a long way. The only hardship that's really going to be there, that's going to be in the stage 2 itself, because later than that, you do not really see those instant curveballic shifts on the map itself. So for Just Jelly, it's been working out well, and I would love to see them perform the same way. But Johnny, something that's going to help you with the performance, it's also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and maybe some more amazing rewards.
Exactly, the world's first Dimensity 8350 chipset, ladies and gentlemen. It is out now. An amazing device. Segment's best 90 FPS device that you can buy for yourself, and starting from only 22,999. So again, it's pocket friendly as well, and you know, a new device means
the heist is on. Yeah, but unfortunately I wasn't a part of the previous heist. Even though I wanted to, I was not able to yoink one of these devices for myself. But you know what, we'll continue the conversation on later, because we know a few people from the chat itself can actually snitch. But you know what, the best part about this device, it's BGMI certified device.
Yes, that is true. As I said, world's first Dimensity 8350 chipset, ladies and gentlemen, on the market, and BGMI certified as well. There are a lot of features that help you perform inside of a game, so do make sure to go on to Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. But with that being said, let's move forward, have a look at the first matchup. The 16 teams once again on our screens. We're going to go with the first 8 Soul, H4K, 4 Miracle, ESG, Halo, 8-Bit, RES, and AIB. Necro, any teams that you think are going to be top of the leaderboard with the first 3 games?
It's not even a question. I think so. It is going to be Soul. What do you mean, don't take the common name? Okay, then H4K, I guess.
That's the second most common name you could have taken.
Well, technically, they're not exactly the common name, because they're the dark horses in the tournament, so they're still one of those underrated teams. I would love to see them perform today. It's still a shot in the dark that you're taking, right? We do not know how they can perform in the quarterfinals. We've seen the best choke.
I mean, we have seen the best choke, and as you were talking about shots in the dark, I think Forever Red Ross, we completely forgot about them. This is also another team stacked with a lot of incredible players, and I think this is one of those teams that can be the extra pinch of spice that we need inside of these matches. But hey, we have our predictions on the screens, and Sparrow going for Soul along with you and myself, Necro. We have Maisie going for Royal Emperor. You have Engineer YT going for Miracle, and I see Baby has gone for TWOB. Fun fact, in this entire group, TWOB has the lowest average.
Interesting.
In terms of points per match, 4.9.
I would love to know the mentality behind picking TWOB there, because considering we've got so many stronger names in this group itself, so TWOB can be a little bit of that problematic start. But let's see how things can be for TWOB. You never know. Maybe in the 3 games they can just outshine even the big dogs and surprise all of us. They might just have something hidden.
Yeah, my man has been doing too many daily lucky draws inside of the game, so he's just gotten used to playing around with his luck. I think that's the mentality for IC.
At this point, he's just taking a lot of shots in the dark, as I mentioned, and it might just work out for Icy. But Johnny, all the jokes aside, right, you cannot also forget teams like Glitchx Reborn that are still in the mix. And speaking of Glitchx Reborn, they've got a man like Akshat in the mix as well. We know Akshat used to be a part of so many glorified lineups in the past. He's quite the veteran too, bringing in that experience inside of the lineup. I would love to see how that works out as well.
Akshat isn't the only veteran on Glitch Reborn, by the way. You have Avi over there as well.
Yes.
And Avi, back in the days, used to be a legend. Every single team that he has gone on, I think this is the one ideal. If I was bringing a roster of young athletes and I want someone in my team who could keep the players calm, who could make sure that everyone inside the team was always progressing with a positive mental attitude, Avi is always going to be my man. I've known this player behind the scenes as well, extremely humble guy, extremely positive, has faced some of the toughest situations throughout his career, but still always shows up in every single tournament with a smile. Now, these two individuals, though, they are making a comeback after a little bit of a break in the 2024 circuit, so I think they did have a little bit of catching up to do, but when we saw Glitch Reborn during the grind, they were actually looking pretty solid.
They were looking pretty great. And you cannot forget about another team. That's going to be Bot Army Esports. It is one of those teams that can be the annoying pest, as IC likes to call them, right? Because Bot Army Esports, they just like to go all guns blazing. They do not care what the outcome's going to be. If they win the fight, it's fine. It's, of course, a plus point. But if they lose the fight as well, it's fine. GG, go next. That's pretty much the mentality for Bot Army Esports. But recently, they have been bringing out a little bit of that tactical nature.
Yeah. But still, I think Bot Army Esports, it's that one player that made waves for himself in 2024, and now we want to see him make his mark in this year's BGIS. Devotee. This man was absolutely incredible last year. But this year, I had a lot of expectations when I saw him in the roster for Bot Army Esports, and I was like, all right, are we going to see the same lad as last year, all guns blazing, just completely unafraid of anyone who runs into? But not really. I mean, this time the aggression has been toned down quite a lot.
He's had his own glorified moments. Nothing taken away from that, right? Even in Grind, he was able to do pretty good for himself. He was able to stand his own ground. He's also popped off some insane clutches. But for Devotee, we know what he's capable of.
Exactly.
He can be the solo man carry for the team as well. Just like how Trey Scott used to play in Wild Fangs, he can also be the other Trey Scott. But for Devotee right now, maybe a little bit of that downtime is going on. Maybe he can posture back up once again in the overall standings. And we're just in the quarterfinals. Exactly. Nothing to lose over here. If the teams want, they can also try and bring in new stuff. They can try and experiment, maybe throw some curveball strategies out there and catch a few teams off guard.
Yeah, but if you want to do that, it's recommended that you do it in the early stages of the quarterfinals itself. Yeah. Because who would not want
maybe in
to
the first 2 games.
Yeah, first 2 games, that's it. If the strategy fails, go back to the textbook, man. Go back to the defaults and the fundamentals of the game. Because who would not want to qualify for semifinals week 1 directly? It is going to be so easy. The finals just within your reach after that.
Exactly, but still knowing that you cannot really be eliminated from this stage, it's also going to be a mental sigh of relief for the teams, right? They can't take a bit of that chill pill. Maybe, yeah, we can't try and go for the top 16. We can't try and be a little bit more aggressive inside of the field. We can't try and bring new strategies on the board. But as you mentioned, first 2 games is all the leeway that you have to bring out new stuff. If it does not work out, it's better to just go back to the comfort zone once again and pretty much play the way you like to play so far. But without wasting any more time, we're about to jump into game 1 itself. Do let us know in the chat which team you guys think is going to be the one to snatch the first game away itself. Well, I guess we are going to jump in the game soon, but here we go. As the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from the left side of the map, or maybe it's actually the northern side of the map, and going all the way towards Primorx. Now this plane flat path is tilted to the one side. If the teams want to move in towards the right, it's going to be a tough stretch. If you want to move in towards Lipovka, Mansion, even Milta, that's going to be a tough stretch. Even Sosnoka military base can be a little bit difficult, but since it's Bot Army Esports and no one's going to be contesting them, it should be all good in the hood.
What do you mean since it's Bot Army Esports, no one's going to be contesting them, man?
Because God's Reen and Bot Army Esports are made for each other, Johnny.
Yeah, but you never know. This is a new stage, Necro, and new stage. We were just talking about this. First 2 matches, you have the luxury of going for a few little experiments. But let's see. Majority of the teams usually like to start off slow. They want to build up that consistency right off the bat, right off the game 1 itself. And it seems like one of the early drop clashes that a soft drop clash, not a full-on commitment, is going to be towards Georgiapol, where we have the side of Halo landing between Glitch Reborn and TWOB. Glitch Reborn starting their journey in this game 1 from the position of Zarki, and TWOB going for the Georgiapol city and the containers control in the early stages. But we all know, a lot of these teams do like to drop towards that southern shoreline of the main island, and as we see the cluster develop in that particular part of the map, the circle is going to open up the game towards the northern half. Between shooting range and ruins is where the center of the circle is going to be.
Interesting. You've also got 4 Miracles right next to 8-Bit. This can be one of those fights that might just brew up.
Look at Reaper.
And yeah, one of the man in the enemy turf as well for 4 Miracles. Things not looking safe. EMP's right next to him. And you speak of problematic fronts, you've got another clash coming into play. Bottom Esports, they're slowly and steadily swinging towards that military base, but you've still got teams like AIB and even Autobots Esports right next to him. And if I'm not wrong, Autobots Esports just want to move on towards Norup Noi, nothing to do with the foes yet. But speaking of the circle, all the way up north, it's going to be a tough drive for a lot of those teams down south, including 8-Bit. I would love to see how the rotation really does pan out for them. AIB, one of the newer teams that is upcoming. They've got a lot to prove. Especially speaking of these new teams, right? Automatically, for them, it's one of those moments, it's one of those times where they feel super inspired.
Yeah.
Because they're going up against teams that they were admiring for years. And now they're facing off against those teams in the same lobby. Imagine that adrenaline rush.
Exactly, and that adrenaline rush sometimes can transition into becoming an itch of just taking out these idols that you've been worshiping.
It's like a bounty.
Exactly, it's a bounty. There's a big target on the backs of all of these big names. But I guess they are used to it, especially a team like Seoul is definitely used to it quite a lot. But I mean, esports, though, as you mentioned, Necro, I think they are missing the side of God's reign over here because they were quite heavy reliant on those early 4 finishes in the games that they played during the grind. And now I think they have to be a little bit wary while crossing that military bridge as well, transitioning towards the main island itself. But as we were talking about them, ladies and gentlemen, Seoul on our screens, the team that just dominated everyone during their journey of the grind. Can they pull off a similar performance in the quarterfinals of this realme BGIS 2025? A big question, and we are left looking for the answers.
Knowing Seoul, at least the first few games, they're going to take it a little bit easy.
Of course.
It's not like they're going to go super tactical mode. They're going to try to bring out some new strategies. No, that's not going to happen. Seoul will try to take it super casual, see how many points they're able to acquire with just that casual playstyle.
Yeah.
If they're not able to get enough points, then they will switch on that serious mode.
Man, that Group A, I'm just having nightmares looking at that position because you remember early stages, it was like 3 different teams that would always charge up for those early fights. And I think now this breathing room does allow them a little bit of freedom to play, especially in this northern circle. For Miracle on our screens right now, we were waiting to see what fate held in store for Reaper in this particular game, especially considering he was surrounded by the players of Royal Emperor as soon as he dropped on the map. But as it turns out, he's managed to stay alive, and he's even regrouped with his team.
It's all good. The first game, jitters are going to kick in. The quarterfinals itself, it's quite a heavy name. And just listening, just knowing that you're in the quarterfinals, automatically there's going to be that pressure. The jitters will be there. And the first game itself, it's going to do the job of taking it away. If some of the new names do actually take this first game home, that's going to be a big ray of hope for the other new names as well. They might just be a little bit more inspired and try and bring on that A game as soon as possible. Being in the top 16 is going to be the way to go, and especially if the audience, they're joining in for the first time. The top 16 teams from the quarterfinals overall standings, they directly qualify to semifinals week 1.
Oh, but look at that. It seems like there has been a little bit of a development towards Georgia Pool as we have Team New Champions closing in against the side of TWOB. Possibility of a conflict quite high over there. Halo also present towards the northern Georgia Pole City, and Glitch Reborn closing in, looking for some solid cover to work with in the early stages of the game. In a circle like this, I know right now everyone is praying for a shift towards the northern island, somewhere close to where the players of H4K are. But let's see how this turns out for Everett Ross. A lot to talk about this team, Necro. I mean, with Lucifer, R2, Beast, Phoenix, incredible young athletes, recently making a name for themselves in the pro circuit, and they've been doing quite well for themselves, to be fair.
They have been. And Red Ross, it's one of those X factors. You never know how they play. Sometimes they can just mess things up by a margin. And sometimes Red Ross can be someone that might just be a supersonic team that might just shred through anyone that stands against them. And right now, we've got Royal Emperor on the screen. A team that has found themselves on the lucky side of the bed tonight. And Royal Emperor, we don't exactly know what to expect from them in the quarterfinals. Expectations at the end of the day are still going to be there since they have made it till the quarterfinals. But yeah, the pressure's going to be on, at least on the game one. They need to get rid of those jitters. And here's something that might just help you get rid of those jitters is also going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's a 90 FPS BGMI gaming device, and trust me when I say this, you are going to be having super smooth experience with it. Before now, Royal Emperor in a bit of that tough problem. As TWOB, they pounce on top of the opportunity as they found the man isolated, and instantly it's time to cut him off, and that's what exactly happens.
The first casualty of the game handed to the players of Royal Emperor, and TWOB, as you mentioned, securing the first finish of the match, first strike from Khanna 06. But let's see how the rest of the match is going to turn out for these lads of TWOB. Again, they have done decent for themselves, decent enough at least to qualify for the quarterfinals, but it's that extra oomph that is required to take them from the quarterfinals directly to the semis. And of course, I mean, considering these ridges that they have taken control over will become of the utmost priority after the shift of the zone is going to be between Zarki and Severny. The trifecta, the triangle of death, doom, and chaos is going to be that Zarki, Severny, Georgopol area. Not a lot of cover to work with, by the way, in this position. There's a small little village just east of Zarki, and then there is the shoreline where the players of H4K, I assume, are going to end up dominating, but AIB, it seems like a little late to the party, still stuck between Novoripnoi and crossing the Novoripnoi bridge, in fact, getting themselves towards the gas station. But how do they survive considering you have Bot Army Esports and Autobots also waiting for on the other side? And when these teams cross, there is definitely going to be a clash between these three sides.
It was a concern I had raised before. And now exactly the problem strikes. AIB is on the opposite side of this bridge, just waiting for someone to walk out. And right now it's Bot Army Esports looking to drive out of this bridge straight. One thing is for sure, they might just straight up run into the open arms of AIB. And luckily enough, Bot Army Esports spotted a little bit of that glimmer. So Bot Army Esports aware of the fact that they're getting bridge camped on the opposite side. You've got Soul on the screen in the mix of a lot of teams. And already Soul, they've found their own prey. ESG's getting picked off from all the different spectrums. Before, one of the men was taken down by TWOB, and now Soul, even they've found a bit of that piece of the pie. ESG's getting ripped apart. Things need to be recalibrated. But let's just hope as the time goes on, ESG will get things straight.
Everyone's just scrambling for that northwestern edge of the circle right now. Royal Emperor losing one player early, ESG, one player lost from their side. And it seems like Bot Army Esports are going to be third on the list to one of their own. Devotee needs to go big, damage dished out, but not enough. Kiddo still finds the frag for his team. And Bot Army Esports biting a little bit more than they can chew. Kiddo still surviving. Autobots with the upper hand in this fight. As one player, Scary Jord, he's just been given a revive, by the way, so he is looking for a reset, but damage just out to Skrillex, and he won't be able to contribute anything over here, but Orva is going to be traded out by Scary Jord, and now Kiddo just running around the corner, looks to swing, looks to find the trade, bring the numbers back in the favor of Autobots Esports, but I think this might just be the end, or maybe not, as from the backline, Skrillex finally chiming in. Finds the second for his side. Autobots 3 versus 2. Can they secure the win?
Even the wall of death is constantly chipping away damage, Johnny. It's not looking too smooth, and what a nade that was! It's going to find the knock directly. Bot Army Esports still in the race. Devotee will be back up on his feet as well. Bot Army Esports, numbers intact. They've just lost out on one man, which is going to be good news. While on the opposite side of the spectrum, Autobots Esports, they don't have enough men to try and go up against a team like Bot Army Esports. Unfortunately for this team, there's too many things on the line. Bot Army Esports is already going to start things off with just a 3-man squad, and Autobots Esports is now looking to make a way out. They're straight up running. Sirvi's on the run. He does not want to face off against the gods of Bot Army Esports. It's better to just run away. Especially the way Bot Army Esports played that fight was super scrappy. They had the disadvantage at the start, but still somehow they scraped things up and now on the verge of winning this fight.
Man, I'm surprised the way they pulled it off as well, because I expected Autobots to be the one coming out on top over there. As you mentioned, scrappy start to the fight, 3 versus 2, the numbers favoring the Autobots, but then Kiddo just goes out, and there was no way for the lads of Autobots to regroup. And now Bot Army Esports, it seems like they're going on a hunt. And Skrillex, damage dished out, but it is going to be difficult for him to find the knock as from the flanks, shots come in, and it is going to be Hitler who finds the frag for his team. 3 players picked up out of nowhere.
Looking at the Met situation, Johnny, I don't think any of these teams can actually make it to the circle. This is going to be a tough one for Autobots Esports and even Bot Army Esports. But since Autobots Esports are just down to just one last man and Sirvi's already on the run, maybe he can cross the finishing line.
Yeah.
But I'm not exactly sure about Bot Army Esports. Since the player have already taken so many casualties, so many players are knocked out over and over again, they do not have enough meds. Yeah, 17 bandages, but he's not going to be just bandaging himself up the entire time. The zone's going to be outrunning him.
Only one player has any first aids on him, and that is just 2 first aids. Not enough to share between 3 people. Yeah, they might just be able to get the boosters going if they find any, but Monty, we see no energy drinks, no painkillers on him, no bandages, no first aids. Everything's been used up.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, I think Hitler as well, just 17 bandages and maybe just 1 energy drink was what I remember seeing on him. Devotee, 2 first aids and nothing else. So not enough meds to actually make the rotation and then try and breach the edge of the circle, but we'll come back to that in a bit. For now, it seems like Joker from AIB Esports runs a little too close and in fact almost into the players of ESG. He's going around the edge of the circle, finds the way to breach inside the zone, or maybe not, as Forever Red Ross show up to block his way.
It's not looking good. Joker, man's taken down to a sliver of HP and still somehow he's alive. He's eating those bullets, and now he's found himself a bit of that stop, but it was not too safe. Even he gets devoured, and just like that, AIB is going to be the first team to be eliminated from the Game 1 of the quarterfinals.
I don't know how that happened. I mean, that was the first man we saw getting finished off from the side of AIB. The entire team, the last time we saw them, they were on the gas station just across the Novorepnoy Bridge. And by the time they make their way towards the circle, the entire team just has been picked apart. Quite surprising, and as you mentioned, not a great start to their journey of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, actually, I think they got picked off by the zone. Because there was no team on the way. There was just no team on the way for them to get taken out.
That is just unfortunate. That's all I can say. Because the first game itself, and it was a plan. They fell to a plan of their own making. Because their plan was to, I think, bridge camp the players of Bot Army Esports or Autobots, whichever one they saw first. But those 2 teams ended up fighting themselves. And
I guess in the quarterfinals, still a lot of those teams are just underestimating the circle, man.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams not understanding the intensity of the zone. And Team Jelly is on the screen. At least they've got a great compound to play with. They're also inside of the white line, so that's a great thing. Team Jelly, they can stand their own ground. Things looking great for them for now. You've also got Team Halo on the move. A little bit of those exposed grounds, and Halo is still looking untouched. But as soon as I say so, the first man falls apart. This is not a safe zone to stop, Halo. You're taking too many bullets upon yourself, but still the rest of the teammates, they stop in the same spot their teammate was knocked out.
Yeah, and he gets finished off as well. It's going to be TWOB getting that point in the bag. And Team New Champions, now they realize, like, all right, that is an exposed position. We have dished out enough damage to the players of Team Halo to try and finish them off. So they do end up closing in the distance, but this might just be a risky call as well, since the flanks on that watchtower are quite exposed. You see the players of Haka in the distance, and TWOB as well has a line of fire for that particular compound. And as we expected, I think Necro, the players of Bot Army Esports, they have been picked apart by the blue zone itself as well.
EMP on the screen. Royal Emperors. Not enough space to actually claim the land and be the Emperors. So now they need to fight their way through. But how do you fight when you've just got 2 players standing? Or maybe 3. They've still got 3 players. So Royal Emperors, things can be recalibrated. TWOB on the screen after taking down those 2 players. They're going to be feeling great as well. A little bit of that head start. And TWOB looking at their position too. They aren't too comfy just yet. They've got a lot of foes lingering around them. So if TWOB, the fight's not done yet.
So they are at the summit of the hill, so they have the high ground advantage to work with. But as you mentioned, it's an open position and they're surrounded from every single direction. So the escape options are, well, limited to just one. Fight your way through.
High ground always comes in with pros and cons. You will have the intel on the other teams, but the other teams as well will have the intel on you. And as you mentioned, the escape options from a high ground aren't really a lot. So there's a big chance you can be sprayed down when you're trying to make it down from that high ground. Before now, looking at the next zone shift, TWOB, they might just need to give that high ground away, because they need to make it inside of the circle. GlitchX Reborn's looking great too, but H4K, if they move on from the back, it can be a bit of that backstab for GlitchX Reborn. They need to be wary of the backlines.
It's not going to be easy as well, but on our screens right now, ESG. Avery is fighting for his life as he spots out the players from Forever Red Ross in the front lines, but Lucifer, the devil chimes in, the nade goes through. Avery is going to be dropped inside of that shack, and the finish point is going to be picked up, but Forever, for Miracle in fact, charging on the players of Soul, and well, blink it and you miss it, man! That was a quick wipe. Not a single loss taken, and all 4 players just put down in the ditch that they were hiding in.
At this point, Soul's got no in between. It's either Soul going to get taken down with absolutely no points, or maybe next to none points, or they will just go out from the lobby with the most amount of points.
It's the mindset of the rocket, man. Either you go to the moon or just blow up along the way.
And I guess right now they blew up on the way. We also did see TWOB get wiped out. Even that's quite a rough pill to swallow for a team like TWOB. And as we mentioned about Bot Army Esports too, since they had no meds, even Bot Army Esports got eliminated from the play zone itself a while ago. So yeah, at this point, Bot Army Esports, maybe it's time to rethink the drop location, especially if the zone is going to be up north. You need to be a little bit more quicker, but hold on to that thought. So many shots taken from Raka. And those shots were finding a lot of the connections as well. Right now, NC not in that good of a position. Out in the open, they've just got a few rocks and a few smokes. That's keeping them alive. And Halo on the opposite side as well. They definitely do want to be the opportunistic bunch and maybe try and get a few eliminations for themselves. But look who enters the party. It's going to be H4K. Straight up driving through as NC. They've already lost out on a man. And now it's Legend OP up close and personal. The only smoke that's keeping the man alive and keeping his position anonymous. But for how long is going to be the question. NC, they try to move back a little bit more. But there's another team in the backlines too. And Legend's now sandwiched.
Yeah, he has absolutely nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide, and the Molotov is gonna burn him alive. The timing of that was just perfect, man. The 3rd point secured by the players of H4K for themselves, but I have to say this team is like, that was a chaotic push. They just circled around the players of New Champions, caused enough distraction for Halo to actually find a knock, but then Halo just got baited in terms of securing that finish, so they ran into an open position, got naded, got wiped out, and the last man from the side of New Champions eventually picked up by H4K. But Necro, surprisingly, the 2 teams that are doing very well for themselves in this particular match are 4 Miracle and Raka SAS. Who would have thought, man? Both these teams having secured 5 finishes each have lost 1 player till now. So that means 3 players are still left standing to close out the end game. But look at this. You saw the center of the zone. Glitch Reborn have been holding on to that position since stage 2 itself. They do not have a single finish on the board, but if they can walk away with the chicken dinner and at least 3 to 4 eliminations, I think this this has to be their game. They need to secure the win, or at least top 2.
They're looking amazing, but someone who's not looking so is going to be EMP. Too many teams just straight up diving right on top of them as Hunter gets knocked out. And now it's down to the man himself, but even he gets wrapped up in a sheet within just a blink of an eye. And just like that Royal Emperor, they've been showcased the gateways to hell. And now Just Jelly, they do not stop there. They continuously barrage through a few more teams. For Jelly, they've lost out on Ninze, considering he's knocked out, but even the revival's in process, so that's not going to be a problem at all. Still 3 more players looking pretty healthy, and Jelly, I don't think they're going to be stopping right here. It's time to create a few more Sonic Booms.
I think they definitely are going to jiggle their way inside of the mix of the teams inside the circle, and especially considering as soon as they found those finishes against the players of Royal Emperor, they were also able to spot out Raka SAS, because Raka SAS pushed for the ridge and Jelly with those smokes denied vision, but he still knows where the lads are. So they can make that climb up the hill, use the distraction from H4K and the other teams on the flank to find some breathing room for themselves, but all of this right now is just theory. In execution, things can be extremely different. H4K, in the meanwhile, Draxi, it seems like finally someone knows where the players of Glitch Reborn are, and finally someone is going to try and finish them off.
Glitch X Reborn, H4K right next to each other. And look at what's happening in the elimination feed. Forever Red Ross a part of the fight against the players of 4M. And Red Ross, they've already found the upper edge. And now they're starting to make the pounce as well, but Reaper with the off angle. He was able to punish one of the players. But he can't keep on punishing for too long. The man does not have enough HP. The nade sails in pretty close. He was taken down to a pixel of HP, but eventually Reaper, even he gets eliminated with his own teammates.
For Miracle, the run in this game comes to an end. A top 7 finish with 5 eliminations secured. A decent start to the journey of the quarterfinals, but Forever Red Ross, 7 finishes on the board already, and they're going to look for a few more. In the meanwhile, Just Jelly moving, or in fact, just charging towards the players of 8-Bit are going to be punished as Sam is going to be knocked out. 8-Bit as well, 3 players left standing. Ash, the first casualty from their side, and 8-Bit run into an exposed position. The spam comes through from Jelly, and the trade is going to be secured, but the point stolen by the players of Forever Red Ross. Ooh, that is just unfortunate, man.
Team Jelly constantly tossing out the utilities now against 8-Bit. And for 8-Bit too, they do not really have that good of a stance, that good of a playing ground. They're way too exposed. Even Ninze's knocked out for Jelly, so even for them, things are not looking too smooth. For Red Ross though, they're chilling big time. They've got a lot of loot to play with. Also, a big portion of the circle that they can move on and control. But they also need intel for that. And I'm pretty sure for Red Ross, at least they're lacking that intel for now. Just Jelly spotting out the players of 8-Bit move out in the open. I'm not exactly sure what that move was from Mafia. Desperate attempt to make it in the circle, but he gets caught instantly. And now Keelamau too, taking shots against Termi. He knows exactly where the man's positioned, but Keelamau himself needs to make it in the circle. Wall of Death starting to move. Keelamau pushed out in the open. Termi, this is going to be the right moment to strike. The man's out in the open, and Termi actually wants to go for the fight as well. There's a bit of that edge on the hands, and Termi will find that elimination. He terminates that player.
That was just perfect, but does not get an opportunity to celebrate as the execution comes through. Forever Red Ross hoping and looking quite solid for a big match in game number 1 itself. 9 eliminations secured already, but the fight that we have been waiting for a long time is this one. H4K taking on the players of Glitch Reborn, and the damage dished out from the nades is not going to be enough to secure a knock, but this nade can go big. All the players from Glitch Reborn clustered up at the exit of the tunnel. They are going to be forced to run back in. The Molotov goes through as well. The utility being put to use is just perfect from the side of H4K.
Glitch X Reborn is trapped. They can't even move out just yet. Problems now starting to accumulate in Glitch X Reborn. They might just suffocate to death in this bunker itself.
Yeah.
But for H4K, if they move on and take the control of this bunker, then Glitch X Reborn can't even do anything. And in my opinion, that's what they should exactly do. Keep on tossing out those utilities, keep the players on their knees, and be a little bit more dominant. And H4K is trying to pull that exact thing off, but GlitchX Reborn slowly and steadily slithering out of that area. The bunker now seems like it's filled up with a lot of venom. But H4K, the way they're playing, it's actually a bit concerning. Since they're way too exposed to the back lines as well, they're just inviting to be third-partied.
Man, top 4 teams, 14 players still surviving. But in the back lines, you still have Raka SAS, by the way, who somehow managed to stay alive all this while. But H4K, here we have it, Necro. Here comes the push. Devil, Draxian, Knight making the bounce onto the players of Glitch Reborn, who are being so patient, just staying inside of that bunker. But someone needs to nade this team, man. And someone needs to do it right now. The nade blows up in the air, so some damage is dished out to the players of H4K. But not enough to find the opening. And look at Knight. Right on top of that tunnel, right on top of that exit. He's just waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for the players of Glitch Reborn to overextend. Giving them a false sense of safety. Akshat goes out, swings to check the corner. But Knight still waiting. He's waiting for all of them to get flushed out from that tunnel.
Look at what happens now. If H4K break the peace against GlitchX Reborn, a third party appears from Forever Red Ross. They're done for. H4K should have taken the fight when Red Ross was busy taking a fight against their own rivals. That was the best possible time to eliminate GlitchX Reborn. But now H4K, they just can't do anything. It's going to be patience game at this point. And I think Forever Red Ross might just win it. Both these teams, they seem a bit too desperate. H4K, not in that good of a position. But Forever Red Ross, they do not have the man advantage either. They've just got 3 players standing. To convert the fight might just be tough. But since we're on the last stage itself, now the zone's going to be shrinking even more. GlitchX Reborn, they've realized it's time to move out. It's time to do something. It's time to find the initial knocker and give themselves a bit of that sigh of relief.
Oh man, look at that nade flying through. And Forever Red Ross do end up finding the opening. One player, Sujal from the side of H4K, is going to be finished off. And Glitch Reborn use this as a cue to run out from that tunnel, one after the other. H4K falling left and right, and the whole team gets wrapped up. But the third party comes through as Forever Red Ross go charging towards the place of Glitch Reborn. It's going to be the last man, Akshat, surviving, but he can't do a lot. No HP, no teammates to help out, and it is Forever Red Ross who kick off their journey of the quarterfinals in a very brilliant manner, man. The chicken dinner, and not a small one as well.
Exactly. Red Ross, what a way to kick things off. Honestly, I did not expect a big game from Red Ross off the rip like that. But luckily enough for Red Ross, even H4K messed up big time. They should have taken the fight against GlitchX Reborn when they had the chance when Red Ross was super busy.
Either charge towards Glitch Reborn, or you should have gone for the players of Forever Red Ross. Yeah. Either one of the two sides would have been okay, but I think they just waited and waited. And along with waiting for too long, they just committed all of their utility in one go towards Glitch Reborn. So towards the end game, they had nothing left to either distract or deny vision or do anything against the players of Forever Red Ross. That was the biggest disadvantage.
And now I understand how H4K got so many points. Their positioning game is immaculate. They know how to position themselves, but maybe prioritizing the fight is something that they need to work out. Once again, experience is something that will always outrule the newer players.
That's the thing about you and me, Necro. That we instantly get too critical about everyone. This is the first game, man.
It's the first game, but in the quarterfinals. Let's not forget. Quarterfinals, it's quite a late stage in the tournament. You are not going to be having a lot of chances to yourself. But luckily enough, you don't get eliminated from here. You will still have another chance in the wild card if you do not manage to place yourself in the top 16.
But hey, H4K still did quite well, right? A top 3 finish, decent number of eliminations on the board. Let's talk about the team that we expected a lot from. Bottom Esports. What was that? I mean, that extended fight against the players of Autobots. All right. Kudos to them, because they converted a fight where they were just barely surviving with 2 players, and both those individuals were very low as well. but still that rotation timing. They should have known they need to move out a little bit quicker.
It's not even about the rotation timing. It's about that scrappy fight that we saw. As soon as Bot Army Esports realized that there is someone camping that bridge, they should have backed away maybe and try and rotate from the opposite bridge. That would have been the best possible odds for them to make it out alive inside of the circle. But instead, Bot Army Esports were just hunkering on that same spot, and then from the back, another team moved in. They eliminated the players of Bot Army. Not exactly. The Bot Army Esports eliminated that team, and since Bot Army Esports took so much damage upon themselves, they exhausted their mids.
But hey, at least Bot Army Esports and Autobots did go for those fights.
Yeah.
What happened to AIB, man? They just waited at the gas station, all four of them, and then we just saw one player inside trying to get inside of the circle. He got picked up by Forever Red Ross, and that was it. 3 players went out to the blue zone.
Exactly, right? And for Bot Army Esports too, pretty much the same thing happened.
They got 3 points though for finishes, so it's fine.
I mean, come on, Johnny. 3 points. First game, 3 points. Considering you've only got 5 more games to go, in my opinion, that's not enough. You need a lot more points if you want to place yourself in the top 16. We're still speaking of the overall standing, by the way.
Yeah.
So you need a lot of points. Imagine there's going to be a lot of those groups, too, that will try and break through that barrier.
At least it's not 0 points in the first game.
I guess, yeah, always look at the brighter side of things, right? At least it's not 0 points in the game, since a lot of teams were eliminated on 0 points itself before. Now let's move on towards the highlight, and let's see what exactly happened and how the action kicked off in that previous game. Since 4M, they were not in that great of a position. Even 4M was not able to surpass their opponents for too long, since they were eliminated in the later stages. You also did see Royal Emperor face quite a brutal end.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Emperor, this was brutal indeed, just surrounded from every single direction. I think one moment where the players of Forever Red Ross built up pressure on them, just jelly charging forward, and then this was the end game fight. Glitch Reborn picking off the players of H4K and Forever Red Ross, using the opportunity to bounce on the players of Glitch Reborn and then just eliminate them in a snap. The one thing I want to know your opinion on was for Miracle. They went out with no placement points, but they had 5 eliminations when they went out.
For Miracle Esports, as we all know, they're known to be consistent. And I guess now they've got that average. So for Miracle Esports is going to try to touch up that average once again, right? 7 to 8 points per game, maybe 4 Miracles too. They can barely scrape in the top 16. Even if they don't, it's all good in the hood, my friend, because they will move on towards wild card with another chance to place themselves in the top 16 and move on towards the semifinals. We've got the top 5 players of that previous game. Phoenix was the best performing man from Forever Red Ross with 6 finishes, and even Lucifer from Forever Red Ross was able to play great. You've also got Coffin from RES with 5 finishes, and even Beast. In general, the entirety of Forever Red Ross popped off.
Yeah, I mean, Forever Red Ross was incredible in this particular match. A lot of eliminations. We are going to find out what the total number is, because the last we saw them was 9 on the board, and after that they did pick up 2 more fights inside of the game. That entire time we were looking towards the players of Glitch Reborn and H4K. But match summary on our screens: 195 smokes used, of course, because of the open circle. 6 grenade finishes, also a big landmark for a game of Erangel. But here we have it. The point standings for Game 1 of the quarterfinals of Group B, and it is 17 eliminations for Forever Red Ross.
27 points off the rip.
Yeah.
When you're going to have teams like Forever Red Ross getting 27 points in the Game 1 itself, then getting 3 points do not really matter. Because imagine the threshold. Imagine the points required to crack in that top 16 at the end of all the games were done in the quarterfinals.
I mean, that is, if a team like this creates a vacuum in this group, it will cause problems for everyone else.
Yeah.
Now we are not talking about you qualifying from your group. It is going to be the overall leaderboard from where you have to be in the top 16. And if a vacuum of points is there in your group, that means your entire group, all the other 15 teams, are getting suffocated. And as we were talking about Bot Army Esports, at least, okay, look at it this way, right, Necro? We were talking about them getting 3 points, Bot Army Esports. At least they are in the top 9. All because Forever Red Ross got 17 eliminations and they just got all of those points for themselves. There was a vacuum in this game. So Bot Army Esports, at least in the future matches, in the next 5 games, they still have a fighting position to work with.
Johnny, you want to hear a weird fact?
Say.
Since this group is the first group to play, everyone right now is qualified. Because the other groups still need to play.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a weird fact, guys. Come on. do not be mad at me, I'm just a kid. But we all know the previous game was super quick, and honestly, the way things kicked off were super weird as well. Did not expect that fight to be converted in such a way and Autobots lose that fight instantly against Bot Army Esports. It was one of the weirdest occurrences that I've seen, and quite a scrappy fight. But hopefully we do not get to witness those scrappy fights in the upcoming maps as well, because right now it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तू बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
बैड स्क्वाड तो बची नहीं। क्या हुआ? कमबैक नहीं हो रहा क्या?
प्रो स्क्वाड जो मैप खेले उसे मीरामार कहते हैं और उसी स्क्वाड को जो बिना स्कोप के निपटा दे उसे विक्टर कुमार कहते हैं। तेरे बैग में इतना एमो नहीं होगा जितना विक्टर कुमार एक स्प्रे में उड़ा देता है।
विक्टर कहाँ है तू?
जिन हॉट ड्रॉप पे तुम जैसों के खोपड़े उड़ जाया करते हैं वहां पे हम अपने एक्स सूट सुखाया करते हैं।
विक्टर बाहर आ!
ताजमहल की कसम इस तंदूरी नाइट में एक चिकन डिनर तो बनता है। दीवान कम टू माय मैदान।
बैडएस बनने के लिए सिर्फ स्वैग नहीं, स्किल्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 quarterfinals have finally begun. Match number 1 done and dusted for Group. And it is going to be interesting to see how the next game turns out. We have Icy Baby joining us with a lot to say about game number 1 itself.
No, I don't know if it's luck or it was strategy or was it intended here coming from Forever Red Ross, considering the fact that usually on the first few games we are going to be expecting potential drop clashes. But yesterday, Forever Red Ross actually made a declaration in their social media and tagged all of us, specifically saying that, hey, in Erangel, we're dropping in Snake Split, which I have no idea why they call it that. That spot, particular spot next to farm. Second place for Miramar, they're going to drop an Alpozo, and in Sanhok, they're going to go for Paradise Resort. And after announcing that, no drop clashes for them, smooth sailing for them, and then getting a chicken dinner. That was pretty impressive, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double mind game. And what do you mean all of us? I didn't get attacked. What is that about, Forever Red Ross? I feel left out now.
Fair enough, but for you guys who do not want to get left out here, guess what? The realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently live here. You can search it up on Google, which is realme P3 Ultra 5G, for amazing rewards. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself. So be sure to check it out right now. It is currently live at 22,999 rupees.
Exactly. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G as well for some exciting rewards for yourself. And of course, while we keep talking about the device, we have to talk about the performances as well. As you mentioned, the double mind game played by Forever Red Ross worked out extremely well for them in that previous game, but I think, or do you think, I see that everyone else is going to take a note of this and they're going to be like, we know where they're going on Miramar now.
Well, maybe. We might expect that a little bit of a drop clash coming from them as well. But what's interesting for me was how they actually named that place. They call it Snake Pancake Split. It's right below farm is on here.
Yeah.
Left side, there's 4 compounds for them. Like, they dropped each of them individually spread out.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay, that's a very interesting name, and I hope everything goes well for them.
That is very true, but I mean, that was usually called the pancake drop, I mean, back in the days.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's so weird. But all things considered, we have to talk about the other teams as well, because this group is arguably one of the quote-unquote toughest group between all of these teams here. We have Team Jelly, we have also Seoul as well getting wiped out, which is kind of surprising as well, because earlier at the start of the day, you talked about a rivalry between 4Miracle and Seoul.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, 4Miracle was the one that actually completely destroyed Seoul's composition in that open field.
I want to talk about that as well, because I mean, before the game began, we were all talking about Seoul. I'm pretty sure everyone was talking about Seoul as well. Everyone wanted to see them perform, but they weren't really there in that.
Yeah, and for me, I was very hopeful for TWOB as well, because they were the ones that got the first strike. After that, where did they go? Because they completely got wiped off. But what really surprised me was that 3 teams was pretty much caught outside the blue zone rather early as well. And we have talked about how the new meta zone is very, very different from our classic rank games as well. Because in the classic rank games, even the Livic, even towards stage 5, stage 6, you can still somewhat tank the zone. But here in the competition itself, you can't really tank past stage 3 or 4. And yes, you can still technically tank stage 3, but you are going to bleed out your match so quickly. By the time stage 4 comes in, you are going to get taken out by the zone.
That's the thing, like, the game dictates that in order to tank the blue zone, you need those meds. They had no meds, all 3 of them had absolutely nothing. I mean, for AIB at least, I'm going to be hopeful that, maybe they found something on that gas station, but mid-rotation they might have ended up using everything. But for Board Army Esports and Autobots, they just got caught off guard by each other, I guess, over there towards the southern side of that Nova Rep Noibridge. But hey, we have a substitution happening. We have Halo changing one of their players. Aditya is going to be sitting out in the next match, and Prateek is going to be joining us. And Halo, of course, one of those teams that we kind of wanted to see. I was excited to see what they're going to bring to the quarterfinals, but kind of a middle of the pack exit over
I think this entry coming from Prateek is going to be very, very important coming from them, because Prateek did step up big time during the round stages coming from Team Halo, right? They were one of those teams that are super low-key, you know, under the radar, but they are by far the most consistent team out of the entire round stages that they have played themselves. They're always considered top 5, not necessarily getting the chicken dinner, but for some reason they're able to get decent amount of finishes and also consistent placement points, which gives them around an average to 8 to 10 points per game itself. So yeah, this wasn't a great game for Erangel. Like, I'll be honest with you, that was not a great game for any of the teams except for Forever Red Ross, who's currently in a position where, hey, you know what? I've got a decent amount of points, but unfortunately to say, this is not the round stages, which in this case, if you were in the top 4 or maybe top 7, you are pretty much guaranteed to qualify to the next stage. But in this case, you want as many points as you can, so you can not just beat Group B, you gotta beat Group C, Group A, and also Group D.
Exactly, you have to go against the best of the best. There's one more substitution happening. We have Royal Emperor, who are going to be making sure that G1 is going to be sitting out and Levi is going to be stepping in. And I've heard a little bit about this player from Engineer YT. That Levi is one of the reliable ones in Royal Emperor.
I agree. During Royal Emperor, like when they were playing Levi and G1, when they comboed together, they played really, really well. Oftentimes, we do see Clutch X kind of be that playmaker for Royal Emperor, but for some reason, whenever Levi plays, he has been the backbone for the team alongside the teams. And he's, I would say, in my personal opinion, the pinch server. I would say the clutch pincher coming in from Royal Emperor himself. So I hope that this substitution comes into play. They are going to be playing a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they can start off their journey, because that previous game, it's felt like that game plan of theirs to move in from the edges was correct, but the game itself had
Yep.
something else in store for everyone. That hard shift, extreme hard shift towards the northwestern side, especially the stage 3, stage 4 transition, just made sure that Glitz Reborn was going to be safe. The only team that was going to be safe, and everyone else had to fight for survival. And Royal Emperor also fell prey to that shift of
Yeah.
the zone itself. Necro pointed out, no map control,
Yeah.
no way to move towards the circle, and they just got caught off guard mid-rotation. But again, that was just game one. And I like the fact that you pointed out that only one team did well, because out of 16, only 2 teams were able to hit double-digit points in that game. One had 27, and the other one had 10.
Yeah, and 3 teams pretty much got eliminated by the zone, not giving any kind of points. So I would say it's smart in terms of denial. It hurts those 3 teams, but it also hurts the remaining 13 teams who's eyeing for that spot, because this is a battle not between 16 teams. This is a battle between 64 teams across 4 groups.
Exactly.
So only the top 16 will advance into its first semi-finals. And obviously, you know, every single team that's going to be playing this next 4 days pretty much don't get eliminated. They get like second chance, but again, who wants to be second, man? Like, I want to be number 1.
Exactly, I want to move directly to the semifinals as well. Makes things a little bit easier for everyone, right? It was always going to be who gets to qualify for the finals in the easy way. And right now, it seems like Forever Red Ross off to a great start. But let's see how the rest of the journey is going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, coming right up, the map of Miramar.
Well, we are going to be heading off into game number 2 for Group B here for the realme BGIS quarterfinals. This is match 2 for Group B, and we will see whether or not if any of these teams will be able to bounce back. In particular, is going to be Team Halo as well as Team Royal Emperor, who has a substitution. And with that substitution, hopefully things will be a little bit better for those 2 teams. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, we have to talk about the star. And in this case, the star is going to be Team Seoul, because they were the ones that pulled a historical event here in the realme BGIS with 28 finishes and the chicken dinner in this map.
I mean, that was something that I don't think, to be honest, I don't think we're ever going to see that again. That was unrealistic. It was superhuman level of performance coming in from every single individual from the side of Seoul. In that particular game, the first fight they were a part of was against 8-bit. 3 players knocked out. Mane was left with around 20-30 HP, and he was forced to clutch that fight for his team. From there, every single fight they ran into, they kept just having their players knocked out. But somehow, by a miracle, man, at the end of the game, all 4 of them were still there.
It's insane, right? It's all teamwork makes the dream work. And also, the timing could not be perfect coming from them as well, considering the fact that they just swapped Ronnie out before it for Salme, and Salme immediately became the super sub for the team. Like, ever since Salme started playing and Ronnie was out, Seoul has had one of the most amazing games every single round thus far. But all things considered, that was then. Now is a different story. Whether or not can that expectations live up to everybody's expectations is going to be the question here coming from Seoul. Meanwhile, the circle, it is going to be faring towards the south side. We might potentially see a potential urban warfare in Los Leonas again. But I did catch a glimpse onto his Forever Red Ross. Guess what? Nobody is contesting them in Opozo.
Hey man, stole the words right out of my mouth, because we were talking about it, that hey, maybe someone's going to try and take that early fight against Forever Red Ross. Nuh-uh. No one, absolutely no one wants anything to do with that team. And to be fair, they're the only ones that are safe right now. They're the only ones who have done quite well for themselves. So Forever Red Ross have basically nothing to lose, at least for the next few matches, unless they drop the ball and their average points per game drops down. But that's a story for another time. For now, Glitz Reborn on our screens. They are quite close to the northern edge of the circle, although they do have neighbors towards their west in the form of Board Army Esports and Royal Emperor, who have started the game from water treatment just north of this Hacienda del Patron position. House of the Boss, as the name translates to English, but Glitz Reborn, can they be the bosses of this map? What do you think?
Well, they might need to, because considering the fact that this is a great start for them, if they can consistently do this all the way in all 6 games, I'm pretty sure they're going to be guaranteed being part of the top 16 to qualify for the semifinals. But again, you know, we have to talk about the group draws itself. Every single group has been split between the top and also the undergods itself. So anything can happen. and expect the unexpected. And as of yet, Forever Red Ross, this is by far their first time on screen having a big lead. So this is going to be all we're going to be talking about here in game number 2. And again, with the spotlight on them, pressure is definitely going to be on them.
Yeah, the pressure is there, but let's see how things turn out. I think they're going to try and pace themselves, at least for this game. If they can just be consistent from here on out for the remainder of the quarterfinals, if they can even get like 4-5 points per game, I think they're going to finish at the top of the leaderboard and easily qualify for semi-finals directly. But 8-bit now. If you remember, I see during the grind, 8-bit was forced into a very uncomfortable position.
Yep.
Every single Miramar, they were drop clashed by OG. For the first time in Miramar, there's no one around them.
Hey.
They feel freedom.
You know why? Because OG is not in this group.
Yay! I think after the group draws, there were a few teams that were celebrating, and 8-bit was definitely one of them.
100%. But all things considered, you know who I was actually hoping for? Team Just Jelly going up against God's Reign in the same lobby all over again. Because that rivalry was something that I was hoping for. But unfortunately, we were not going to be able to see that unless both teams actually qualify for the semi-finals, maybe even the grand finals, and maybe we will see a little bit of a rinse repeat here. Because currently the score between Jelly and also God's Reign is pretty much 5-2, 5-1, somewhere around there. Unofficially 6-2. That would be
unofficially.
Unofficially 6-2.
There was a Sanhok third-party situation that we keep coming back to. But, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that has come out recently is the realme P3 Ultra 5G segments best 90 FPS BGMI phone that you can get for yourself. Smartest AI gaming device, world's debut with the Dimensity 8350 chipset, and also starting only from 22,999. So do go and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's an amazing device, BGMI certified device.
Agreed. So be sure to check it out as well, and also remember to Google realme P3 Ultra 5G to get yourself some amazing rewards. Meanwhile, we caught a glimpse onto his AIB esports. Seems like this time they're a little bit early in terms of their rotation.
Yeah, they are a little bit early. They figured it out. Like, okay, last time we got taken out by the blue. This time, we won't take the risk. We just run towards the circle. Although, as you were talking about the contention between Just Jelly and God's Reign, I'm so happy that you mentioned it, because the two main rivals for God's Reign are both in the same group. Bodami Esports, the team that used to cause chaos for them in Erangel, and Just Jelly, who was causing chaos for them in Sanhok and Miramar. And both these two rivals do not... I don't think I've seen a single fight Bodami Esports versus Just Jelly.
Hey.
Either one of the two teams gets taken out before the other.
There's a saying, man, and an enemy of my enemy is my friend. And sometimes, in this case, you know what, maybe we just don't fight each other until we actually meet God's Reign. That's going to be the strategy here. But again, we are only speculating things for you guys. It is not true. But I'm more curious on seeing how GlitchX Reborn actually performed, because based on their performance during the grind, it wasn't really that great. But somehow during the round stages, they were somehow able to make miraculous comebacks after comebacks. And seeing how their opening match just now, which I felt like GlitchX Reborn had no business being in the top 3, considering the fact that most teams would actually go down to the shelter. Almost 80 to 90% of the times, they don't actually make it out alive with high finish volumes. So I was very surprised that GlitchX Reborn, despite all that, was able to get 10 points for themselves.
I mean, you
well,
are
almost 10 points.
You are correct in a way that even Glitch Reborn did not have a lot of finishes. They got 3 finishes, and that was by picking off the players of H4K just because they had no other option. So that is true. I think the only reason, and it could have been a much worse game, so I agree with you on everything you said. It could have been a much worse game for Glitch Reborn.
Yeah.
The only reason they made it into the top 2 was because the circle kept moving on top of them, and everyone around them just kept fighting each other on the edge of the zone. But here's the thing. Even during the grind, it was the map of Miramar where things started to look good and things started to turn around for Glitch Reborn. The first game where they did exceptionally well for themselves was a map of Miramar, and even this time around, I think this is where they can look to push themselves onto those big numbers, onto those double digits in terms of the score, and look to bring themselves back. But Dragon, what is this, man? I mean, usually Dragons breathe fire, but this one just goes for those burst shots with the M4, gets a knock onto Ninze, although securing the finish is going to be a bit of a challenge. But as I say that, Beard Baba, along with one more of his comrades from the side of 4 Miracle, has taken the flank, and now it seems like Just Jelly might be in trouble.
What a shot from Dragon as well. But all things considered, they do pick up Ninze for now. Here comes Sam. trying to catch onto this beer bra, but almost clipping him off. And as of yet, seems like for Miracle, they don't really want to continue this fight. They are still outside the zone. Fortunately for them, it is stage 1, but eventually stage 2 is about to begin. But Team Jelly seems like they are going to make the call to say, let's bail. It's not worth taking the fight right here, right now.
I mean, I would love to see the action between these two squads, man.
Hey, if this happens, it might be AIB all over again from game number 1.
That is true. That is very true. Hey, but look at that cluster moving from Impala to Puerto Palacio. You have Glitch Reborn, you have Halo, you have ESG, and then you will have eventually H4K waiting towards Los Leones. So that's going to be an interesting way to see how any of these squads end up breaching the zone. But Forever Red Ross, all of a sudden, smack center of the circle. Wow, that is a quick rotation.
Agreed, but it's been a while since we've seen a Chumacera fight here, considering that Chumacera is a multi-level urban war fight, and compared to Los Leonas, obviously it's like also the same, but it's like 6 to 7 layers. Chumacera is mainly divided by 3 to 4 layers at tops, so at least 4 teams will have very, very good composition, but it's not enough space for anyone if the circle actually shifts in. So everybody will eventually lose a couple of players if they try to rotate in between the cracks of Chumacera itself. So this is going to be a tough circle, this circle itself. But as you can see, some of these teams, they are going to try and set out a couple of checkpoints outside to get a couple of picks themselves. Raka SAS, also one of those teams that was very low-key during their run-in-round stages. Didn't exactly get the flashiest play, but they do have some sort of consistency with them. We haven't seen that star power like how we expect of Ninja Jaw, Jonathan, etc. coming from them yet, but as soon as I say this, I actually lose Nanu in the process. Caster's curse, man.
He was the first guy to go out in the last game as well. Raka SAS not really off to a great start. H4K finding the first strike on this map of Miramar. Of course, this is that one team that I'm hoping to see how they end up moving forward. If they end up moving forward towards the semifinals, that is Knight, the man with the finish on the board. Has found an extra bit of ammo and the AUG to work with, but has he found the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen, which you guys can find for yourself. Just go on to Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, smartest AI gaming control in this device, segment's best 90 FPS device you can get for yourself. And of course, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 chipset.
Exactly, you can Google it on Realme P3 Ultra 5G for amazing rewards. And of course, it's the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million. So you gotta check it out. It is double the score in its segment itself. Meanwhile, continuing on to the game, we do have 3 teams still outside the zone, and that's gonna be GlitchX Reborn, Team Jelly, and also 4 Miracle. And the zone is about to close in even further because Stage 3 is about to begin. And in this case, where will it shift? Because Chumacera circles are not really that great, but we do have a quarter of it still there. And Forever Red Ross is having one of the best spots possible right now. Wow.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if it's luck or it's skill, man.
I think it is skill because, I mean, started from El Pozo and stage 2, they were already in Chumacera in the prime position to play or take any fight they want. Stage 3 shift also not doing them a lot of harm as well. Plus that wave coming in from the southern side. There will be an opportunity for Forever Red Ross to find those frags in the mid game itself. But Bodami Esports on our screens right now. We're waiting to see how do they bounce back after the fiasco that happened on Erangel. It seems like they've spotted out the players of Royal Emperor in the back lines. Have an opportunity to gatekeep them as well. Not gatekeep exactly, but to pick them apart.
Well, speaking of picking them apart, we saw a lot of Bot Army esports in the previous game, but today they are just a little bit quiet. But guess what? Outside the zone, guess who's hitting their shots? For Miracle Esports, once again, another knock coming from Dragon OP. And it is actually GlitchX Reborn that loses a player. Ash will be the ones to get Avi actually getting taken down here. They've been unfortunate for GlitchX Reborn, but we are expecting a third party. That's going to be ESG looking to play a good fight.
It is going to be interesting to see how does ESG climb up, but AimGod and Avery cooking up those nades. Do they have the exact location of where Reaper and Beard Baba are? And it turns out no. But the counter nade comes through. Some damage dished out onto Avery, and the Molotov is going to cut off their pathway to fall back. The second nade dishes out a little bit of damage as AimGod falls low. And ESG, it seems like options are going to be limited. They're going to be forced to fall back, but there's nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide, considering Glitch Reborn have found the backlines. Although Glitch Reborn, they need to get Revive going. That one man is bleeding out on the corner.
Oh boy, Glitch X Reborn. Seems like they took this opportunity to completely bail out on this fight. Avi, not going to be picked off. There is just too much heat in the vicinity, so they have to get out. But one thing I want to point out is that this game itself, ESG's got a lot to prove, considering the fact that they weren't even supposed to be playing in this lobby to begin with. Supposed to be in the wildcard stages, but due to a little bit of a disqualification that happened before the group draws happened, ESG gets the slot of Blitz Gaming.
Yeah.
Which is ironic for Blitz, but, well, we have to ensure fair play for all competitive players, right? So, as much as we are going to be giving a little bit of a heat towards ESG,
Yeah.
they weren't supposed to play today. So, are they actually prepared to play in this lobby is going to be the question.
I think for them as well, it is definitely a little bit of a surprise. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it is play day for us, but I think internally as an athlete, they would be happy to grab onto this opportunity. It is very rare that life will give you a second chance like this. It is always going to be a miracle. And ESG have to utilize this opportunity to the best. I think they were already in the wildcard stages, so they might have just
Yeah.
been relaxing a little bit. But I'm sure they were ready to compete against these teams in particular. So that homework now needs to be put to use.
Yeah.
And this is just basically your exams being preponed right now from the perspective
I think it's
of
more like a
ESG.
surprise exam for them because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they weren't doing their homework for today itself. You know, considering how late the news came in for them. So they right now all they can do is
Yeah.
pretty much, you know, do the best that they can and then hope to pray and make some kind of adjustments by tomorrow. Like if they're able to get like at least 10 to 15 points, they're going to be okay-ish. But tomorrow is going to be a very, very important run for ESG if, and I mean if and only if they get those kind of results.
Man, I mean, I see you got to go full South Asian dad on them right now. 10 to 15 points, 30, 35 points in day one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you get
Well.
2 games, 15 points per game, go for it.
Yep. But hold that thought for now because as of yet, Raka SAS, they're in a small fight with TWOB, but guess who's the one that actually gets the knock? It's going to be 8-Bit from afar that actually gets a couple shots in. What a shot coming from 8-Bit though. Like, where was that shot coming from? I don't even see 8-Bit anywhere around this place.
Me neither, man. They're too far away to be involved in this conflict, and I guess TWOB are going to utilize this element of surprise to their advantage as Raka SS put under pressure. Yashu looking to charge forward, shotgun armed and ready. But no utilities have made contact with the lads hiding indoors, although they start cooking up those counter nades of theirs to stop this push. But what just happened? Catalyst just ends up taking out himself and his own teammates. This is a gift given to the players of TWOB, and they need to capitalize. Do not go for Coffin. Finish off those 2 individuals knocked out indoors. And that they do, good sir. Now Coffin is going to be the last man left alive from the side of Raka SAS. And TWOB, they pounce on an opportunity to strike, but one man is going to be knocked out. All thanks to the S12K. These swings are impressive, but there's only so much he can do. The dump shot! Man, he is going Superman, putting them in a coffin and just closing them with nails, one after the other. The players of TWOB are going to be picked off. It's a 1v3 as of now, but can he find the 4th man as well?
Coffin, the savior. Can he do it though? Mistakes were made. And now a 1 versus 1. Molotovs comes through. He's got 5 bullets. And he's got to make that shot count, TWOB. They may have had the numbers advantage. But it's all up to Kanha versus him. And the revive comes through. But the zone is about to come in. And here he goes. Coffin. Oh! And Raka SAS Esports. Coffin pulls the comeback. The savior of Raka SAS.
Hey man, you see the players of TWOB, they are going to be the people forced to watch this coffin dance after this play. Impressive performance coming in a 1v4 clutch to make sure that at least his team has 4 points to work with.
Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure after this match, they are going to have a very, very serious conversation with Catalyst, man. What the heck happened? How did he blow both of them up? It might be a device, it might be an internet, but if it's a device, it's about time to upgrade for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, man.
Oh, I think it's the predictions, man, because you picked TWOV today. I'm going to blame you, I see, but ESG, wait, what? ESG also run into a fight of their own, and they do end up getting picked up by the players of 4 Miracle, but they have caused a little bit of chaos for this team. 4 Miracle pinned towards that southeastern corner of the blue. Their rotation timing is going to be messed up because of that delay, but we're going to talk about that in a bit. For now, AIB put under pressure by the players of Just Jelly, and Just Jelly just 3 players left standing. Kyolamau knocked out, but it should be an easy revive for Sam to secure, considering AIB. They are, I believe, down to the last man. It's going to be difficult for them to bounce back. All right, no, they are down to their last man inside of the building. The 2 players in the back lines can still show up to help out, but the third party from the back lines, as Soul is looking to move in.
Oh no, Circle's coming in. They have a lot of time, but they have to wrap things up as well, Team Jelly. If they make one wrong move, they are going to be instantly jumped on by Team Soul. You talked about this as well. And Team Soul, they're still deciding if they want to make this fight worth it or not. But in terms of this value, Jelly, he is going to get knocked here. He actually knocked himself with his nades. Huh. What's going on in this game?
Too much panic, too much chaos amongst all of this conflict. AIB always looking to move in. The shotgun duel goes off one after the other. The players are going to be traded out. Down to the last man, and Kyolamau manages to walk away with a win in that duel. Manages to rescue his team from perdition. The revives are going to come through, but Just Jelly, they need to be on the move as soon as these players are back up on their feet. Because look who was the smartest of the bunch. It was the lads from Seoul. They just completely ignored the fight and moved for the control of the circle. But Halo on the other side, getting pounced upon by the players of 4 Miracle. Dragon OP and Poker will not lose. Well, the name says it all. He is not looking to lose. The 2 players from the side of Halo are just pinned inside this building with no escape in sight.
Oh, as of yet, this smoke is going to give them a little bit more cover here, but they need this compound, and they can't share it with Team Halo. Chief going for a random spray through the smokes. He does get one clip, and that's going to be one knock in the favor as he looks for one more. And guess what, Dragon? He's going to be clutching his way through, and he's going to get taken out as well. Team Halo holds down the fort, but it's only Chief left right inside the zone. And all this chaos is being heard by their neighbors, and nobody is looking to take a pounce yet. It is still a wide circle. Stage 5, 29 remaining, and 11 teams still across the board.
Well, Chief, considering he is playing for Team Halo now, needs to turn into Master Chief and bring the victory for his team. To destroy every single person standing his way and the chicken dinner. But Just Jelly on the other side, down to just Kyolamau. Oh. The nade lands to perfection. Aim God is going to be finished off. That means ESG out of the way. And Just Jelly, by the way, they are also averaging decent number of points. 5 finishes secured from this game. I believe they had 7 points in total from the previous one.
And as of yet, they are in a little bit of a tough spot themselves.
Yeah.
Look at the circle. They have to push into its H4K and also Soul. And that's going to be a long push for Kyolamau. There's only so much he can do, but hopefully, all things considered, he is going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, GlitchX Reborn, we have Akshat left alone as well. As the last player coming from GlitchX Reborn, they're trying to get a couple position points. Soul, we talked about them being one of the potential playmakers in this game, but this is my first time seeing Soul being extremely low-key. Look at this. In 2 games, they've only got 2 points thus far. And as the competition is slowly willing down, they need to start farming some points because Forever Red Ross is looking very, very good this game.
Well, they are looking quite good, but it's going to be interesting to see where they finish up. Towards the northern edge of the circle right now. Forever Red Ross outside of the play zone, by the way. So closing in is going to be a bit of a challenge, but it was a challenge for the players of Seoul as well. And as they try to move in, Hunters is going to be knocked out, but they close in the distance between them and the compound where the players of Royal Emperor were. That nade needs to find the opening. Damage dished out onto Some, and Manya knocked out in the back lines, but the counter Molotov goes through. And Some, he can get pushed upon, and he does get knocked out in flak. Clutch X, one after the other. This man has been the reason for two of the players from Seoul getting knocked out. Can he find the third? And can he be the reason for the early exit for Seoul in this game?
What a clutch coming from Royal Emperor. The substitution comes into play and they're looking pretty good. Clutch X seems to be clutching out for the team, and now here comes the push. Oh, but he misses the timing. He was going for the confirmation, and because of that greed, Nicole is able to pick him off. Mistakes were made coming from Royal Emperor, and just like that, so they get the reset. Hunters still being knocked from afar, but it seems to me Nicole is going to be the last man standing coming from Seoul.
Yeah, Knuckle, the last man standing from Seoul, and things not looking too good for the side of Forever Red Ross as well, as they're going to be down to Phoenix. Royal Emperor just ruining the game for two of the best teams in this lobby right now. Oh, and Phoenix does not have any first aids to work with. Not a lot of util on him as well. So survival over here, it's going to be a big challenge. He's outside the edge of the circle, ever so slight. Man, you see that body? Secure that point. There you go.
Nicely done. Phoenix gets another point. There's going to be 7 finishes total for Forever Red Ross, and they are currently in the top 8. Top 8 means you have some points in terms of overall position, but can you get a little bit more? Because as of yet, he's on top of the roof. It's not exactly the greatest spot to be in. The nade from Voltric does clip him off, but the zone, they have to push out, and Seoul is looking to try and capitalize on this, and Nicole, he can farm up all these finishes.
Yeah, but Phoenix, oh, the damage from the blue, and from the distance, it is going to be 8-Bit Mafia who finds the frag for his team. I think 8-Bit might just walk away with a chicken dinner in this game. Look at this, 7 teams, 16 players still alive. They have the high ground advantage to work with, and they are one of the only other team apart from H4K that have all 4 players still surviving. But H4K, there's a possibility that maybe Chief is just going to show up, ruin the day with the third party. But we'll talk about that in a bit. For now, Knuckle all set to take on the remaining players from the side of Royal Emperor. And he does get distracted, forced into a corner. 1 man in the front, 1 man in the back. And both the players just making sure that they toy with Knuckle for as long as possible. Oh. And oh, the panic nade. This is what I was talking about. They were toying him for so long that he makes a mistake, nades himself, although denies the point to Royal Emperor.
Oh my goodness, in less than 1 game, we have seen 3 nades that pretty much took themselves out. And Nako is going to be the 3rd one in this case. A little bit unfortunate for him. But all things considered, we are down towards the final 16s because of Nako's small little blunder, denying those points. Royal Emperor, they will finally get a little bit of space to continue their push through this the next place. And now Voltric and also Levi, the clutch server coming in from Royal Emperor, does not have a single finish yet, but they somehow make themselves into the top 6. So that's going to be a little bit points. And as of yet, 8-Bit, like you said, has that high ground advantage. And the only one that has some sort of firepower that can take them down is pretty much H4K and TNC in this current lobby.
Yeah, but TNC, they've been too calm for a long time in this game as well. Just completely not willing to fight, even though the players of 8-Bit keep moving towards them. And because of that, it is going to be the side of new champions who find the opening against the side of 8-Bit, but the counter nade comes through, and it is going to be new champions suffering because of that overcommitment. Bogey knocked out, and Oasis finds the frag onto Vyro as well. But Mafia, all of this distraction plays out into the hands of Akshat from the side of Glitch Reborn as he finds the opening. 8-Bit, can they find the counter trade? Oasis shows up on the other side of the ridge, but the blue zone damage has made sure that it is going to be Oasis coming out on top in that duel. Down to 5 teams, 14 players we go, as 8-Bit are looking very solid in this match. 5 eliminations already secured.
Yeah, Akshat almost paying spoilers for 8-Bit, but he does give Team New Champions a little bit space to go in for the reset. Unless the nade says something, seems like it's not going to happen. 8-Bit continues their assault. They are going to get a random stray across the smoke. Finds one. The reset comes through once more, but the zone is about to close in. And Ash will get the confirmation onto his Team New Champions. While despite all odds, 8-Bit, they're fighting neck and teeth here. But they won't be able to find any more as H4K It's going to be slowly sneaking to the next phase as well, but finally the squad confirmation comes through.
Yeah, they finally end up eliminating the entirety of new champions. And now only 4 teams remain. 8-bit with all 4, H4K with all 4, Royal Emperor with 2 players, and Halo has been surviving, all thanks to Master Chief OG. He's still alive. He's been hiding for a long time, but I wonder, can he make it to the top 3? As Term, he makes sure that Waltrick from the side of Royal Emperor is going to be knocked out. And I think the last man, Levi, is going to be finished off soon as well, if he tries to go for a revive over there. But H4K, they need to use this distraction caused by the players of Royal Emperor and try and gain some map control against the players of 8-bit. Otherwise, it will be too late. That hill actually works out in the favor of 8-bit. The only thing I'm worried about, IC, is utility. But hey, Chief OG, damage dished out. He's there with a sliver of HP, but he finds the opening as well. Suja knocked out, and before he goes out, he ends up securing one more finish. And Chief, brilliantly done. Top 4 finish for Halo. And they walk away with 4 eliminations as well.
Well, that's going to be some points given away. Meanwhile, H4K, they're not as strong as you seem as well. But Mafia, look at this. He finds a confirmation, but he gets traded off as well. 8-bit now in a 3v2v2 situation. Can they get the reset as H4K is going to be looking for the confirmation on Mafia? But it seems like another nade comes through, and H4K is going to be bamboozling them. As they thought they are split up, but 8-bit, they're taking 2 fronts here. Levi also holding on for his dear life, and he's going to get completely taken out by Always. 10 finishes in the bag by 8-bit, and H4K versus 8-bit in this final 2.
Yeah, it's kind of a 3 versus 2 situation in the favor of H4K, but Ash, this off angle, can actually be a big turning point into the favor of 8-bit. And Waze has been doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's the 2 IGLs going up against an entirety of H4K. The utility Molotov overshoots, and the players of H4K are just going to charge forward. Knight looking to connect that nade onto Ovace, overshoots again, and Ovace is going to run to try and stop Drax from pushing any further. The knock comes through, but Ovace is going to be surviving with a sliver of HP. Knocked out 1v2 for Ash. Is he looking to go for a revive? I don't think so. Uses the smoke as cover. Around the corner he goes, but the victory is going to be guaranteed for H4K. Numbers in their favor, the health bars in their favor, and the chicken dinner, well, turns out it had their name written on it.
Well, what a game. An unexpected victory, but a good run here coming from 8-bit. H4K now just getting a little bit of footing here in this round itself. 6 games in total, and this game too is a banger for Team H4K. What a run coming from them. They have been very, very patient in their upbringings as well. They were able to find the opportunity to strike, and this strike was a very, very important one for Team H4K.
It was an important one, but the only thing I'm worried about is where are the finishes, man? They need to bring in those finishes for themselves, and on that front, I think 8-bit, that was lovely performance. This is the 8-bit that I've been waiting to see for a long time. And not just 8-bit, these 4 players, they've been sticking together for a long time. I think last year they were playing under a different banner, and this is the level of play that we wanted to see from them. Finally, it's here.
Yep, it is finally here, but unfortunately to say, they weren't the ones that got the chicken dinner. Like, that chicken dinner would have been a big win for 8-bit, but I have to give props where credit is due as well. 2 of the teams that had their substitution coming from Game 1 were in the top 4, Royal Emperor and Team Halo. It seems like sometimes you gotta change the feng shui, change the vibes a little bit here to give them an extra motivation, right? If there's a guy who's kind of toxic, you know what, sub him out, get somebody new, get a fresh face, get a fresh vibes, and now they're in the top 4. So I would say they get some sort of points, but I feel like the strategy needs to be a little bit changed here.
Talk about being toxic. Can I be a little toxic right now?
Yeah, sure.
TWOV, what was that?
Caster's curse, man. Like, ever since round 4 began, all my predictions has been completely down the
You're getting teams 1v4 at this point. That is how bad it has gone.
that's a little bit unfortunate as well. Coffin making the clutch, right? Like, to be honest, that was pretty much a free win for TWOB, but for some reason, they just couldn't get it done. And Coffin 1v4.
Oh, I mean, yeah, TWOB were the ones, nothing taken away. That's a good team, good set of players on TWOB. Coffin, at that point, I think he was possessed. Because those swings around the corner, you and I, we discussed a lot of just mechanical plays, right? Every single small detail is what we try to break down. Those peaks around the corner were so swift and so clean every single time he went for a duel that I think the only way they could have countered him was just all of them just hard peeking that angle and just waiting for him to swing the next time, which they didn't do. They just gave him a fair fight. So I think if you run in 1-by-1, if you give him isolated duels, his odds of winning those duels are 50-50. If multiple player charge towards him, that's the only way they take him out.
That's why it's so hard to actually play urban fights itself. Like, people would rather use nades to actually flush them out rather than going for a rush, just because of the fact that even if you 4-man push this guy, if the first guy gets knocked in front, there is going to be instances of body block mechanics, like 2 seconds body blocks, which kind of results them from immediately going for the trade. And if the second guy gets knocked, that pretty much means the entire entryway is blocked. So the third guy can't really push through. So I would say it's smart of Coffin to be able to clutch that situations, but again, you have to give credit where credit is due. He understood his mechanics, he was able to come out with the win, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be very, very pissed just because Catalyst, what happened? Is it the device? Is it the phone? You need a brand new phone.
Yeah, and talking about a brand new phone, the realme P3 Ultra 5G might just be the device that he might need. 90 FPS, BGMI certified, world debut for the Dimensity 8350. Everything that can make sure that you do not get 1v4 in your game, man.
But all things considered, I feel like right now, in terms of overall finishes, Forever Red Ross does have some sort of consistency. They were able to get a couple of big points, but it wasn't a big game for them. So it is still even Stevens for all the teams. And currently, I would say on average-wise, you need to be at least in the top 3 on each respective group to kind of have some footing to qualify as the overall top 60.
Yeah, I mean, usually that might be the case, but this time I think the groups are going to be extremely weird. Some groups are going to have an extremely high cutoff in the top 3 as well. But yeah, top 3 just to be safe. But this game gave us a lot of fun moments like that 1v4 we witnessed, and then a lot of not so fun moments, but fun for us, like that nade coming in from the players of I think it was New Champions who ended up knocking out themselves. No, it was the nade from Raka SAS only. One player just nading himself and his teammate, and TW go in. The next few seconds they get 1v4'd. The self-nade from Knuckle, although he does deny the point to Royal Emperor.
Well, there was a self-nade from Team Jelly as well.
Yeah.
Just in this game itself, we've seen 3 players with 3 self-nades. I'm not sure what's going on. It might be jitters, it might be pressure, but I can definitely feel a lot more mistakes by all these teams coming in this game. So, and it is the quarterfinals, pressure is on, people are playing a little bit more aggressive, and just because of the fact that you need as many points as you can.
Yeah.
And it's not like you can just sit down and say, hey, today is a bad day, tomorrow we're going to bounce back. Every game is a game that you need to step up, and guess what? Phoenix, for Forever Red Rocks with 6 finishes, is the MVP. I would say this is still a step up coming for Forever Red Ross.
Exactly, man. I mean, Forever Red Ross, they've stepped up quite nicely, and it's not just Phoenix. They did end up securing a lot of placement points in this game as well, but we have the list of top 5 players. Coffin deserves to be there for sure with that 1v4 that he was able to pull off. Halo Chief OG. I'm going to start calling him Master Chief from now on, because surviving till the end game over there was extremely difficult. Plus, he kind of ruined the day for H4K, but 8-Bit unfortunately was unable to capitalize. So Waste and Termi from the side of 8-Bit also making the list of top 5 players.
Yep, and as of yet as well, the highest, longest finisher is going to be by Termi from 292 meters. I was expecting a little bit higher, considering that we saw a little bit instance in the earlier stage of the game, but that wasn't a confirmation between Team Jelly, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but all things considered, this circle, again, when we talk about Chuma Serra circles, it is relatively close. But with that being said, H4K taking the Chickener will get themselves 17 points.
Yes, 17 points for H4K, 8-Bit walking away with 16. Royal Emperor as well had a decent game this time, 8 points for them. Team Halo with 8. Forever Red Ross, 7 eliminations on the board, just 1 placement points, 8 points for them as well. New Champions bouncing back with this game of Miramar, 6 points secured. 4 Miracle, 6 points on the board, all for finishes. Then in the top 8, we have Team Jelly on that 8th position with 5 points to their name.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game here. It is a pretty balanced one between all the teams here, but Red Ross with 8 points, that means Phoenix himself has got 6 on his own. He single-handedly carried the team in that match. Meanwhile, in the second half here, Raka SAS Esports, Coffee getting the 4 finishes themselves, Soul only getting themselves 3 points, which is interesting, considering that this is a team that dominates in Miramar itself, but for 2 games in a row, Soul nowhere to be found in the top 8 at all. And of course, the top two right now is going to be Red Ross, Forever Red Ross, and also Team 4 H4K.
Yeah, what is that? 17.5 points per game, the average for Forever Red Ross after that game one. H4K bouncing back in a very nice manner. They finished in the top 3 of game number 1. And of course, the chicken dinner coming in on the map of Miramar itself. 8-bit. A brilliant bounce back coming in from them. 23 points. Raka SAS 14 points on the board. So now you see the differences line up. Team Jelly on the 5th with 12. We have 4 Miracle on the 6th with 12 points. Just 1 placement points, though. That's the interesting thing over there. But hey, Aishi, I wanted to talk about this. First 2 matches, and it seems like Bot Army Esports, Autobots and AIB are just sticking very close to each other. Even in this game, the bottom 2 were Bot Army and Autobots.
Well, unfortunately to say, these 4 teams pretty much had a little bit of a rough run here, especially in the bottom 4, because of how they do have very similar rotations coming from game number 1. But for Seoul and TWOB, 2 of the grind teams here in this half as well, I'm a little bit worried for them. I know it's Caster's Curse, but it seems like everybody is part of the Caster's Curse right now. Like, you don't want us to predict you right now.
Of course. I mean, that happens quite a lot. The only one who has gotten his predictions kind of right, or his team is doing well, is Engineer YT.
Yeah. 4 Miracle is currently in the top here-ish. But consistency is going to be key. There is going to be one more game for them to decide whether or not who's going to be the top here in day number 1 of the quarterfinals themselves.
Exactly. And it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out eventually, because we are sure some of the big names are going to bounce back, aren't we, Icy? But before we jump into the action and continue our journey with the upcoming map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive-bys on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, down while I'm at the time. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Hello everyone and welcome back to realme BGIS 2025, and you guys are currently watching the quarterfinals and the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Big Necro. We're finally back here, and we are going to be giving you the full commentary of the quarterfinals here for Group B itself. We've seen 2 games thus far, 2 very consistent runs coming from Forever Red Ross, but a little bit of a bounce back here for Team H4K and 8-bit. Necro, what do you think about that 2 match?
Look, H4K has been one of the most consistent teams, considering the previous game as well. They, of course, won that game. And then in the first game, H4K was there in the top 2 itself. So H4K, they have been one of the consistent bunch, and I would love to see them move on with that same pace. Forever Red Ross, of course, doing great, but still a few known names that we really had a lot of expectations from, not able to perform, and I guess the biggest name has to be Soul.
Hey, I agree. And this time, I feel like sometimes in life, you gotta announce to the world where your usual drop spots is, because Forever Red Ross, they announced themselves. Oh, Snake Pancake Split coming in from Erangel, Miramar, the El Pozo, uncontested. And now in Sanhok, they have announced that they are going to be in Paradise. So I'm not sure, are we going to see a drop contest there?
It's quite a popular drop location. In my opinion, they are probably going to be contested by someone. And I would love to see that contention happen as well, right? Towards Boot Camp, towards Paradise Resort. They've always been the hot drops. And we've seen a lot of those teams actually duke it out in those spots as well. And I see another one of those teams that we had expectations from. It's also going to be Bot Army Esports. Performance not on the line. I would love to see them do great in the upcoming games, but something that's going to help you do great in your games, it's going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win incredible rewards.
Exactly. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million, which doubles the score in its segment itself. So be sure to check it out, because it is by far the best in BGMI itself for its 90 FPS gaming all-rounder, which is currently priced at 22,999 rupees. So remember, again, Google, pre-book it right here, right now.
Once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? We've got big names not performing. Bot Army Esports, you've also got Soul in the mix, even TWOB.
Yeah.
The performance is quite shaky. Autobots Esports, too, should be part of the conversation, since Autobots Esports, they've been trying since a long time at this point, and they haven't been able to crack to the LAN finals. Maybe this time they can have a shot, since they've already made it till the quarterfinals, but if they fail over here, too, then I'm not exactly sure what to say at that point.
I think most of the grind teams has kind of struggled ever since round 4 kind of began. And coming to quarterfinals, it feels like every single team needs to find that usual limelight. And today itself, Forever Red Ross does have that limelight itself. But guess what? Here's another substitution coming from Team Halo once more. Aditya was subbed in game number 2, and now, actually, he's back again. He was actually subbed out, and now he's back again, subbing out 7-guard OP. So Halo, like now, 3 games in a row, they have had a little bit of a mix-up here for Team Halo.
I like that they're experimenting over here, right? Since they know no one gets eliminated from this stage, Halo is using the initial games to try and bring out new permutations and combinations. If it does work out, it's going to be helping them, of course, in the upcoming run. If it does not work out, it's completely fine. You anyways move on towards wildcard, and then you need to place yourself in the top 16 once again. So Halo is using this stage as if like they are trying to get things known for themselves and trying to get as many permutation combinations right for their lineup.
I don't know if this is risky or not, but personally I feel like this is kind of risky, considering the fact that right now, getting into semifinals is where you want to be in, right? And in order to go there, the top 16 of all the groups need to have as many points as possible. And in Halo's case, I feel like after game 2 substitution, they were in the top 4. So I would say it's still okay. Same can be said for Royal Emperor as well. They had 1 substitution and then they are in the top 4 as well. But it does give them that additional placement points. But it feels like right now, having high finishes is more important than placement points.
Of course, look, at the end of the day, consistency matters, right? No matter what you do, no matter if you try to go guns blazing, if you get that one incredible game in your hands and then fail all the other games, it's not going to matter. Consistency is something that matters. And how do you get that consistency? It's by positioning yourself good inside of the circle and surviving till the end. And I guess over here, a prime example has to be H4K. The way they've been playing so far, the first 2 games, immaculate positioning. The first game itself, H4K found themselves in the top 3. GlitchX Reborn, spoiling their dreams a bit, but it's completely fine. Then you move on towards the second game, H4K getting a chicken dinner. What else do you want? H4K is on a flying start next to Forever Red Ross.
Hey, might be a good game as well, but when it comes to Sanhok as well, it is going to be a little bit of a different ball game here, because Erangel and Miramar is all about tactics, but Sanhok, a little tactic, more firepower, because it is going to be close and personal between some of these teams, because we are about to jump into its game number 3, the final game for this group itself. In the half 1, here in the map itself, it is going to be Sanhok.
as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Cow towards down south. Now, looking at the plane fly path and knowing that it is going to be the map of Sanhok, no team's going to be facing any sort of problems to make it to their designated drop locations. Maybe some teams can be a bit late, but still, it's completely okay. We're looking out for a few clashes, and if we do see those clashes happening, I would love to see which teams are going to be going off against who.
Personally, I want to see if there's anybody going to be clashing on Paradise result, because forever Red Raws in their social media tagged, and so far, Erangel and Miramar, no one contested them. This time, they've announced they are in Paradise.
And no one's contested them.
Well, I think it's a smart play here for some of these teams here, especially in the quarterfinals. Oh, before we play, here you go, guys. I'm going to be dropping here. Nobody's going to contest you. Respect.
Usually teams do that, but a lot of teams now these days are trying to bring in that versatile playstyle. That's why announcing your drop locations can actually be a little bit of a red flag, and maybe that's why Seoul exactly did not do that, and everyone knows where exactly Seoul goes, right? Everyone knows where the known names go. It's all about the newer names coming in to make sure and just trying to get things done for themselves. Since we're seeing teams like Halo still bringing in new stuff.
Yeah, I agree. But guess what? We are going to be seeing a little bit of drop clash here. AIB is going to be clashing on this 8-bit in bootcamp itself. So that's going to be a little bit of troubles going towards 8-bit, considering that they had a great run in group number 2, in game number 2, and this is a run that they cannot afford to be held out on. And as you can see, Joker with the shotties, he is going to be looking for the pump. There's going to be 1, there's going to be 2, and 8-bit loses 2 right off the bat. Hiya, feels bad for 8-bit right now.
Rough luck. 8-bit losing out on 2 players. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow since the previous game. They finished things off in the 2nd spot. And now for 8-bit, this seems like a major downfall in the performance. And such spanner can be a tough one to recover from. Termi really does want to go for the revenge here. He pushes up close and personal with that DBS in his hands. Looking to at least find out that first blow. Spots out a bit of that ankle off the opponent. Termi knows exactly where the man's placed, and now also spots out a few more players moving up close and personal. Termi, he fights the first strike, the second one as well, just walks straight into it. Termi's doing a phenomenal job, pulls out the ACAM as well, chips away the man in the back, and all he needs to do is connect one more shot. He's on the verge of pulling out in 1v4. Termi still looking to terminate a few more. The man in the back is chipped up too low, and now Termi knows he's also getting wrapped up. The team in the front now is starting to break a lot of sweat as 8-bit, another man closes on up, and that's going to be Ash. A man with a big shoulder. Ash knows the responsibility is too much, carrying that flag of 8-bit. One single misstep means the entire game's gone, and Ash is actually going for that jump peek. He wants to find the first confirmation. He wants to go for that death blow as well. Termi with the high ground. He's got the major advantage, and Termi finds another strike. 3 players lined up by Termi single-handedly. 4 bullets in the magazine. He does not really have a lot of shells in the shotgun, but he also uses this time to patch himself up. And now the man from AIB, he wraps up on the back. Spider Boy, he's created that off angle, and he's challenging Termi straight up. A 1-on-2 on the makings. Termi, he's made things quite tough for the opponents.
My goodness, what a bait and switch coming in as well. But now the confirmation comes through. But can they get a little bit more? But guess what? The third party comes in. H4K comes into third party. And 8-bit might just lose out on this fight. The rest of H4K comes through. AIB, they may have been eliminated. But this noise coming in is going to be the demise of 8-bit. They don't have mats, they don't have utilities, and H4K, they're rushing in towards this fight. Devil, going to be insides here, but H4K going to be looking for the wraparounds. All they need is the perfect pump. And Termi has lost his compadre, Ash, being the first one to get taken down. And right now, he doesn't have anything. He needs that perfect pump, and he's going to get taken out. H4K cleans out bootcamp themselves.
They were here with the mops, and they cleaned it out. Also cleaned all the stains that were there on the ground. H4K, incredible stuff. 3 elimination points to kick things off. And yes, they also took down the last standing man of AIB, which was Spider Boy. So unfortunately, that 4-piece from Termi never came through. But it's fine though, still, right? 8-bit, considering they were about to be taken down with 0 points, they still got the best out of that worst situation.
Well, Servi, pretty far shot, completely proned up, misses his connections. The bullet damage does have a little bit of fallout damage, but not connecting an easy shot like that might actually hurt them in overall in general. But as soon as I say this, H4K runs in towards another team. Autobots Esports gets a couple of nice shots in, but H4K has no break whatsoever in this rotation.
Autobots Esports now moving up. They want to create a flank angle. Maybe an off angle on the opponents. Catch them off guard. H4K's positioning game has been incredible. And right now, too, they know exactly when they want to dial down that aggression. When they want to play it safe.
Well, they kind of have to right now, but with the zone coming into play, seems like Circle hasn't really shown where it's going to be specifically down here, but it is going to be a southern one potentially. But the question here is it going to be a Bravo a Charlie Island, or maybe a Quarry Circle? We've seen at least 3 Quarry Circles coming from the round stages to date on screen. I wouldn't be surprised if teams actually make their way towards Quarry as well. Forever Red Ross is closer to that position there in terms of overall pattern. But Autobots Esports, they've given up their fight against HO4K. They are going to push in without any vehicles, which is kind of surprising to me. Huh.
It indeed is.
But all things considered, now on screen again, we do see another team who's really on the cornerstones of the circle. They are going to be gatekeeping some of the teams from the northeast corner. We have Glitch X Reborn and also Team Jelly, who hasn't been able to get a very, very good game themselves here. And it is going to be a problem for them eventually.
It will be. A lot of problems will occur, but something that's going to help you deal with those problems, it's going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. And yes, if you move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. And speaking of the device itself, it's got some incredible kit to it. Cannot forget, of course, 90 FPS also comes into play with that. And the world's debut with Diamond City 8350 Ultra chipset.
For double the performance in its segment, with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million, which doubles the score in its segment itself. Now, Team Jelly, finally, in 2 games in a row, they have 12 points in total. And they have been playing from outside the zone, and Jelly, the IGL, getting taken off rather early by Glitch X Reborn. Not a good look for them right now.
It's not. And looking at the next zone too, for Miracle, they've got a decent stance for themselves too. In the Smack Center 4 now, but a bit of that split between the man who's currently on the centric part and the remaining 3 players just on the tail. You've also got TWOB towards the right side of that zone. Even EMP want to make it in. Forever Red Ross, a little bit of that late breach coming through. I would love to see how that pathway is going to be paved now.
It's so tough, considering that this circle may be on the open fields as well. For, like you said as well, for Miracle, they have one of the least heat coming from the southwest corner. But TWOB, they are going to be expecting a lot of heat. They are going to be the gatekeepers towards the bridge as well. ESG is going to be coming from there. Same for Team Jelly and Glitch X Reborn, who may or may not be rotating towards the bridges themselves. But as soon as I say this, the gatekeeping comes through. TWOB, Kana, they get the first knock, and that's going to be the second one coming from him.
That's a rough luck. Kana gets knocked down in return as well. Forever Red Ross once again getting the grip back inside of the fight, but Beast is the only man standing. And he's also catching a lot of hurt upon himself from the opposite side. Even the opponents now, they start to rack up. They start to engulf the man himself, and Beast, now he utilizes that smoke to keep himself alive for a bit longer, but he moves out in the open, and that's going to be it. The head on the swivel gets cut off, and just like that, the last man too gets eliminated.
Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate for Forever Red Ross. Kanha, he did the best he could do. He's only got 2 finishes, and they were the reason why Forever Red Ross got completely shut down. TWOB just losing a member. This is a good run for them, but they have to continue their journey with only 3 players. Royal Emperor, however, they do find themselves a pretty decent cover here. And it's not exactly my most favorite just because it is pretty open, but it does give a decent amount of coverage to actually protect those vehicles if they want to rotate out to safety. And Team Jelly now finally making their way. They might actually pass by them. Shots are being shot at towards them, but unfortunately, do they get the connection? Yes, they do. And that's going to be another player from Team Jelly that gets picks off.
Rough luck for Jelly. Keel him out, gets spotted, instantly eliminated. And now we've got Royal Emperor. At least they've got 3 finishes for themselves, right? Things looking good, sailing good as well. But the previous 2 games for Royal Emperor, they have been a bit of that hiccup. Yeah. Hopefully they recover from those, since Game of Sanhok always brings in new opportunities.
Agreed. And this is exactly why I hate vehicles coming from that compound, right? It's so open to a point that anyone who drives past, you are going to get a free spray down. And Royal Emperor was able to capitalize on that, which is a good sign. But as soon as they get out, people are going to be taking shots on them. Meanwhile, on screen, ESG, 2 players right from the get-go getting picked off by Glitch X Reborn. Ralph getting knocked in, and another player drops from ESG. And that's going to be Glitch X Reborn taking 3 potentially in the bag.
The chance of survival now dwindling down even more. Wall of Death 2 moves up. And Glitch X Reborn just scooping up the elimination points. Glitch X Reborn 2 should be part of the conversation, right? Game 1 was great. They managed to place themselves on the 2nd spot. But after that, Glitch X Reborn completely deactivated. Now it's time to once again be back alive. And speaking of being alive, well, Autobots Esports not alive for so long.
Yeah, and they were cooking up some good names as well. Exploser pretty much was the reason why they didn't do well in game number 2, but Coffin was able to clutch it out big time from Rockeye SAS. And hopefully with this 4-man lineup now and 4 finishes outside of Painan, they are going to be able to do a little bit better. But the question here is, will they be able to push out of the zone? Because H4K is in the vicinity. And currently, like you said, H4K, one of the most consistent team thus far. Still in the top 2 in the overall standings from Group B. Might be able to overthrow Forever Red Ross if they get a good game this game.
Everyone needs a great game. Maybe Forever Red Ross, not so much, since they've already got a lot of points. You speak of the struggling bunch, and they need those good games. For Miracle Esports, shots were taken down on the players of H4K as they try to make a rotation. And that's going to be Swift one as well. No problems yet. And speaking of problems, they brew up for Ikusol. Unfortunately, 2 players knocked out, and the Knuckles Wall follows up that same string. But even Draxi pulls out the shotgun, and he finds the 3rd man as well. H4K, even they've got the same problems as Soul. What can they do? Nade being now lobbed out from Draxi on the verge of elimination. But as soon as I say that, Draxi himself gets eliminated by a well-placed nade from Hunter.
That is so unlucky of Draxi. He was spraying and praying. And as soon as he spotted that guy, he didn't have enough ammunition. And he swapped for the shotty to go for those mid-range fights. And that was the reason why Draxi wasn't able to knock off Hunters in particular. But, of course, with that being said, seems like Caster's Curse is still on. Anyone we kind of praise off pretty much gets taken out. And as soon as the say this, guess what? Soul, they're going to be expecting a little bit of company. And that's going to be Rockeye SAS who heard all this commotion from all the way from Painan. And they are going to try and get a couple finishes themselves. 5 in the back here from Rockeye SAS.
Rough luck for Soul. And now Raka, they want a 3rd party. Knock on the doors once again. Soul, they seemed ready. Hunter's repositioning himself on the off angle, but even his footsteps were heard, and that nade's going to be lobbed right next to him. No connection found yet. Raka SAS still left to search. Exploser getting 4 finishes. Raka SAS has been doing fine so far. At least they're getting decent amount of eliminations, but now taking a fight against Soul, it might just be too much.
Yeah, it just might be as well. It is stage 3. The zone is about to close in. And they don't exactly know where this circle is. And as you can see, Soul, they're pretty much in a very open position. They want to protect those vehicles. And now Manya going to be making the call to kind of reposition themselves, which is huge. Meanwhile, on the finish feed here, we do see a little bit of replay. Exploser with a 1 versus 3 against Autobots. Wow. That was a very, very good flush coming from them.
A quick 3-piece from that man. And then in the end, it was Catalyst to put the nail in the coffin.
And I would say this is a big run coming from Exploser. He made a little bit of mistake from Miramar itself, but this time he redeemed himself. Coffin, you 1v4, guess what? I'm going to 1v3 as well. So they one-upped each other, which is a good sign.
They're feeling warmed up.
Very, very competitive mindset right now.
Yeah.
Which is a great sign. But as of yet, the circle is going to shift them down, so seems like Circle is not going to be helping Soul at all. And Rockeye SAS needs to push through Royal Emperor's compound, which again is by far one of the most open compound. And 4 Miracle has got a very, very big spread.
Look at Soul. They're wrapping up from the back, and Raka, they might just be backstabbed. I love that move from Manya. He's moved all the way on the back of Raka. And now Raka, they need to be a little bit quick. They need to be vigilant. They're taking shots upon themselves. Exploser almost on the verge of being knocked out. Soul's doing a perfect job in playing this fight, and here comes the drive-by, but unfortunately, it was not successful. I'm not even sure what Manya was doing there. He straight up just drove in the enemy turf and got knocked out like that. Manya had an incredible positioning, but he still gave it up. And now for Soul, they've just got the last two men standing. Even Hunters get struck down. It's down to Same. Not a lot can be done, but as soon as I say so, Same, he found 3 strikes, but in the end, he got struck himself.
Catalyst with the big save. Raka as they get the full reset as well. Stage 4 circle. It is a pretty slow one, but they have to completely pick everyone up to get out of this. They can't tank the zone, but unfortunately the Mets comes true. I think they might just lose 2 players right there. So it seems like Raka SAS, they are going to put them inside the vehicle. Oh, Nanu put one in. That's it. They're going to drive him to safety right now. Royal Emperor, they heard all of this. But it seems like they are not going to be able to hunt them down. So Raka SAS, they need to find a little bit of a next pit stop right there.
They want to be the opportunistic one.
They need their big reset right now.
They definitely do.
Exploser is about to bleed out as well. Oh no, the playmaker for this game. He's about to bleed out. Somebody pick him up and he's gone. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, they actually got him. They got him at the last tick.
He will be saved just on the pixel. Just on the verge of being eliminated from this game. And look at NC. New champions. Are they really the new champions though? Now they're facing off against the World of Battle. And when you've got a World of Trouble collapsing on top of yourself, positioning yourself in a better spot can be tough. And Yashu, that constant barrage of utilities is now getting a bit tough to handle. New champions, since they've got one man knocked out upon themselves, and Legend 2, he gets confirmed by the team in the back, which will be EMP. And TWOB themselves, they've got a few more problems brewing up, since they're also getting shot at from the sidelines. Taking this fight, it does not seem too valuable, but still TWOB just want to get rid of the opponents. But as soon as I say that, the man in the front was able to find the first strike with the shotgun, but in return, Anonymous saves the day.
Well, Circle's coming through as well. TWOB, they may have won the small little battles. Fortunately for them, they will get the reset, but it is still a long push for them. They do have a couple of vehicles to work with, but Team Jelly, they pretty much heard all this commotion. And 4 Miracle, and one of the best spots possible in this entire zone, does have so much control in this zone himself. And guess what? Raka SAS, they get the full reset. Nanu gets picked off once more. And Raka SAS somehow is managed to actually creep up into the center zone.
Catalyst, there's a team right next to him on the right side. And Raka, the positioning is way too exposed. Teams positioned on the sidelines as well, and where can you go when you've got a team like Bot Army Esports potentially having the line of sight on top of you? And speaking of the line of sight, even Royal Emperor, they've spotted out the players of Raka. Nox found equally. Levi's knocked out even from the side of Royal Emperor, and ClutchX is going to go for that revival. It's not a problem. And looking at Raka Esports though, getting the revival onto Coffin now seems tough.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very tough. Meanwhile, we do see Bot Army Esports having 5 finishes in the back. They've only got 2 players left. That's going to be Hitler and Monty. Pretty much lurking on towards the edges. But I'm a little bit more concerned on towards Royal Emperor, to be honest. They don't really have a lot of ammunition left. And I do see a couple players on the average, they have about 50 bullets. And they need to push into his 4 Miracle. And currently, 4 Miracle has one of the best compounds to just wait things out in this 7-team fight in this final soul. 7 teams left, 20 players remaining. And this nade seems to be pretty spot on coming from Poco.
Way too close. Just a pixel off. And TWOB still, they're alive and standing. For Miracle Esports, just look at that position.
My goodness, so much space, and everybody has to push into them as well.
Seems flawless to me.
Agreed. And Klitschak's Reborn might be able to put a dent into his their assault, but TWOB is going to be the biggest threat right now against them. But as soon as I say this, look at the finish speed as well. Team Jelly, they get a pick onto his Voltric from the side of Royal Emperor. Nade comes through. Glitchx still has all the time in the world. Stage 6 is the play, but guess what? Here comes a rush coming through from Bot Army Esports, and seems like the bots pretty much gave away points to Raka SAS.
Something needs to be done right now and right here. Raka, 2 players standing. Exploser and Catalyst. And these 2 players, they definitely do have a lot of finishes acquired. But still for Raka now, A storm is brewing up, and it's approaching them. Royal Emperor, utilities tossed on top of them, and just like that, you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Raka, they've been eliminated from this game.
Oh my goodness, there was just, what, 5 seconds of blind spot coming from Raka SAS, and Royal Emperor was able to rush them down out in the open and get that easy pick from Royal Emperor, and they might actually even get the reset here coming from Voltric. And this is a well-needed restock coming from Royal Emperor. They were low on meds, low on ammunition, and now with Raka SAS's crates in the bag, they're going to be able to restock and take this next fight against 4Miracle Esports. Meanwhile, maybe the west side is pretty much done and dusted. The south side is where the major fight is about to happen as well. GlitchX Reborn, they need to push up, and TWOB is in this way, but as soon as I say that, the nade for 4Miracle Esports, what did I just see?
One nade, which finds a 2-piece, and that's also going to be the entire elimination of that team. TWOB does not even know what just hit them. But yeah, one thing is for sure, they are caught by a big surprise. Even Jelly's still alive. Just one man from that team, which will be Ninze, and at this point, the only mission for that man is going to be to secure as many points as possible, and that's by positioning yourself in the top 2. At least you can have the most amount of placement points. You've also got EMP on the left side, GlitchX Reborn on the bottom, but still the best possible position in the game goes to 4Miracle.
Oh boy, what a save coming from 4Miracle, man. Like, Dragon OP is pretty much a savior for GlitchX Reborn in terms of rotation-wise. Because of that nade, TWOB getting taken out means GlitchX Reborn can solely focus on their fight against them, while the rest of the world is gonna try and focus their fire on towards this compound. In this case, Reaper still looking for Ninze. Can't seem to find them though. Everybody's just been awfully quiet in this zone. It is stage 8, 4 teams remaining, and everybody is just playing snakes right now.
In my opinion, 4Miracles, they need to spread themselves out a little bit and try and play for the intel. Know exactly where the opponents are placed. 4Miracles, they're playing too grouped up, and they can't be surprised by anyone at this point because they do not know what's happening in the surroundings. GlitchX Reborn moving close, inch by inch against the players of EMP. 4Miracles still inside of the compound, waiting for something to break out, waiting for some sort of sound cue. And GlitchX Reborn, they've got no intentions of giving that sound cue away. Wall of Death closing on up, and soon it's going to be the final circle as well, the final stage that we speak of.
Yeah.
GlitchX Reborn, the slithering snakes right next to Royal Emperor. And even Royal Emperor just waiting for that moment to strike. And speaking of that moment, they've already found that. Akshat gets knocked out, Rex is in the back, and even Ralph is following him up. GlitchX Reborn, they need to find an equalizer, and as soon as I say so, they've already found it.
All these utilities being used, and everybody needs to rush into zone. And Royal Emperor, they have 8 finishes. They've got the mess to work with, but GlitchX Reborn is going to be the one to play spoilers. Another nade comes through. Ralph still a little bit hesitant on where to actually place this nade here, but guess what? Hunter knows exactly where he is. GlitchX Reborn, they're crawling their way through, and they have to make a run for it. GlitchX Reborn, they get the confirmation on Voltric, but guess what? 4Miracle, they're getting eliminated. What? What is that name from Ninze?
I told you.
What?
I told you, they need to spread themselves out. They were playing too grouped up, and they got surprised by Ninze. It's like I predicted the entire outcome for that team. But hold on, Royal Emperor, still the fight continues between them and GlitchX Reborn. And what just happened? GlitchX, he pops back up. He was going for that first aid. He gets eliminated, and now in the end, it was a 1v1 against Team Just Jelly and GlitchX Reborn. And Jelly somehow snatches that chicken dinner away. What a big surprise that was. A wildcard entry from Jelly. And they snatched that game away from both the potential winning teams.
What a clutch coming from Ninze out of nowhere. A well-placed nade, a well-placed Molotov just completely shut down. What did that happen? Because 4Miracle, they were the dominators inside the compound. A tag team from both Ninze and Royal Emperor to just completely wipe the compound, just pretty much says like, hey, you know what? It's free for all, guys, and I have no clue how Ninze won that.
It's like I predicted the outcome, right? I mentioned the exact same thing. 4Miracles, the only way they could have played that spot was to spread themselves out and try and accumulate information. But since they did not do so, they had no intel on what's happening. They thought the backlines are completely clear, and they were focusing between the fight, GlitchX Reborn and Royal Emperors, but that's when the man of Jelly struck. Ninze found himself a nice 4-piece, moved on, and snatched that chicken dinner away since he took down Ralph as well from GlitchX Reborn in the end.
Yeah, and that final moment, it seems so scuffed. It felt like Glitch X Reborn was able to come up on top with that because, yeah, they had a very nice engage against Royal Emperor. They got that confirmation. It came down to us a 1 versus 1. And out of nowhere, Ninja says like, you know what? I heard all this commotion. I think you're pretty weak. I'm going to snatch some finishes. I don't think he's going to get any of the remaining 3. I'm pretty sure it's going to be shared between them and Royal Emperor, but still, it's kind of iffy here and there.
I'm pretty sure everyone from Just Jelly is just celebrating and shouting out loud at this point.
How?
And they're also laughing at the same time because they would have never thought that they can snatch away that chicken dinner, right? As I mentioned, the best possible spot Ninja could have gotten was the second spot since he would have waited for every single team to duke it out against each other. But since now he's got the chicken dinner, Just Jelly, they've done their work for the 3 games.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm curious to see actually how did that happen. Was it because a random nade that Royal Emperor trolled over before they got taken down and then took Glitch X Reborn, which resulted in just an automatic win for Team Jelly, right? So I want to see the highlights very soon.
So here's the thing. 4 Miracles was busy taking a fight against Royal Emperor.
Yeah.
And since they were so busy and so tunnel visioned in the front, from the back, Ninja struck with that nade.
That one we know. That one is 100% for sure. But it's just like after, which is the major fight between both Glitch X Reborn and Royal Emperor, is because out of nowhere, we saw Royal Emperor, oh, they got finished. And then in less than 2 seconds, Glitch X Reborn got wiped as well, because I'm pretty sure they were still exchanging nades across each other for the longest of time.
No, Glitch X Reborn wiped out Royal Emperors in the process, and then it was just Ralph standing in the back. I mean, he was prone technically, but he was still proned out, and then Ralph was taken down by Ninja in the end. That's pretty much how it went.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. We have to see the highlights very soon, but all things considered, I still think it's a very big win for Team Jelly. They haven't been performing in 2 games so far. With this chicken dinner, it gives them a little bit weight here to chase for the top 3 position by the end of tomorrow. And again, they have to be very high because we know the other groups are going to be very active in farming for those finishes as well. So that's going to be something that we are going to be looking forward to. Same can be said for Royal Emperor. With 2 very consistent games coming from Miramar and also this game. Glitch X Reborn had a rough game number 2. So overall in general, in average-wise, they still have a decent amount of points.
At this point, I'm just concerned about the teams that were not able to perform even in this game, right? You've got Seoul, Autobots Esports, and speaking of Seoul, we've got the highlight brewing up too on the screen. I'm not exactly sure what Mane was doing in this instance since he just drove in the enemy turf like that, and he instantly got eliminated. Mane had a game-winning position. He had an incredible positioning against the players of Raka. He was definitely one up, but then he just pulls off a weird move, directly drives in the enemy turf. I know he wanted to get the information, but still, that's not the way to do so.
Yeah, agreed. But all things considered, I feel like this is a very big run coming from Raka SAS, considering how they rotated this fight. They were able to get like a very high finishes into this final fight. Like, yes, they were taken out by Royal Emperor, but by this time they already had about 8 to 9 finishes. But this nade coming from Dragon OP pretty much saved Glitch X Reborn from actually coming back from that fight. But in this final few moments, this is where things get a little bit scuffed. How did Ninja came up on top and take this chicken dinner? Yes, because this nade from Ninja is the reason 4 Miracle got shut down. But now, in this final run and gun strategy, where was Ninja? Okay, this was the final moment.
Exactly. I told you, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So Glitch X Reborn won that fight against Royal Emperor, and then it was just Ralph standing the last man, and unfortunately his position was already noticed since he was taking a fight against Royal Emperor. So it was all pieced up in the end perfectly by Ninja, and he knew exactly what the striking point's going to be, and he struck pretty hard. MVP off that previous game is going to be Levi with 6 finishes. You've also got Exploser from RES with 5 finishes, and then you've also got EMP Hunter right there with 4. Monty Bay as well is right there with 3 finishes. Bot Army Esports, at least there, some sword on the table.
Agreed. And of course, Levi, the super sub coming from Royal Emperor, was able to pull a big one in this game with MVP as well. Exploser was able to kind of bounce back from his shenanigans of a mistake from Miramar itself. So I would say that they kind of fixed their indifferences or maybe a little bit mistakes that was made from Raka SAS. But all things considered, 3 games in a row, they did really well. And the longest finish for this game is going to be Levi as well with 304 meters here coming from Royal Emperor. And I feel like this is going to be a duke it out I would say all you can eat slugfest by all these teams here. And this game, look at this, 4 teams with double digits.
Exactly. Royal Emperor, even though they got eliminated in that previous game on the 3rd spot, since they had a lot of elimination points, they got the most amount of points in that previous game, which is going to be 17 in total. Team Just Jelly, since they won that game, they've only gotten 14 points. Not a lot of elimination points to contribute. And then you've also got GlitchX Reborn right there with 13 points. The teams on the first half of the board doing okay for themselves, but here comes the real problem. The latter half of the board. 8-bit, decent game, the Miramar was, but then now in Sanhok, things are once again shaky. You speak of H4K, a bit of that dip in the performance, but since the first 2 games were great, it's not going to be affecting them too much. The real conversation should be around Seoul, Autobots Esports, and Bot Army Esports, since these are like the known names, and they're still not able to pop up.
Yeah, I agree. And now, as of yet, the top 3 is going to be Forever Red Ross, Team H4K, and Team Jelly because of that chicken dinner. And they are going to be sharing the spot here with Royal Emperor with 26 points. Same can be said for 8-bit, who's also 26 points. Raka SAS Esports with 25 points. GlitchX Reborn with 24 points. And to be honest, this is the closest I've seen so far in 3 matches between all these teams to fight for that, again, the top 16 out of all groups. And this is going to be putting a hurt to teams such as Seoul, who is so far away from the points itself.
Since top 16 move up, you need to be at least in the top 4 of this group.
Yeah, definitely at least top 4, top 3 here to try and make it past towards the next phase zone. But with that being said, I want to see if any of the casters actually got their predictions right to be a part of that top 8. Because I know I did not win this. Because as we had Seoul, Johnny, English, all of English Desk can go south. Maisie actually got it right. 4 Miracle from Engineer got it right. So 2 out of 4.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know what was that prediction right there, but I just went with Johnny. Since I saw Johnny pick Soul, I was like, you know what? Even I'm feeling that Soul. Might as well just go with Soul too, and it just did not work out. Yeah.
Johnny is in Hero Extreme Godlike. What do you mean?
No, he's in Soul.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he predicted Soul. Wrong Johnny. Different Johnny.
But you know what? Look, predictions at the end of the day, as we all say, it's just a shot in the dark, right?
Yeah.
We're just trying to know. We're just trying to predict who's going to be the one to do great. And since Seoul, on paper, they're pretty much like a glorified lineup. They're one of the best teams that you can really face against and still not been able to perform. That's genuinely a major sign of concern. But I guess it's just Manya and his shenanigans. He knows no one gets eliminated, so maybe that's why he's just not really taking the competition that serious.
Maybe, but even if they don't get eliminated, they have to play through the wildcard stages against the wildcard team. So it is somewhat of a second life. But I'm going to use something that you brought up just now. As of yet, look on the bright side. All the 16 teams, they're the only teams that played so far. And guess what? They're all currently qualified yet.
Honestly, look, technically they are currently qualified, right? Because those are the only 16 teams that have played so far. And they're in the top 16 of the overall standings. Yes, it's quite a lame joke, but it's also a fact, so deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. But guess what? Next match is going to be coming in from Group C. So it's going to complete new lineup here for today itself to see how the rest of the group is going to be playing. See you guys right after this break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता.
नहीं आता.
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. Oh yes.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel, and I'm pretty sure, Johnny, you were sitting in the back and looking at that game, and the previous game was quite a curveball. Ninja just coming in out of nowhere, scooping up that chicken dinner, and also a lot of finishes in the end.
I think towards at least they got the finishes at the start of the game, especially with that first fight drop clash that happened. That is where they capitalized. But as you were talking about the end, who expected just Jerry to do that?
No one. I thought maybe Ninja, the maximum he can do is just scoop up that second spot and get 6 placement points, right?
Yeah.
Because that's pretty much going to be the ideal thinking since he's the only man alive. Glitchix Reborn had 4 players up. The opponent, which was Royal Emperor, they had 3 players up. And 4 Miracle Esports also had all the 4 players up. How can you expect a solo man on a mission to get that chicken dinner?
Exactly.
No odds with him, but he still somehow did it.
Exactly, the timing of it all was perfect. And talking about timing, the timing of the realme P3 Ultra 5G is also perfect, ladies and gentlemen. It is out now, starting from 22,999, that is 22,999 rupees. And of course, it's the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and as Necro keeps telling us, and we also see it on the banner right behind us as well, this device is BGMI certified.
Exactly. That's pretty much the best possible thing, right?
Yeah.
If you've got a device which is not BGMI certified, well, what are you waiting for? Buy the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Well, you actually don't even need to buy it. If you move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself. So what are you waiting for? Do it right now. But once again, moving on towards the conversation. Right now, the previous game is done and dusted.
Yeah.
It's time for Group C to step in the action. Johnny, what are your thoughts about this group?
Oh man, at least they have the bar set for them. And as you keep cracking that lame joke, right, the 16 teams from Group B have already qualified. If we look at it that way, the cutoff right now is 2 points.
That's actually a great thing for the team in the Group C, right? At least they've got some sort of a target to chase, which is just 2 points.
Yeah, for now at least. All of that is going to change in Game 1 itself. But let's talk about the teams from Group C now. Mastermind Mavericks have seen their performances in the past. Incredible lineup. You have rivals Apex, of course, coming in with a few big names in the lineup. Drigger being the most known player in their team. Jaguar official, a new set of players. But that means there's going to be a lot of excitement when we watch them perform. Do or Die, a team that you and I personally love because they only have 2 options, do or die. And then along with them, the biggest name of them all, biggest names in fact, because Godlike and Revenant X-Bar are a part of Group C as well.
Exactly. And let's not forget, even Alibaba Raiders is also right there. So Alibaba Raiders 2 can actually be a big threat for a lot of these known names. OG2, you cannot really forget this team as well. Team Tumulus, the fact that they're over here in the quarterfinals is actually a big surprise.
Yeah.
Because the last time when we were casting them, Team Tumulus's performance was on a big downhill.
Yeah, but they've bounced back. And it is impressive. I'm very happy seeing this team perform just because, like, Vadi is a good friend of ours, so
Yeah,
we've seen
I'm
the
happy.
concern on his face every single time the performance from Team Tamilas takes a dip. But hey, our predictions are here, and it seems like, unlike for the previous group, this time you chose to go with Icy. Necro, what are you doing, man?
I think Godlike, there's someone who likes a great start for themselves. They like to be on the rocket and just have a great start for themselves. So I think right now Godlike is probably going to be the most common choice.
Yeah.
Since Godlike, we've always seen them, at least in the first few games, just racking up so many points. And then later on, they try to pull out those shenanigans.
Yeah, I've gone with Revenant X Spark just because I would want the team that won it all in 2024 to actually start dominating for once. The journey in the grind was not as impressive as we hoped it was going to be.
Look, fiery starts are going to be there from the known names. That's not even a question,
Are you
right?
sure?
Revenant X Spark. At the end of the day, they're back-to-back champions. Let's not forget.
Yep.
Revenant X Spark, in my opinion, even they're going to have a fiery start. I think Hero Extreme Godlike as well, even they're going to have a fiery start. Alibaba Raiders, I'm not exactly sure. It really depends on the first game itself, and we all know it's about the jitters as well, right?
Yeah.
We saw the previous games, and so many known names were not able to perform. Hell, even Soul was not able to perform, and that's a prime example. Anything can happen. At the end of the day, we're just sitting over here making speculations and assuming things.
Exactly. I think for tomorrow, our predictions are going to be a little bit more calculated,
Yeah.
considering this is day one for these both groups. It is just a shot in the dark, as we have been saying. But for Alibaba Raiders, I have to say, I mean, Chris is the man. There's going to be a lot of pressure on it. The pressure was on him when we saw the team last. And of course, the story as it did unfold, Glitch Reborn, the lineup getting picked up by Alibaba Raiders in 2024. And then in 2025, the main roster got split. Some players went back to Glitch Reborn, some retained by the side of Alibaba Raiders along with a few new additions, but Chris was that one man who was in the limelight for both the teams. And now for Alibaba Raiders, I think he needs to stand up tall and make sure that his presence is felt in these matches.
And let's not forget Do or Die. It is another one of those teams that does have a lot of potential. At the same time, they're kind of like the dark horses too. And Do or Die can be quite a surprising team.
They have been a surprising team. Do you not remember? This is the team that qualified with their coach playing. Wentz was playing the whole time.
True, and things actually worked out pretty well, and there was also giving back to the community, right? We saw them just giving away points like that. Now, jokes apart, look, we did see a lot of those mishaps from this team too, right? And hopefully those mishaps are not going to be happening over here. The previous stages, they were quite forgiving since no one was getting eliminated. But now things over here can be different. If you're not able to place yourself in the top 16, you move on towards wildcard, which is pretty much like a knockout bracket.
Exactly, and there's a lot of pressure when you're playing the wildcard stages because that is the last opportunity to survive in this tournament and try and qualify for the semis first and then for the grand finale. But ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off the journey for Group C, and here we go, the map of Sanhok on our screens.
Sanhok boots up on the screen, starting all the way from Sami towards Hathin. And now this group is also going to be filled up with a lot of question marks. Are we going to see a lot of clashes? Are we going to see some new entries just completely thwarting the known names? Or are we going to see the known names just pretty much doing the same thing, and that is just slaughtering the new names and over again, just dominating them? I would love to see the new names do great for themselves and at least have a bit of that stand. The overall standing should be mixed up.
I agree with that. I think the overall standings over here are going to be mixed up as well, especially when we were watching the group draws yesterday, man. As soon as we saw the lineup of teams in Group C, everyone instantly just had one thing in their minds, that this is going to be the toughest group. I mean, usually people say that Group D is going to be the group of destruction. Well, turns out it's Group C, the group of chaos that you have to watch out for.
In my opinion, every group is tough in itself. Because if you get placed into a group where there's a lot of new teams, you do not exactly know their play patterns. And that can also catch you off guard in multiple ways. And I guess the previous game was a prime example of that. The previous group in general was a prime example of that, because Seoul was getting caught off guard every single time. They just never knew what to expect.
But there's one thing that you said towards the end that I completely agree with, that it might just be Manya and his shenanigans, like knowing there's no elimination. Why bother? Why bother stressing yourself out? Yeah, he's done that in the past a lot.
not.
He's actually played with the elimination brackets a lot of times. He likes to play with that risk.
Yeah, I think he likes it. I think that is what they like. More practice for us, boys. And to be fair, they haven't played since the grind, so they might as well get used to these teams and the teams that they eventually have to face off in the semifinals and in the grand finals.
That's actually a very bold thinking if they're thinking the same way, but in my opinion, it's better to just cut your efforts and directly qualify towards the
Very true.
semifinals because that's also going to get rid of all the demons in your head.
Hey, we still have one more day to go. You never know what tomorrow holds in store for us. But for now, at least, as it turns out, the Jaguars are going to be the ones hunted down by Mastermind Mavericks as Filter OP gets the first strike in-game, getting the first finish of this game of Sanhok for his team.
Hold on, though. Revenant X Park taking things slow. They've got the hilltop once again on top of boot camp, and they know there's one team that is on the closer vicinity as well. I'm not even sure what the game plan is. They do not even have suitable weaponry.
Yeah.
Yes, Erangel does have a great loadout, but he does not have any meds upon himself.
Are they avoiding a drop clash with Team Tamilas? Because usually they like to start their game from the northwestern quadrant of Sanhok.
It'll be weird if they're doing so. Because Revenant X Park is one of those teams that would not run away from a drop clash.
Agreed.
They would try to face it off, and I guess a prime example of this entire circumstance can be a drop clash against Phoenix Esports towards the Asana Poliana, which just kept on happening over and over again. And yes, Phoenix Esports gave them quite a tight slap. You cannot deny that as well.
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
Not just on Erangel, on Miramar as well. I think we saw that story unfold. But hey, as it turns out, another casualty inside of the game. NRI lose one of their players. The point picked up by Orangutan over there.
Hold on, though, Johnny. Things can be juggled up. Even Jaguar Esports losing out on that man, so a bit of a rough starting. And both the teams quite the newer. So I would love to see, with just a three-man squad, what they've got in the backpack, what they can pull out, what sort of strategies can work out for a team like this. And speaking of newer teams, someone who is not new at all is OG. And Orangutan, they've always been in a league of their own. The playstyle that they've got is completely different. The way they like to play is also real adaptive, and they're quite quick to it.
Yeah, they're quite quick to it, as you mentioned, but I think the story that unfolded during the grind was Atanki, the lack of performance showing up from, or not showing up, from one of the best players on their roster, but luckily for them, WizGod and AKOP held their ground, and OG was able to have a brilliant run throughout the grind. But now, since they are in the quarterfinals, it is time for every single individual to start stepping up. Big name, big expectations from Orangutan Team Tamilas on our screens as we were talking about them before the game began. It is a surprising entry into the quarterfinals, but it is Team Tamilas. They were bound to recover, I feel, Necro. Like, one way or the other, I think these lads, they have had enough time in the pro circuit, they have enough experience under their belt, that it was bound to happen. They were able to figure out what was going wrong and just make those fixes.
I wish we had a team's performance graph, right? And if we would have taken a look at Team Tamilas' performance graph over the years, it's always been major highs, major lows.
Yeah.
There's no in between. You've never seen Team Tamilas have a consistent line of run. They've always been major high, there's always been a major low. And the previous couple of stages was a major low for Team Tamilas, but now that they're back once again, this seems like a great high. And I would love to see Team Tamilas once again ride on that same terrain, get that same momentum rolling up, and do great in this stage as well, and place yourself directly in the top 16.
And it's a big name. This is the name that defined the aggressive era in BGMI at one time. So expectations are always going to be there from Team Tamilas to actually put up big numbers on the board, but unfortunately, we are still waiting to see those numbers pop up with their name alongside with it. TSWNON, by the way, another big name. A lot of expectations from Levi and Roman over there in this team. But let's see. They also started their journey in this game of Sanhok, by the way, from that Camp Alpha Island. There was no drop clash, so they did get an easy access towards the Ruins position. But now, I think, is when they're going to face a little bit of conflict against the players of Soar Esports.
And speaking of their position too,
Yeah.
not a big fan on the edge. They still need to cross that white line. Senseboy, you've also got Kira in the mix. New lads with a lot of ambitions, but those ambitions can be taken away by ARC. Arknight, shots were taken. Unfortunately for ARC, no confirmations were found, but maybe a knock can actually be big. Trigger was constantly taking those shots, and Rock Lee, he finds himself on the safer side of the spectrum, at least for now. But still the vehicle's out of commission. And now Sour Esports, what can they do? They need to place themselves in the decent spot in the circle, but they do not have the vehicle, the needed suitable thing that's going to help them transport themselves towards that zone.
Oh, I mean, lucky for them at least. No one got knocked out. The rotation timing is going to be thrown off, but at least all 4 players are still left standing, so they can be grateful for that.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Look at the circle. It's all the way up north.
I was
and
just about to come
rotation
to that.
timing is the essential. If you are not going to have a proper rotation timing, especially when the circle is taking a curveballing shift against you over and over again, well then, my friend, I hate to break it to you, you're going to be having a rough game.
I mean, so first of all, I love this circle because half of it is still in water. That means on the smallest map inside of BGMI, you have even less landmass to work with. But that's the thing, it's the smallest map in the game, so that means for a team like SOAR Esports, there's still opportunity for them to actually rotate through the Camp Alpha Island and at least get to the safe zone. In the meanwhile, NRI, a team that has already lost 1 man in the early stages of the game, are quite eager to pick up a fight against the players of Team Tamilas over there, although Team Tamilas getting forced into a corner, and it's going to be Eggy 4AM that find the opener.
Utilities tossed out, exchanged actually. And Spray God, now the man's making the move. He knows there's man isolated in the front, and look at Sarong too, moving from the back. What can you do if you're Maverick? Not a lot, but he still somehow finds that strike, and that's going to be a crucial one too, but in the end, he still gets suffocated to death as Revenant X-Spark that will claim that elimination point.
And it's going to be the squad wipe, in fact, handed to the players of Revenant X-Spark as THWNON get completely wiped out from the game. And I think there's going to be one more team biting the dust soon, because as we were talking about them, SOAR Esports ends up clashing against the side of Gods, and they do end up finding that squad wipe for themselves, I believe. Another team getting eliminated extremely early in Sanhok.
Yeah, but Sour, they lost 2 players themselves. This is not going to be great starting. For 4 points, losing 2 players on paper sounds like a great trade, but since it was just the game 1, in my opinion, you need more points. Let's hope these remaining 2 players at least try and squeeze in as many placement points as possible. Maybe place themselves in the top 5 that can still do the job. Arknight spotted out the players, were taking a few shots. Also spots out the man on the opposite side. And Trigger actually is quite itchy. He does want to go for those shots. He does want to go for the fight. But prioritizing the placement inside of the circle is going to be the most important thing.
Exactly, because that greed has just forced them to change direction, and they are moving towards the wrong direction now. Instead of moving up north, they are moving towards the south. It's going to throw off their rotation timing by quite a lot, and considering there's just 43 seconds left to get inside the zone, and as we talked about it, half of the circle still in water, teams are going to be forced to play the edge of the play zone right now. So gatekeeping, it is going to be a massive hurdle for everyone to cross.
More than that, the most important question is, do they have enough meds?
Oh yeah, that too.
If they're not able to sustain the damage of the zone, then that's going to be a major concern as well. They might just be eliminated from the play zone itself. And at the start of the day, we did see 2 teams pretty much succumb to that. So, yeah.
3 teams. AIB, I mean, last man was the one who got finished off. 3 lads fell to the blue from that side as well. So they would have observed these mistakes being made from the previous group, but yeah, challenges do continue as the game goes on. Alibaba Raiders and Revenant X-Spark, a little bit of a conflict between the 2 sides. Nox traded out, but both the 2 sides looking to reset. At this point, you see their position towards the southwestern edge of the circle, and look at the amount of challenges that wait for them on the other side. Once this fight is done, you have 2 more teams that you have to take on, but Revenant X-Spark, it looks like they're already on the move as they look to swing towards that northern shoreline.
Arc Knight. Looking at their position too, they're just moving all the way from the right side, Johnny, and I think so they are going to make it. It's not a question. The real concern should be for Sour Esports, still all the way down south.
Yeah, I think
all the way back in the blue. And yeah, sustaining that damage, I'm not exactly sure, but since they just got a squad wipe, maybe they have retrieved a few meds. And those meds can actually help them sustain the damage for a bit longer. But looking at the circle too and the way it's forming out, there's not a lot of that playing surface. So you really need to adjust with whatever that's left over. JE taking shots, but not for long since all the three players, they are going to meet their makers by Alibaba Raiders.
Brilliantly done as well, considering Alibaba Raiders, Chris was finished off, Max is knocked out in that conflict, and yet they do end up securing the squad wipe for themselves. 3 players picked up, 1 was picked up at the starting stages by the side of OG. So Jaguar Esports eliminated from the game quite early. But talking about OG, they're looking to make a move against the side of Ace Official. They've spotted out the lads, but what about the 2 frontliners that have closed in the distance and are in the range of lobbing utility towards the players of OG? Do they have the information? Does AKOP know? There's a man on the other side of the rock.
OG's just trying to play the safety line. Simple. They're just trying to be the guardian angels and stop Ace from moving in the circle. But a return knock as well onto Aru. That might just set a bit of that chaos for OG. Utility tossed out from AKOP, but that util, it's not going to do a lot. Still, the man in the back is knocked out, and for Ace to get that revival seems even tougher. Wall of Death is going to start to move up, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage. You can't afford to stay outside of the Wall of Death for too long. The man's still going for the revival on the fallen comrade. He's back up on his feet, and Hyperash, he's patching himself up with the meds. Ace Official, heads on the swivel, sword right on top of their neck. They can't really do a lot in the position they're put in, since the opponents, they've also got the high ground and also the circle advantage. And OG, all they need to do is just play defense. And as long as they've got the knowing of where the opponent players are, it's all good. And slowly and steadily, the man's getting approached. AKOP, positions noticed. Phantom, he wants to be the main playmaker. But one single util from OG can actually put a spanner in the works. Ace Officials, all the movements being tracked by the players of OG. And as slowly and steadily Ace Officials, they fall off. But even they reply back in a great fashion. Hyperash from the back was able to reply with one of his own as Athanki gets knocked out. Bararu with the shotgun strikes him down. Hyperash taken out of the game, and OG, now they've got the major advantage.
Well, it's not just an advantage, it's about the squad wipe. They do end up wiping out Ace Official, but hey, before they can reset, the third party comes in. Mastermind Mavericks, an absolute mastermind team with the timing of this third party. But hey, OG, they do end up getting a reset, although I believe one of the players did end up getting finished off. The nade quite close to Aru, although it overshoots, and they are surviving still for the next few seconds at least. The timing was perfect, but the accuracy of this push, it's a little bit off. AKOP is going to be knocked out. Last man left alive is going to be Aru behind that smoke, and he gets spotted out. Rixon runs back, trying to survive, but gets shots in the back from the side of Arc in the back lines. And all of a sudden, as we thought Mastermind was going to have a big play against the side of Orangutan, even they dropped the ball thanks to the third party. 3 players knocked out, but somehow, at least, they're still alive.
I'm not a big fan of OG split. Absolutely not. Look at the split they've got going for themselves.
Yeah.
One man's all the way in the back lines towards the compound, and now OG's on the run. Because they know time's short.
At least because of that split, they're still in this game. Otherwise, I think they would have been wiped out over there.
That's one way to look at it, but if the man was also close and personal, maybe the fight could have been better. There's 2 ways to look at it, pros and cons, right? But hold on for now. OG, the remaining man, WizGod, spots out a man making that run. And WizGod himself knows taking a lot of risk at this point might just be invitation to your own death. Might just be digging up your own grave. And Godlike right next to him. OG, they really do want to pull out some weird shenanigans. They really want to be the naughty bunch. Especially WizGod, since he's the only man alive. And he's taking shots against everyone that he can spot. Even ARZ. Things not looking smooth for OG to be able to scoop up points. Even that seems difficult. And WizGod himself knows the survival rate at this point is pretty low.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite low, but let's not forget, this is the same man that in the early stages of the grind made sure that Orangutan was going to be a part of the conversation always. Individually, one of the best performing players from the side of Orangutan. Still looking to at least secure a few eliminations. They have 4 on the board already. And luckily for OG, Godlike show up at the right time, distracting the players of Arc and pulling all of that attention away from Wizgod and towards themselves. Godlike 2 finishes on the board, looking for a few more. And I have to say, Necro, I'm loving the circle on this game of Sanhok.
The circle panning out in Cow. It's one of the rarest occurrences, but now it's happening. And this is going to be an interesting one since not a lot of teams are prepared for this. It's going to be a curveball shift for a bunch. But teams like Godlike with a lot of experience, they can actually know how to play this. But still, what's going to be the breaching line for Cow? And where is the next zone going to pop up? There's so many questions in my mind.
Oh, if one of those questions is, where is Revenant X-Spark? Well, they are towards the western edge of the zone right now. An open field right in front of their eyes. And of course, waiting for them in the city are going to be the players of ENG 4AM. And it's not going to be easy to dodge all of those bullets fired in their direction and make it through. But hey, they do manage to pull it off, using that broken wall as cover and taking some map control. And now it's time to fight it out, but from the back lines, Team Tamilas show up as well.
Even Team Tamilas, they make the push at the same time. This is brilliant. And ENG, they've got too many problems at the same time brewing up. For a moment, we thought ENG can have the major advantage, but now this is the team with the biggest disadvantage because both the players are split out. You can see the remaining 2 players in the back lines contesting the players of Team Tamilas, while the 2 players in the front now need to take a fight against Revenant X-Spark. Too many things going on at the same time, and ENG, what can you do? A big split between the players themselves, but this off angle can catch the players off guard. ENG's position is now noticed. He had a great off angle going. He at least needed to find the first strike, but that was denied to him.
He led the first player across, led the second player across. As soon as the third man showed up, just spammed a few shots around the corner of that stairwell and then just ran towards cover. Repositioning was very important, but look at how the players of ENG 4AM are cut off from each other right now. And all of these individuals can be isolated and picked apart. At this time, I feel all of a sudden Rivals Ape X has the prime spot, that northern edge control. No one there to contest them.
Indeed. For Revenant X-Spark, that one man they lost was a sacrificial lamb.
Unfortunately, it was Sarang, man.
Yeah, no other option, right? Sometimes you gotta make some sort of sacrifices. And Sarang was the one. You've got Hero Extreme Godlike 2 on the edges trying to move up, and majority of the circle once again in water. Not a lot of playing surface. And what can you do if you're Hero Extreme Godlike? Not a lot of possible breaking points. To breach inside of the circle, you need to go through a lot of teams. And Hero Extreme Godlike, the only way they can do so is by taking a fight against TMM. And this is not looking so clean. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've taken a lot of damage upon themselves. Simp in the front, even he's caught a lot of hurt. Jonathan wants to back away towards Simp since he wants to get revived, but now Simp is getting challenged, and Adi, he's going to put that nail in the coffin. Hero Extreme Godlike out of the game.
Yeah, eliminated out of nowhere, and that push was always going to be an overcommitment into the situation. Mastermind Mavericks, the 2 individuals, Maxmer and Adi, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And a little bit of help from the flank as well, to be honest, as Arc also had a line of fire on that hill. But Adi, that last duel against Simp was of the utmost importance over there. Although now he's the solo survivor for his team, Mastermind Mavericks somehow do manage to break into the top 6 of this match. 6 teams alive, 18 players still remaining. Revenant X-Spark looking extremely solid with 6 finishes on the board along with Rivals Apex. 4 players still alive for Rivals Apex and the side of Arc. Other than that, ENG 4AM, they've been holding on to this city for a long time, although they just have 1 finish to show for it.
Quite a slow ending, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rival Apex in the back, finally reuniting all the 4 players towards this compound. And looking at Arc, they've lost out on 1 man. He's knocked out for now. Can be a possible opener for someone if they do want to capitalize, but I'm pretty sure these teams do not want to go for any sort of risk at this point. because they know there's a lot of alligators in the water. And Revenant X Spark, they're one of them. There can be so many potential fights that can brew up in an awkward way. And that's why I just love the urban circle, right? You need to move from building to building, but at the same time, you never know who's holding that building.
Yeah, man. And it's Sanhok as well, so you know these buildings are going to have people just waiting for you inside them. I mean, I want to say Sanhok Snakes, but that would make more sense in the grass.
Yeah, at this point, they're just... I don't even know what they are, what to call them.
We will find a new term for them by the end of this match.
Let's just call them families, right? Enjoying their time inside of
Families.
the house. But for now, Arc, they're definitely making sure that Revenant Spark is going to be feeling all of that hurt. Swan tossing out those utilities, doing a lot of hurt to them. And at this point, Swan realizes the wall of death is also moving up. Repositions himself next to his teammates, and Arc Knight.
Oh, man.
Once again, things looking rough. Rival Apex 2 finding a bit of that bittersweet thing for themselves as they have managed to eliminate one of the players.
Stage 9, 17 players in Stage 9, 6 teams still alive. This is going to be like one of those games of Erangel that we saw back in the days in the grind where we had like 20 plus players in the end game. It is going to be so chaotic. Well, it's 5 teams, 15 players still alive now as Eggy 4AM do end up getting eliminated over there. And Mastermind Mavericks are the... How close is the blue zone going to get to him? Extremely close. It's going to force him to jump on the other side of the wall, and he just runs out into the open with the shotgun in his hands. And he does manage to stay alive as well.
Not a lot of options available for a lot of these teams since they're barely on the edge of that circle. Rival Apex maybe can do better if they are just playing for that survival. But even Zero is taken down to just 1 HP. Trigger gets eliminated from the game. Even Arknight is now starting to face that brunt. Team Tumulus, they make the push. Trigger gets eliminated in the end. Rival Apex, they have been eliminated from this entire game too. Now you've also got Team Tumulus in the mix. Mr. IGL's knocked out, and Fox OP wants to save the day, but since he's outside of in the blue, things are not looking too good. And Revenant Spark out of nowhere, they swing back to life, as now they eliminate the last man standing of Team Tumulus too. And just like that, Revenant Spark, the no-name, they kick things off with a great manner.
Man, I mean, I do agree with you, Necro. This team had absolutely no business winning the chicken dinner in this game. But hey, if you have 16 players alive, 6 teams alive in Stage 9, you know it's going to be a gamble from every single one of those lads. And everyone just ran towards the center, and Revenant X-Spark, they just made sure that they stay safe. Let everyone else fight within themselves. Only Spray God went out into the open to take on the players of Arc, but yeah.
Johnny, 4 teams fought in that span of 10 seconds. Arc Knight took on the players of Rival Apex. Rival Apex got taken on by the players of Mastermind, and then instantly Team Tumulus comes in for the third party. So many fights brewed up at the same time, and I love the fact that Revenant Spark was just sitting in the back lines waiting for all of this commotion to get wrapped up, and they were just positioning themselves as close as possible to the centric part of the zone. And then in the end, the remaining players of Team Tumulus moved up since they did not really have enough man number. They could not clutch it.
Yeah, man, they just sent Spray God out into the open like he was the hero of a movie, and everyone was just like filming from the back lines like, alright, you go execute every single individual you see. We're just gonna wait and watch how you pull it off. And he just straight up charged towards the fallen players of Arc, actually secured the finish points of 2 of them first, and by the time he turned around to take the fight against the third lad, he was already dropped extremely low, all thanks to the players of Team Tumulus. And as you mentioned, Team Tumulus also did end up causing some damage to the players of Rivals Apex over there as well. In turn, Rivals Apex took out, I think, 1 from the side of Team Tumulus, making things easier for the side of Revenant X-Spark. But again, it is impressive how Revenant X-Spark know how to perfectly play the end game every single time, and it makes sense. That is why this team was the ultimate champion of 2024.
At least the good thing is that in this group, we're seeing the known names do good for themselves, right?
That's
Team
true.
Tumulus did great, Rival Apex did great, Revenant Spark doing great for themselves. So we're seeing the known names do great for themselves. But Hero Extreme Godlike not so, since they got eliminated outside of that entire circle. They tried to breach inside the city, but not enough man number. They were also getting third party by a completely different team, so yeah.
But I think they still made it into the top 7. So that is decent, and they had like 4 or 5 eliminations on the board. So it was an okay performance. Nothing spectacular, nothing noteworthy, but it is a good start to their day.
It is quite an okay start, but let's not forget, as the games keep on going on, and since these newer teams, they're just trying to adjust to the intensity of the lobby, the second game might just be completely different. The newer teams, they might just have more confidence, and they might just start taking on the big names like it's a bounty on their heads.
Oh, that is definitely true. And talking about confidence, I think what happened between Hero Extreme Godlike and Mastermind Mavericks is going to boost the confidence of Mastermind Mavericks, especially Adi over there. He's one of the experienced players inside of this roster, and that move, the timing, everything, the stars aligned basically. Two players in the backlines that actually could have given him trouble got taken out by the third party from Arc, and then the man up close and personal, the two men in fact, Jonathan and Simp. Jonathan got knocked out before Adi even charged forward. Simp, his time got wasted putting on that first hit, and as soon as he swung out, that pre-fire just completely took him out.
That's the best part about shotgun, right? If you connect the first shot, the man in the front stands no chance. Simple. And if you miss the first shot, then maybe you can be taken down by the man in the front since he gets a chance to fight back once again. Simp went for that peak, but somewhere downline, Simp himself knew that he's also dealing with a lot of risk. If the man in the front connects the shot, he's done for, and perfectly the shot was connected by Mastermind Mavericks, and they wiped out Hero Extreme Godlike within an instance. There was also Arc Knight taking a lot of shots against the players on top of the hills, so not a lot of things could have been done, not a lot of options were available, but I love that rotation from Rival Apex, right? Even they were outside of that city. They moved in from the northern side slowly and steadily, creating that space, making a lot of sound, so the other teams had to respect that decision, and they backed away.
Yeah, and they had the numbers to work with as well. I think that was the one thing that they relied upon, that we still have all four of our players. So if anyone peeks from any window, if one of our players get knocked out, we have the opportunity to look for a reset and put pressure on the players and the teams playing from these compounds at the same time. And that was the one thing that Rivals Apex executed to perfection.
But I feel really bad for Eggy. The way things went down for them, it was quite unfortunate because Team Tumblers made the push at the same time, and then there was a bit of that split for them, right? Team Tumblers was dealing with the remaining two players of Eggy, and the remaining two players were dealing with the players of Revenant X-Sparks. So there was a big division between these players, and that's why Eggy, that separation was something they were not able to deal with.
It was, and it was quite unfortunate as well, because before that push play coming in from Team Tamilas and Revenant X-Spark, it felt like Eggy they made the right call. 4 players spread wide, and all they wanted to do was just gatekeep anyone moving in from the western side of the city. They expected one team to show up. Unfortunately, it was 6 players all at once.
Yeah, too many things happen. And at the end of the day, urban circles are supposed to be chaotic. There were so many teams alive in the end, too. And once again, that chaos also brings in a lot of that randomness. And Revenant X-Spark, somehow, they kept themselves calm and composed, and they were the one to snatch away the chicken dinner. Looking at the highlights and how the action kicked off in the final few moments, OG, even they were a part of big trifecta. Somehow, OG were able to thread the needle and make it out alive from that area. Since just one man was alive from OG, he could not really do a lot.
Yeah, but this was an impressive fight coming in. They tried their level best to handle the pressure, but Mastermind Mavericks, I think because of that conflict against OG, their rotation timing got thrown off as well. We talk about Godlike, this was the moment where they got eliminated as Adi found the last finish onto Simp, and then the chaos of the end game. Man, I don't think anyone knew who was shooting at who was going after who. Look at the players of Team Tamilas. You have Rico who's trying to delay the push coming in from the side of from Revenant X-Spark, and the other two individuals just completely distracted by the players of Rivals Apex right next to them. And then Revenant X-Spark, it was a meat grinder that they made, and the players of Team Tamilas were the meat this time, being grinded to dust.
Revenant X-Spark played defensive in an aggressive scenario. All the other teams, they knew they needed to push inside of the circle of Revenant X-Spark. Luckily enough, they found a clear pathway. The site that they were playing in, there were not a lot of teams, while the players of Revenant X-Spark, they were just moving inside of the circle, pushing in slowly and steadily, inch by inch. And Rival Apex, it's quite unfortunate that so many teams just collapsed on top of them at the same time, and they were not able to reply back in style. You've got the top 5 players of that previous game, Spray God getting 6 finishes. You've also got Rico OP with 5, even Adi getting 4, Admino getting 3 for himself, and Trigger from Rival Apex getting 3.
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance coming in from Spray God as always. In fact, getting the MVP of this game. And of course, I think a lot of the fans are going to be happy seeing Admino step up for his team in this particular match. Unfortunately, the placement points for Godlike is what we are concerned about. Although, 2 more matches to go, so hopefully they can bounce back. Match summary of that game of Sanhok on our screens, and I think it is just those 2 grenade finishes that are going to be something exceptional. 58 finishes totally confirmed, and 358 meter is going to be the longest finish which which was by Trigger from the side of Arc. But point standings on our screens now, and 21 points from Game 1 itself for Revenant Xbox.
I'm also loving that confidence from Arc Knight. Not a bad game. 8 points in the first one. That can be an average Arc Knight could achieve and keep on moving up with the upcoming games as well.
This is the same team that tried to hunt down the players of, I think it was the side of SOR Esports, where they picked off 2, and then they just went completely towards the southern side. If you remember, they entered the circle extremely late. I completely forgot about that.
I know, right? Still things worked out.
Yeah.
And speaking of SOR Esports, I guess they're still down south scrambling for meds.
Oh yeah, but at least they make it into the top 8 though of this game. So that late rotation, not really late rotation, that no rotation strat worked out some way or the other. They just survived their way to the top 8.
I guess SOR Esports also had a decent amount of elimination points, right? So that's why SOR
3 or 4.
Esports found themselves in a great stance. They found themselves on the great side of things. So that's why at least SOR Esports is there in the top 8, but just getting 4 points, it's not going to mean a lot. SOR Esports, they need to perform even more. They need to be even better since they've now only got 5 more games to go and to prove themselves.
But hey man, I mean, right off the bat, I think considering this was one of the most chaotic Sanhoks you could ask for with that Northern Urban Circle finish, how many times do you get an Urban Circle finish in Sanhok? All of these teams actually did quite well for themselves, and now I'm excited to see what's going to happen on Miramar next.
Miramar, much more slower map, much more tactical map, where teams like Hero Extreme Godlike might just do better. And speaking of Hero Extreme Godlike, their track record on that map has been incredible. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन।
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो?
रोंडो?
अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये?
सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 quarterfinals still underway. The journey has also begun for Group C, but if you guys after that promo are also wondering what is Rondo, well, download BGMI. It's the latest map inside of the game, and it's quite exciting as well. A lot of new features to have fun with your friends. So go on, download BGMI now and enjoy this new map. But ladies and gentlemen, that's Icy Baby alongside with me right now on the panel. And Icy, did you enjoy the action put on display by Group C? That game of Sanhok, first of all, that circle, chef's kiss.
I thought you were going to ask me about what do you think about Scout's acting performance
That
during his promo during Rondo, because that was 1 minute he's a teacher, 1 minute he's a petrol pump station.
Yeah.
And you know what's really interesting? Because that reference is based off a lookalike of him in a gas station.
Yeah.
That was pretty sick.
And I mean, a huge shout out to the marketing team and Scout that they actually pulled it off, like a reference to that viral reel. But talking about things that are going viral, I think the next thing that is going to go viral for sure, it's going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen. 90 FPS BGMI gaming on a device that's BGMI certified. The debut of the Dimensity 8350 chipset. All around the world, this is the first phone, the first device to have that chipset in it. And of course, starting from 22,999, go on to Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can get some exciting things for yourself.
Exactly. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million for double the score in its segment itself. Thank you so much for contributing to the cause of improving the lives of all mobile gamers, or in particular, mobile users out there.
Hey, last time the heist, it seems like you and I forgot about Necro.
Okay, so interesting enough,
Yeah.
you guys took the first two, which is the realme P3 5G. Now is the realme P3 Pro 5G was
Yeah.
stolen. And
Yeah.
guess what? We had to replace it with the Ultra 5G.
Yeah, I mean,
Because of you and Necro.
so I mean, everyone gets a new device because the heist. And also realme, yeah.
Alright, fair enough. But all things considered, guess what? We need a replacement as well for some of these teams, and that's going to be Rival Apex. Seems like they are going to be subbing out 0, setting 1, and they're going to be bringing Naman back in for Rivals Apex. It seems to me just today itself, we've seen multiple substitutions. And so far, based on the previous group, which is Group B, most of the substitutions has been spot on for those teams.
Yeah, but it takes something special to become the super sub, right? And I think Naman, let's see how the performance goes for Rival Apex, because looking at the lineup, there's going to be pressure. You have a lot of well-known players within this team, plus we have seen this banner in competition for a while now. So I think it is going to be interesting to see if we can right off the bat bring the performance in the game of Miramar, or are we going to have to wait for Erangel just like the previous group and Levi?
Agreed. And like you said about super subs in general, right? Like Salme was a super sub coming from Grind, and in this case, we have a new sub once more coming from NRI. That's going to be Gojo being subbed out, and Chandan going to be subbed in. And interesting enough, Chandan is the super sub for NRI.
Yeah.
But in terms of overall performance thus far, it's not as flashy as Salme, obviously. But just for today, I think the biggest super sub is got to be Levi coming from Royal Emperor.
See, that is true, but that was in the previous group. Every single time we have a sub in this group, we can't call them super subs, I see. You know why?
Why?
Because we have two of the ultimate super subs both in the same group
Oh, who is it?
from last year. Joker and Simp.
Oh, okay. We're going that far, huh?
Yeah.
Joker and Sim. What?
These are the men who made that super sub title.
well,
and they still hold
in
it.
the LAN as well. In general.
Yeah.
That was insane. And for Joker to be the MVP of VMPS last year, and also the one that made the impossible happen.
I'm going to be benched.
But all things considered, I feel like Joker hasn't been stepping up a little bit recently. Yes, they just got a chicken dinner, okay? But I feel like Joker has been in a situation where he's been low-key, where Spray God has been the ones that has been making most of the plays coming from Revenant X-Spark, which is kind of ironic considering how his performance during BMPS was just an absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Revenant X-Spark, and that is what makes this team special, that Joker drew so much attention on himself because of what happened in 2024 and BMPS 2024 in particular, that people just completely forgot that the main star performers for this team have always been Spray God and Sarang. It always used to be Spray God, Sarang, and then everyone else, right?
Exactly.
Whoever was part of the team. And right now, these star players are starting to step up again. But that's always their extra luxury, right? The moment you know that Spray God or Sarang falls, you have Joker in the backline. So
And I think earlier in the grind stages as well, Sarang Spray God has been very, very consistent, and even Shadow was able to step up a little bit coming from them. But
Exactly.
in this game, I would feel like, was it a play coming from them, or was it luck based on Sanhok here?
I think it was the play, man. I think it was the shot calling because they started from boot camp and the rotation up north was quite tricky. But hey, let's see if they can pull off a miracle on Miramar next as well. Here we go, match number 2.
Can they pull off the first back-to-back here in the realme BGIS quarterfinals 2025? We shall see, because we are heading in towards the land of the desert, and that's going to be Miramar itself, and the flag path is going to be coming in from Puerto Paraiso, and then ending towards the northern section of the map itself. A pretty northeastern flight path coming from some of these teams.
Yeah.
A little bit far off for the southwest, and also El Pozo. But all things considered, hopefully things are going to be for the better. And I'm curious to see whether Revenant Expert is going to go for their usual drop spots.
Yeah, I think Revenant Xbox this time around are going to drop towards close to the center of the map, Picado or San Martin maybe. What I'm interested in seeing is where will OG go? Because during the grind, they just kept going towards Ladriela Chumacera. But that position towards the southwestern quadrant of the map is quite far away, and we see them drop towards Puerto Paraiso. It can be a decent early start for the game, if only they can find some vehicles in the early stages. And of course, drop clashes on Miramar are quite rare, but we can always be hopeful.
Yeah, all things considered, considering the fact that, 8-bit is not in this lobby, OG might have a pretty bit of a good time for the usual drop spots, which they are very, very familiar with. But seems like Soar Esports is going to be heading towards Picado. So no contention into Picado. No contention for San Martin, maybe. I might be wrong, but the circle seems to be a very forgiving one for everyone in this lobby itself.
Oh, I feel there might just be a contestation for San Martin, because you see those splash of colors along with the players of Reven and X-Pac. There's going to be like 2 or 3 teams dropping in San Martin alongside with them. All right, 2 teams dropping in San Martin, Reven and X-Pac, and then another one joining the fray. But is there going to be a commitment to the fight? Because San Martin is a big city. You can have multiple teams in there, and it seems like the players from the side of Gods have just not overshot on purpose, but they've completely abandoned this conflict, let Reven and X-Pac take control of San Martin, and they're going to continue to move towards the western side. This causes problems for Gods, though, because if they land out into the open, it's going to be tricky to find those vehicles, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. If they find one, it's great, but it is going to waste at least 1 to 2 minutes for them to re-rotate to a different position.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, I think I brought up this conversation 31 minutes ago about Orangutan, where they oftentimes had a little bit of collision in Chumacera with 8-bit, but this time Chumacera is just left completely untouched by some of his teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, towards the southwestern quadrant of the map, completely far away from the flight path, but hey, Reven and X-Pac, I think they saw those parachutes and they instantly want to go for a hunt. Sarang finding the first knock of this game. And now Gods, they're going to be scrambling into this fight with whatever they can find, but it's a 1v4 again for this lad. And oh no, Spray God, he left his teammate out in the open to be a distraction, and they find that pick for themselves as well. Quite unfortunate start for the side of Gods given. They will be given back to the Gods of BGMI themselves, sent back to the heaven by Revenant X-Pac.
Hey, great start here coming from Revenant X-Pac. That's going to be first strike in the hands of Sarang. But today's trend so far, every single team that has a first strike hasn't had a very, very good run into the top 5 in general. Hopefully, Revenant X-Pac is going to be able to break the curse for today.
Yeah.
And all things considered, are they going to rotate back to the city itself? Because guess what? That is going to be a third party coming in. That's going to be Alibaba Raiders looking to try potentially third party this. Sarang goes for a couple of sprays in. Ninja OP gets knocked, and Sarang still holds down the fort.
Man, this is incredible. He is using those bushes as the vision denial, as some soft cover to work with, but that's not going to matter. Bullets still go through. And Alibaba Raiders, 1 player knocked out, but they have found the trade, and the other 3 lads from the side of Reven and X-Pac a little too far away to find anything else in this fight. Ninja, he's going to be brought back into the action, and at the loss of Sarang, I think Reven and X-Pac, they might have to fall back. do not forget, they just charged towards the players of God's Given. So they do not have enough ammunition, do not have any armor on themselves to continue fighting the Alibaba Raiders side. But same can be said for the side of Alibaba Raiders, I guess, I see.
Exactly, but as of yet, they haven't found the confirmation on Sarang yet. Revenant Xbox still has a little bit more time, but here comes the spray. They are losing vehicles and bodies for this back as well. Chris has got the M249, but he's getting clipped from afar. Spray making sure he's keeping in check, and guess what? They get the re-knock once more on Ninja OP. As Alibaba Raiders, they may have found the perfect time, but they can't seem to wrap up this fight at all. As Revenant X-Park, they will hold out for now, but can they get the full confirmation? It's going to be the question, but as soon as it is, Rio finds the pick on Spray, and that's going to be shadowed down as well, as Revenant X-Park may have just dropped the ball here.
They just ran out into the open, desperate to secure those frags, and that overcommitment was a little too much for them to handle. The punish comes through. Alibaba Raiders, 2 points secured in the early stages of the game. And one more exciting thing about all of this, I see, is that God's Given, they are still in this game with 2 players remaining. But Joker, can he pull it off again? The answer is no. Gets taken out, and as I was talking about them, God's Given finally decide it's time to strike, taking shots on the players of Alibaba Raiders as a thanks to them for saving them from the players of Revenant X-Park. Chris, I believe he is going to be finished off as soon as Surya figures out that the other 2 lads have no way of closing in the distance. And there's one more lad from the side of God's Given who's on the flank. You see him on the radar.
Yeah, but what an unexpected way for Revenant X-Park to get taken out just like that.
Yeah.
Their early greed just got completely shut down, which is unfortunate of them, considering that they had the whole town for themselves. They got a little bit greedy, couldn't wrap up the fight, dragged on the fight for like, what, 5 minutes? This is 6 minutes in the game. And I'm really surprised that they're all going to get picked off. And Reflex, well, proning in the wrong side of the place. Alibaba Raiders gets themselves 6 finishes, barely 6 minutes in the game. That's a 1 finish a minute right now.
I mean, impressive performance coming in from Alibaba Raiders. Just turning the chaos into their favor. And Rio, look at him. He's going to be so happy with himself. 4 eliminations secured on the board already. 515 damage dished out. Can't save Chris, though. So they will have to look to continue this game with just 2 players remaining. Look at this. Look at what's happening over here. Eggy 4AM, an awkward conflict against the players of Face Official with Mastermind Mavericks in the back lines looking for a third party.
Speaking of third parties, Pro goes in for the jiggle. He was able to get the knock in, and now with that off angle from Wizard, they get the confirmation. That's going to be Ace Official down as well. 7 minutes in the game, only stage 1, and 2 teams has been eliminated here in Miramar. But as soon as I say this, here comes the third party, and that's going to be Team MM. Mastermind Mavericks going to come in through as Pearl misses that shot, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble as they are going to be swamped in.
And that is why this group was called the Group of Chaos, the Group of Cataclysm, because this is the most default circle in Miramar you could ask for. And it seems like the third team might be getting eliminated, but Wizard working some magic, and the players of Mastermind Mavericks get mesmerized by the fallen bodies in front of them, just running into, Pixel of HP, but he's still alive. Finally gets finished off. They barely managed to survive. Eggy is going to be the last man alive from the team named after him. Can he secure the squad wipe over here, or at least can he help his teammates come back into the action? There's just one more man, Pro, but I think he's going to bleed out, and he does.
Oh boy, Eggy, he's going to try and get a little bit of confirmation. The perfect nade! What a nade from Eggy! What did I just see? What did I just see? Eggy, you can't do this. Not like this.
Oh, man. I mean, he has to do that, as I said. I see the team is named after him. It's Eggy 4AM, and Eggy just showing why that is the case. 3 eliminations secured, 8 points in total within the first 8 minutes of a game of Miramar, with 3 teams wiped out.
I wasn't expecting that. The perfect nade, perfect timing. Oh my goodness, that is so unlucky of Team Mavericks. Mastermind Mavericks just completely got shut down just by one egg. One perfectly well-placed egg. And here comes another nade from a different team. That is going to be Swan looking to try and hold down the fort, but he gets run down as Team Tamilas takes him out.
Yeah, Team Tamilas, I believe they see red in the ledger and they're out for blood, man. Even in the last game, looking to secure a few extra eliminations, more than they needed. This time as well, getting aggressive in the early stages. But they needed to pick that man off because that was the only compound at the edge of the circle and they needed some control inside of the play zone.
Well, speaking of control right now, we haven't seen too much of the map, but all things considered, if you guys want to play as good and as Eggy does, you guys got to get yourself the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the all-round slayer of this segment itself, with the world's first Dimensity of 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million.
Well, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, that's what we have all been waiting for. And with the realme P3 Ultra 5G, that is what you get, ladies and gentlemen. But what do you get when only 2 of your players survive inside of the game? Well, that's the answer that we were asking from God's Given. Turns out it's not 2, it's just 1 man surviving, and the players of Godlike around him as well.
Well, speaking of a fight here, Hero Extreme Godlike, the man, the punk, got eliminated right from the get-go. And Hero Extreme Godlike starting things off with 3-man in San Martin on top of the mountains. And guess what? He sees all these rotations, and that's going to be Team Tamilas driving off by to try and re-rotate the next phase of zone. And as of yet, it is Stage 2. Stage 3 is where the hard shift comes through, and you want to be in the circle, center in general. But guess what? Let's take a little bit of replay on that fight between Team Eggy and TMM.
Exactly. I mean, Wizard kicking things off in a brilliant manner, finding those extra frags from Ace Official indoors, and then picking off 2 individuals from the side of Mastermind Mavericks as well. So the opening that was found was the one that was capitalized upon. Adi, he did try to survive, but 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Boom goes the grenade right on that vehicle as it slammed. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. That was so sad.
It was sad? Why?
I was sad for TMM.
Oh, of course.
Like, it's perfect moment. Like, I just drive by, hey, what's up, guys? Drives into a nade.
It was like you step on a landmine. That is what happens.
The perfect 8. The perfect egg toss by Iggy himself.
Send this man to a culinary school, because I've heard that the perfect boiled egg doesn't exist apart from that one.
Indeed, indeed.
He cooked it to perfection.
Agreed, agreed. But now, speaking of the perfect circle,
yeah.
In this case, Circle is going to be heading onto San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Everyone is going to be expecting an urban warfare, and we might see a back-to-back urban fight right here.
Oh, of course. I mean, first in Sanhok, now in Miramar as well. Soar Esports. Last game, a little unlucky, but they did end up securing a decent number of eliminations for themselves. This time they are going to look for those placement points. Although, look at the radar, there's someone stalking them from the backlines, and it's going to be the side of OG. Kira knocked out, and the finish is going to be secured as well.
AKOP from the side of Orangutan. They did really well in the previous game. Unfortunately to say, even though they did well, it's only been 5 points for them.
Yeah.
And as of yet, they haven't been able to find their footing yet. They have been playing right on the edges of the zone for quite some time now. And considering that the circle is going to be inside the city, I think most teams would want to play around the edges instead. But as soon as I say about edge, guess what? Rio, one of the teams that instigated the fight against Revenant X Spark, guess what? Gets picked off by Naman, the super sub for Rivals Apex.
You gotta use the highway, you gotta pay the toll tax. And this time that is being collected by Rivals Apex over there. Alibaba Raiders down to the last man, and it seems like Ninja running towards Eggy. The jump shot not connecting. He closed the door behind him as well.
He's cooking the nade again. Eggy looking for the flush, and Eggy got baited out by Ninja OP with the pull pin.
Oh no, though. Ooh. Shots coming in from Team Tamilas, and it's just a pixel of HP on Ninja. So lucky.
Dude, if that wasn't a level 3 helmet, he would have just got taken out.
Yeah.
There. Like, that level 3 helmet saved his life. That was so unlucky. So lucky of him. But, well, unlucky for Team Tamilas, though. That would have been a freebie in his hand.
That is true. I mean, a free point for sure. It was the last player. It is the last player, in fact, from the side of Alibaba Raiders. But look at how incredible they are doing in this match as well. They've secured, I believe that was the 9th elimination for the team.
Well, speaking of eliminations, seems like this game seems to be a little bit more even for most of the teams who's been struggling their way through. But I was expecting a little bit more tactical in this game, but seems like Circle gonna be inside San Martin itself. We do have at least 25% inside the city. So it looks like we might see an open fuse here, and Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be on top of the highest mountain in this point as of yet.
Yeah, and that should give them advantage, but the problem is urban warfare situations. The teams that take early control of the city will have a lot of cover to work with. As long as they keep their heads down, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to struggle to find those finishes, but as I said, as long as the teams keep their heads down, Team Tamilas out into the open, shots fired, a few connections found, but no knocks into the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike.
What a shot from Jonathan!
Ouch!
Scar. Team Tamilas gotta feel that coming from Mr. IGL in this case. The confirmation as well. What a pixel perfect shot, Jonathan! You can't do that, Jonathan. Not like this. This is the quarterfinals we're talking about.
First gave him a headache with a nasty shot to his noggin, and then broke his kneecaps.
That was a very, very small pixel as well through the window. How do you even find that? But speaking of which, the rest of the world still needs to rotate their way in. AKOP getting a little bit of a company here. Rivals Apex looking to push through for the west side. And here comes a spray down. Kratos almost gets taken down, but AK looking trying to scare him off even further right at the edge. The nade comes through. 1 second in the way. Does it connect? Does not though. But the rest of Orangutan is going to continue with their push.
Yeah, they just get aggressive, OG. These apes are hungry, and Rivals Apex are going to be their rival apes. But Rivals Apex, they just end up falling back, disengaging against the fight. I think they also knew as soon as one of your players is dropped extremely low right off the bat, you can't really do much, but as they try to readjust towards a different position, more players are going to fall, running into NRI. Not a good idea. 3 players knocked out, 1 last man left standing, and hey, before they can react to this, Rivals Apex, the complete squad, gets wiped out just by 2 players from the side of NRI Esports. Quite unfortunate, but what an exciting moment for us to witness.
Exactly, and of course, if you guys want to see more action, you guys got to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G and Google it for amazing prizes as of yet. It is, after all, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself. Meanwhile, like you said, Johnny, if you want to use the highway, you got to pay the toll. And Rival Apex completely gave everything and went bankrupt.
That was an expensive rotation for sure. An early squad wipe, not what we expected for Rivals Apex, considering the performance on that previous map of Sanhok was actually quite incredible, but seems like OG could be the next team to be eliminated from this game. They're losing bodies, and there's nowhere left for them to move, still playing the western edge of the circle. And if it's a central shift after 25 seconds, I think OG are just going to get finished off as soon as they step out from behind the cover.
Yep, and as of yet, Arc-Knight, Dox is one of the star players coming in from Arc-Knight. They are known as the most aggressive team and during the round stages. And for them to be playing this a little bit safe during the quarterfinals, feels a little bit weird. But like you said, OG, they're still okay. They're still inside the zone, but they do not have vehicles to rotate their way through. But seems like the circle is going to be shifting in towards the city. It is not going to be helpful for teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, who's been staying on top of the mountain the longest of time, but they do have so much information for every single team who's pretty much stuck inside the town.
Oh, and man.
Why? What happened?
I'm looking at THWNON. I don't see a way through inside of the circle. Every single position from where they can breach is already taken care of. And as you were talking about the city itself, that city of San Martin, it's off limits basically for everyone now.
Well, speaking of off limits, guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to try and push in. And they've learned their lesson from Sanhok and Sim now. Being dropped down pretty low, but he will find a small little compound to work with. So they will be part of the community, part of the population that's residing inside San Martin now. They gave up control. And now Team Tamila is going to be hanging on by the side, being neighbors themselves. And will they be good neighbors or will they be nosy neighbors is going to be the question.
I think the last time they were the good neighbors, but because of that they missed out on the chicken. So they are going to try and get involved in other people's business in the next few minutes. But the population, as we were talking about for San Martin, was 27 residents. OG, they want to take a little bit of real estate for themselves, but access is going to be denied by the players of NRI, and DOD from the flank as well, chiming in. Sour Esports finding a few extra picks for themselves, and OG, the apes are going extinct. Atanki was the last man, gets picked off by Avnish, as DOD get the last pick from that team.
Oh boy, both apes could not afford to pay the toll. And in this case, both rival Apex and Orangutan completely taken out. Not enough bananas, apparently. Not enough bananas. But all things considered, 10 teams left. It is going to be Urban Warfare, do or die. One of the only few teams that is outside the city. And guess what? They have a very, very nice advantage on themselves if the circle shifts out. However, as of yet, they are going to be waiting for stage 6. Is it going to push everyone out of the city or everyone inside? All comes down to this final shift, and it's about 1 minute left.
So, I mean, stage 5, it's okay, right? Big chunk of the city still inside of the circle. But if the circle keeps moving west, as you said, everyone is going to be flushed out eventually. And late stage urban area rotation, man, oh man, it's going to be exciting to see how these lads try to survive.
There's no place to hide, no place to run. It's so hard to rotate as well. There's just so much nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
And speaking of nook and crannies, look at this. Every single angle of the city has been covered. One by Do or Die, the second one by THWX non-X Esports right now. Oh boy, this is all about to break loose. It all comes down to the circle. It's not going to be any head-to-head fights yet, but the moment the circle shifts, you are going to see every single team start to get very, very active.
Man, and it's going to be exciting to see. Where does the circle move? Please go west.
Please go. No.
Why did we even say that, man? It's a central shift. Hey, the only person who's going to be happy with the shift is going to be Surya from the side of God's Given. He's the last man from his team. And now he has to do absolutely nothing. Just stay there. Make sure no one knows that you even exist in this game. And you should be good.
Oh boy, he's going to be the landlord in that house.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Hopefully he's going to have a little bit piece of the pie here in terms of his shares. But it is still a very, very small shift. So stage 6 still not going to be seeing teams getting a little bit more active. We do see a little bit of a rotation coming from Jaguar Esports for Northeast. But it seems like they want to hug the edges of the north side instead, which is succumbed to be shot by Do or Die. And look at this. And, oh, okay, he drove up a nice angle, but can't seem to get off the exact timing, so he might actually lose his buggy on top of the mountain.
You know what, though? Do or Die, I'm very happy that they're still playing with their coach, man. Weds is still in it. He's going to be the first coach to actually play with the team, and at this point, I would just want to see him make it to the finals as well.
Oh, there'll be a big statement here. Will we see history repeat himself from a different game title? But all things considered, Team Tamilas finally getting a little bit active, and guess what? They get knocked off. And same can be said for Soar Esports, who's taking shots onto the southeast corner from THWX non-X. As Tamilas now losing Rico, wants to go for a little bit of reset, but they don't know where the rest of the world are as well. Jaguar Esports might be picking their way through. They are finding some sort of cover to go in for the reset. And fortunately for him, they will get the reset on Rico, which is huge for Team Tamilas.
Yeah, it is definitely quite huge. And it is going to be important as well because it gives them a little bit of access of a few extra meters of the zone. But on the other side, Alibaba Raiders finally wiped out from the game. We're down to 9 teams, 27 players still alive in this match. And almost every single one of these individuals has found some real estate to work with inside of the circle itself. But as you were talking about, them playing from the northeastern edge of the zone, Jaguar official. I think the big challenge for them is going to be to figure out how to outlast the side of Team Tamilas, because that's the one team that can block their way, block the access to the center depths of the play zone for them.
Yeah, this compound coming in from Jaguar officials, which is pretty much the wet market, doesn't have a lot of cover to work with. Like, yes, technically it looks like it's got a lot of cover, but there's not a lot of angles for you to peek outside, which may result in them getting taken out with one well-placed nade. But speaking of which, Simp, with the opening, they get the knock onto his Fox, Team Tamilas, losing their life. And Hero Extreme Gala finally getting a little bit of active, but again, no confirmation since Jonathan's earlier initial pick. And Team Tamilas, still, they've lost Rico just now, and this time, they are about to lose Fox. Very, very slow game here. Just because it is an urban warfare, it becomes very, very passive for all these teams.
Yeah. Especially on a map like, I mean, urban warfare on Miramar, you know it's going to get nuts in the stage 8, stage 9. This is definitely going to go to stage 9 if the circle just sticks towards the city. Next shift. Is it going to be a central one again? Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, we are going all the way towards stage 9. And it is quite interesting, Icy, because considering we never get to see urban warfare in Sanhok, we got that for this particular group. Urban warfare on Miramar is one of the most exciting things to witness. We're getting that for this group. Group C, C for Cataclysm, man.
Cataclysm? I would say chaos, man. Group of
Yeah.
chaos coming in for Group C itself, and every single team is going to struggle because it all comes down to those pixel-perfect moments.
Complete Armageddon. I mean, Armageddon starts from A, so it has to be complete with the C.
Well, it might be the apocalyptic. No,
That's again with an A, bro.
I know, but calyptic. I'm just going to leave it there. But all things considered, 8, 9 teams remain, and do or die. Not using the highway.
No.
Guess what? He is going to be in a little bit of predicament because that knock there forced a full stop and do or die. They had to pay the tax. Unfortunately for them, that is going to be only 2 guys as they will have Reaper and Avnish surviving this onslaught.
That is just unlucky with how Bhalu got taken out as well, because Wed's buggy just forced him to stop as well. But look at this, Arc Knight show up, and it's going to be a 2-on-2 conflict inside of this building.
Oh my goodness, this conflict is going to be a little bit awkward as well. Apartments, multi-level warfares, 4 levels to figure it out. Do they shoot outside or inside? Because as of yet, guess what? Do or die. They're taking pot shots on Arc Knight, and they are able to find one themselves. 2 versus 2 in this apartment. And the other 3 is going to be on the other side of the apartment. Sour Esports going to be looking through a little bit of cracks here. And 1 wrong pixel means they are going to be shot from across the apartments.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see actually who ends up surviving this this raid situation that has just taken place between these 3 sides. Or should I say 4? Because I do see a little bit of a splash of blue in the mix as well.
Speaking of blue, the blue zone, you might have just called it. We are going to be potentially seeing stage 9 all the way through, similarly to the previous game. But guess what? Saur, Rock Lee gets a very, very nice nade on Do or Die. And that's going to be an opening knock. But can they get the confirmation? Does he have a second nade? It seems like they're all out of utilities. But you can hear gunshots across the entire town as well. Everybody is trying to get some inch, some land, some space. And Do or Die, they're still sharing it with their neighbors down below.
Man, Avnish, I think he got up, got revived, and instantly lobbed a nade into the stairwell. The utility could be shared with his teammate as well. I think they need to work in tandem. Although Arc, at least because of the revive, has been stopped in their tracks on the 3rd floor of this 4-story building. And Soar Esports waiting on the flank, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The cluster just continues to compress in the center of this zone. And after a while, hey man, it's going to be a fusion of the atoms that's going to happen.
Exactly, and this next phase of the zone is starting to move as well. And guess what? They're right at the borderline edge as well. And everyone, if they jump out of that apartment, means it is going to be instant death.
Yeah.
No cover, no nothing. It's going to be a 3-way triple threat showdown. Meanwhile, guess what? Finally, we do see God's Given finally making their survival into the top 9. And it's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike. It is going to be a battle of gods here. 3 versus 1. Can he make the play? They're checking every single corner here from Hero Extreme Godlike. Not taking any sort of chances. But guess what? Saur, they push out. They are going to run in with THW X0.
Yeah, and they instantly just drop bodies. It's Lavish indoors against Sense Boy. And it's down to a 1v1 between these 2 sides, at least as far as the compound conflict is considered. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to survive? Who's going to get their team inside of the top 7 of this match? Well, we're going to find the answer to that. Both the players looking to play mind games against each other, looking to see if they can flush the other man out with the sound of that nade pin. But that doesn't work out too well for either of them. A little bit of real estate to work with still after the blue zone moving in. But hey, it stays 9. And now is when they complete collapse of the blue zone is going to take place. Chaos starting now. 8 teams, 19 players still alive. And it is Godlike who still have 3 players remaining, along with the side of Team Tamilas. NRI is still in this match with all 4, but Sorry Esports is going to be the first team to get wiped out. DOD follow up next. We're down to 6 teams, 16 players still alive. And Jaguar Esports, it is going to be the man Hercules spotted out. And Godlike also end up becoming the God Slayers, as Hercules is going to be put down on his knees.
Well, Hero Extreme Godlike, well, big bounce back for them. They are finally in the top 5. They've got all the information they need. And here comes the nade, Jonathan, looking to try and scare off Jaguar. And in this case, will they be able to continue to do so? They have the numbers advantage, but it all comes down to the final zone and who plays chicken, who has the best zone right now. It seems like Jaguar, they are right at the edge and they are about to bleed out the zone. Whereas Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to make some sort of space. And guess what? Jonathan gets the re-knock once more.
He does find the trade, but as soon as the players of Godlike step out, they are going to be spotted out by the players of NRI Esports. The numbers advantage for NRI is the one thing they have to work with. But Jonathan, he needs to go big as Admino finds the last man from the side of THW. NON, it's down to 2 teams, 7 players still alive. The blue zone damage too much for Jonathan to deal with as well. He dishes out a little bit of damage to the players of NRI, but it's not going to be enough. Admino is the last man surviving a 1v4 for the chicken. Can he pull it off? The first man hits the floor. Nate's coming in towards Admino through the windows as the players of NRI have closed in. He's looking to peek the window. The Molotov stopping him in his track. One more man hits the floor. 2 players have been knocked out. Admino, can he go big in this one? He's burning alive inside of that molly. Damage tanked. Can he secure the win? The blue zone comes through. 2 more players on the other side. No HP to work with. The damage is not going to be negated. And he finally falls. Godlike eliminated on the second position. And it's going to be NRI who walk away with the chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. Patience pays the best in this game.
Patience is of a virtue, and patience pays off tenfold for NRI Esports, because that was what a way to shut down a god. It's all in due time, because eventually time pretty much is not forgiving to anyone.
Exactly.
Yeah. And with the zone coming in as well, even Jonathan, he tried to play the high angle for as long as he can to potentially pick off and set things up. But Admino, he was on fire, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up, that it was all supposed to be a setup. Jonathan was supposed to find at least 1 knock, and Admino, he was feeling very confident, like, okay, I can 1v3 this. But it wasn't a 1v3, it was 1v4, unfortunately.
Yeah. It was so unfortunate as well. And Admino, like, even though he got the initial 2 knocks there, I really like what NRI did. The moment they got the 2 knocks, instead of giving it to him, they waited for time, waited for a circle, made Admino panic, and the moment Admino made 1 mistake, and that's where they actually take him out. And I would say that is a very, very good example of holding back.
Yeah.
And disciplining himself. So very nicely done coming from NRI. But again, a small bounce back for Hero Extreme Godlike.
You know how they say a good defense is a better offense? Well, sometimes a better offense is just an even better defense.
Well, sometimes it's a potato, potato, tomato, tomato.
Yeah.
Vice versa, coming from both these teams in terms of strategy-wise. But again, 2 back-to-back games of urban warfare. Like you said, it is going to be a group of chaos, group of catalysm, group of compounds, group of condos, group of... I don't know, man. It's
apparently group of urban finishes for some reason out of nowhere. 2 games back to back, and both of the awkward maps, Sanhok and Miramar, both ending in urban finishes. I've never seen that happen for any group before this.
I know, right? This is weird as well. Like, I think ever since the grind started until now, we have seen about 10% to 20% of compound finishes.
Yeah.
And just in Group C itself, here in the quarterfinals, 100% in urban finishes.
As of now, after 2 games, 100% urban finishes. And the only team that has done kind of decent for themselves in this is Team Tamilas.
Oh yeah, 2 games very, very consistent coming from them as well. Like top 5 finishes coming from Team Tamilas. They got a decent amount of finishes. I would say Team Tamilas should be somewhere in the top 3 after this group.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is actually hurting the entirety of Group C overall in general. Because again, like you said, 2 urban finishes means that the points are going to be split evenly between most of these teams.
Between all 16, man.
Exactly, all 16 teams. And that means it's either going to be a very, very low cutoff or a very ridiculously high cutoff for some teams, some players in particular.
in this situation, it is even worse because there is no cutoff, right? You have to compete against 64 teams, as you mentioned at the start of the day as well. And if the points are divided between everyone, in just the 16 teams that are playing in this particular group, guess what? All the other groups are gaining an advantage against these 16 teams that are playing right now.
Agreed.
So it just... it is going to be a little bit unfortunate, but I think if one team just ends up popping off, that means if someone does well in the upcoming game or at least gets some sort of consistency, that their chances of qualifying actually just go through the roof.
Exactly, and especially when it comes to Urban as well, it's so unpredictable, right? Like one wrong move, you got picked off. Like look at Jonathan out of nowhere, gets a random spray on Team Tamilas and just like takes him out from 300 freaking meters away inside a small window pixel. I'm like, okay, this is the Jonathan we know, all right? But again, everything, it all comes down to small little I would say mistakes, but what's really unfortunate was that Revenant Xbox had a great game in Sanhok, and in this game, for them, they understood that, hey, normally, in normal circumstances in Miramar, first circle, you don't expect third parties.
Yeah.
And for them to run into its two potential teams, yes, they got taken out, and then another team came in, another team, and another team was like, dude, this is only the first stage. Where are all these people coming from?
Yeah, and talking about where things are coming from, I think where people are coming from, I think that is what Revenant Xbox were also wondering.
Yeah.
Because start of the game, I mean, first of all, at Sanhok, we just went Revenant Xbox, and then in this game, Revenant Xbox?
Yeah.
First team to get wiped out.
I think the strategy coming from them was very, very simple, right? You need high finishes, you need high volume, and you need the chicken dinner to consistently get yourself again to fight against the rest of the group. We talked about this. It's the fight not between these 16 teams. It's a fight with all the 64. So you have to take those kind of necessary risks. I like the risks, but I'm just very, very unfortunate for Team Revenant Xbox to get third party. That's all. Like, I'm pretty sure if they were a 1 versus 1, it would have been in the back for them.
That is true. That is true. I mean, I think they also didn't expect Alibaba Raiders to show up out of nowhere. The only thing I have to say about that fight was even after Alibaba Raiders showed up, Revenant Xbox, they were at no point looking for a reset. They just were on go the entire time. But we do have the highlights in front of us, and of course, most of it is about that urban area finish because a lot of the teams did survive till the end game stages. And for Godlike as well, decent number of eliminations, 8 eliminations secured in this game, and the second place finish. So they do bounce back, or not bounce back, in fact, they are going to be consistent. In the last game, they finished 7th, and in this match, they finished 2nd. So a massive improvement.
Yeah, agreed. And even here, as well, Jonathan had one of the biggest games as well. And when it comes to urban warfare, you have to talk about teams with a lot of experience. And Jonathan does have one of the most amount of experience in his pro career. And for him to be the MVP, this is a very, very big run here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. And even most of the teams from the grind teams have one of the most amount of experiences in urban itself.
Exactly. I mean, the grind teams, of course, were the ones with a lot of experience under their belt, and they were bound to do well in these complex situations. Jonathan sitting there as the MVP of the game, first in the list of top 5 players, followed by Sarwar from the side of NRI. We had Rio in the list from Alibaba Raiders as well, but there it is, the match summary. And as Icy was talking about it, that 300-meter elimination that caught the lad from Team Tamilas completely off guard. Even he did not know where the shots came from, and I think Team Tamilas were also wondering, like, where is this guy sitting? But look,
it's unfortunate, right? Considering the fact that based on the angle from where Jonathan is shooting from and you're inside the compound, it's actually a blind spot for Team Tamilas to actually peek out. Whereas for Jonathan, I can perfectly see your legs.
Hey, but look at this. NRI Esports, 21 points in the previous match. Revenant Xbox got 21 points, but this time, Godlike, very consistent, 14 points for them. Also consistent is going to be Eggy 4AM with 8 points in this game. THW, NON, a little bit of a recovery compared to the previous match, 7 points secured. Alibaba Raiders got 7 points. You have Jaguar Official with 6. Soar Esports with 5, and Arc Knight with 4.
Yeah, I would say a very, very even spread between all the teams as well.
Yeah.
Eggy, even though they've got no placement points, with that clutch coming from Eggy taking out Team Mastermind Mavericks is so unfortunate because Mastermind Mavericks only gets themselves 2 finishes off Team Eggy, and now they are currently in 12th place with only 2 points. Very, very unfortunate for some of these teams. And even Orangutan as well, who somehow managed to survive, but I don't think they're going to be part of the top 8.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a recovery we're going to be waiting for on the map of Erangel, but Revenant Xbox in terms of the overall ranking, 23 points. NRI catch up with 22. Team Tamilas with 20, Godlike with 20, Rivals Apex with 14, you have Arc Knight on the 6th with 12, Eggy 4am on the 7th with 11, and Mastermind on the 8th with 10 points. 13 points between the 1st and the 8th.
Yep,
That's the difference.
It is going to be a little bit of an interesting one as well. Alibaba Raiders have 0 positioning points, but they do have themselves 10 total finishes thus far in both games. And that's going to give them a little bit of a comeback here for tomorrow itself. But I feel like this is going to be a very, very awkward standing. Because based on Group B and Group C's performance, it seems like somewhere around 30 points is where the top is. And being part of the top 16 means that you need at least 60 points in 6 games to kind of have some sort of solid grounds to compete with the rest of 64 to be part of that top 16.
That is true. I think the top teams, by the end of their 6 matches, as you said, between 50 to 60 is where they're going to be. But for this group, I think they're going to be struggling in the early 50s if this is how things are going to go. So I think this might just turn out to be the group with the least number of teams breaking in the top 16 and moving directly to semifinals week 1.
Well,
everyone else wildcard.
If the trend continues of maybe, you know, the group of compounds, especially in game number 3 here, which is going to be happening very, very shortly in the map of Erangel, and hopefully it's not going to be a compound group, but of course for all your guys' entertainment, we will hope that it is going to happen. We'll see you guys right after this break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 quarterfinal stages, and today's day 1 has been a very, very interesting one. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Big Necro as we take you through the journeys of the English commentary for today. 5 matches done and dusted. We've seen Group B, and now we're going to see the Group of Chaos on this
Exactly.
case. Necro, what do you think about it?
Look, the previous game was absolutely incredible, right? The way it unfolded, Hero Extreme Godlike. I genuinely thought for a moment they can actually snatch that chicken dinner away, but especially when the zone moved away from them, the chances were dwindling down even more. But I'm really happy that the newer names are now stepping up.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, considering the fact that when it comes towards urban warfare, it might be experience, it might be a little bit of indifferences in terms of pixels or FPS. And you know what? To help you guys watch out towards your gameplays in BGMI, be sure to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G for the 90 FPS BGMI gaming. And it is currently priced at 22,999 rupees. And you better get it right here, right now.
Exactly. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself, or maybe some incredible rewards. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? I see now the upcoming game is also going to be the last game of the day, and the third game for this entire group. And we're once again going to move back towards the classic grounds of Erangel. We kick things off with Sanhok for this entire group, and Sanhok was absolutely weird, because we've never seen a cow finish. And now it's such a weird finish. Even the previous game, the chicken dinner getting stolen away from Hero Extreme Godlike like that. I'm pretty sure in the upcoming game we might just see them switch on that aggressive mode.
Agreed. And now, as of yet, the highest ever points that has ever gotten here in realme BGIS from the round stages in 6 matches is 110 points, followed by a second place position, which is somewhere around 88 points. So this is where the gap continues, right? Like, we have a little bit of benchmark for you guys. That means for the teams, if they want to qualify as part of the top 16 upper echelons, you need to get 80 points for a secure position to guarantee yourself in towards the top 16 for the semifinals.
And I also want to see Rival Apex do pretty good in the upcoming game, right? Because even they are supposed to be part of conversation. You cannot really forget teams like Team Tumulus too, veterans inside of the scene, and even they're lacking something. Now, the upcoming game being the last game, and as we all know, they're also going to reach the halfway marker of their entire games in the quarterfinals. This is also going to be a pressuring moment for all these teams. But if you have that experience, if you are one of the veterans inside of the scene, you know exactly how to deal with that pressure. In my opinion, Team Tumulus, in this last game, there's a major chance they can actually steal the chicken away.
Yep, and they do need this round as well, considering that,
yeah,
they are part of the top 4, but overall points here, they do need to get a little bit more because Revenant and Expert had a little bit of blunder in Miramar. That gives them a little bit of chance here to get that top 3, to chase for it. So, all things considered, everyone is going to be eyeing for those points, and this map, Erangel, is going to be El Clasico. Means that it is going to be very tactical. It is the first map every single player out there plays before they switch in towards Miramar, or maybe even Vikendi, or maybe even Sanhok in general. But unfortunately to say, nobody's going to be playing Vikendi.
Yeah, it is one of the most OG maps, right? It is one of the most classic maps. And now let's speak about the previous game a little bit more. NRI officials coming out of nowhere, scooping that chicken dinner away. Did you see that coming? In my opinion, it could have been anyone else from the city that was trying to move out, but somehow NRI officials, with that perfect patience that they showcased, things worked out pretty well for them. It's like things were just falling into piece.
I think NRI is one of those teams that has been consistent coming from the round stages, and they're not the type of team that get very active. They are the type of teams that are very passive and they wait for opportunities, right? So when the circle presented an opportunity for them, they took it. And look at those opportunities. Like Jonathan was pretty much stuck out there. They knew for a fact it's going to be a freebie, but I want to see how the game goes here.
As the plane's going to hit the skies once again, and maybe for the last time of the day, it's going to be starting all the way from shooting range towards down south, towards the Snoka military base. Now this plane fly pad tilted a little bit to the left side. If the teams do want to move in towards Kamishki, Lipovka, Milta Power, even Norupnoy, that might just be a bit of a tough stretch. Let's speak of some of the clashes that we might see. Now if Hero Extreme Godlike, they do find themselves in a bit of that kerfuffle off the rip, things can be rough.
Well, speaking of kerfuffles, I feel like none of these teams in this lobby has pretty much announced itself like, hey, where I'm going to be dropping here. And guess what? Forever Red Ross did exactly that, and they were the table toppers from the previous group. So this group, I'm curious to see who's going to be the table topper as of yet.
Hero Extreme Godlike is one of the most flexible teams when it comes to dropping on the map, right? They drop towards Georgiapol, they drop towards Milta, they drop towards School. They've also dropped towards Yasna Poliana, and they like to drop towards Kamishki as well. They've got so many drop locations that they can move to, and that's one of the best possible things for Hero Extreme Godlike because they have so many other rotation pathways that they can instantly adapt to.
I'm curious to see whether or not if they go for military base, but it seems like that's not going to be the case. They are going to be dropping to a southwest corner. So I'm curious to see how Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be playing things here, because we've seen some of the grind teams from the previous round being targeted as well. Wildfangs was one of those teams in the previous round, but now they have a very wide spread here from Hero Extreme Godlike, and as soon as they spread, guess what? Circle actually going to be in towards a potential Mount Everest here.
Now it's a complete different drop location from Hero Extreme Godlike towards Gatka. I've never seen them drop towards that area, by the way. And now as they're heading towards Gatka, I would love to see what the game plan's going to be and how their structure and how the rotation's going to look like. Right now, they've spread themselves out quite wide apart. Sal Esports is right next to him towards Hospital. And then you've also got NRI, the winners of the previous game, towards Georgia Pool City. Containers still uncontested, by the way. And Rival Apex on the screen towards the other side.
Rival Apex having a little bit of format, a little bit of run in here. They are going to be driving outside the zone to go for their usual drop spots. And I feel like in this scenario, they're going to be A-okay. But
there's
guess
a foe.
what? There is going to be company here. And will they be able to spot Ash out? Because that is going to be a random straggler coming from Ace Official. And it seems like he is going to loot out a little bit and potentially run away. Or does he choose to fight? But it seems like he is going to try and lay low for a while.
Yeah, the man's going to wait for the right moment to strike, the right opportunity. And Rival Apex, as soon as they realized that this compound's looted, they instantly started to move, getting their hands on a vehicle as well. And now they've got 2 cars that they can divide themselves in and keep on moving their merry way. Hyper Ash had no chances to try and take at least a single player down, so that's still a bit of a problem. And Rival Apex actually going for the fight, stopping in between, taking those shots against the players of Ace Officials, just teasing them a bit.
Oh, it is. They saw a little bit of mistakes there. A little bit of blunders coming from Rival Apex. Ace Official wanted to capitalize on it, but again, it's still rather early. It's just not worth taking those kind of unnecessary risks as of yet. But they do need to prioritize on looting up here, because this circle, especially, has been favoring and also having a tendency to be on top of Mount Everest and Ruins itself. You do need all the utilities you can get. You can't afford to be not stocked up in those final zones.
And looking at Ace Officials so far in the overall standings, they've only got 1 point. So Ace Officials, right now, they're super desperate for the points too. And it makes a lot of sense why they were chasing down the players of Rival Apex, because they thought this can be an easy opportunity to grab the points, which unfortunately Rival Apex just slithered away from their hands. It's completely fine though. Ace Officials still, if they try and pre-plan things a bit better for the upcoming stages, things can once again be back in the control.
Agreed. God's Given Esports, however, not in the best position as well. Like you said, it's going to be sharing their spots similarly to Ace Official, who is currently only 3 points in 3 games here. This is the 3rd game thus far. Hopefully, they are going to be able to bounce back a little bit more. Same can be said for Do or Die, who arguably had a little bit of run-in here in Miramar itself. But let's take a look at the zone. Seems like Arc9 is going to be in Military Base, and God's Given is going to be on Milta itself, whereas Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looting the entirety of Gatka. So we might expect a potential Gatka circle, which is kind of difficult to play unless you're an experienced team. We've seen teams like K9 Esports just completely dominate everyone when it comes to their kind of circles. But K9 is not in his lobby. Hopefully the grind teams is going to be able to showcase themselves. Like you said as well, there is going to be potential warm-up issues, considering that there has been a very, very long break between Hero Extreme Godlike and the rest of the team that has been competing. But guess what? On top of Mount Everest.
Not a big fan of this positioning from Admino. The man's all by himself, and Sour Esports at the top. They're looking to shower down those nades on Admino. Admino, considering he's the only man up close and personal, he's once again realizing the same fact and now backing away from that spot. Simp really does want to go for the fight at the end of the day, but what just happened to Senseboy? He slips and he instantly gets knocked out.
How did he just completely glide around the entire mountain?
Yes.
And fall down?
And this also gives the opportunity for Hero Extreme Godlike to close on up. Sour Esports already with a big man disadvantage on Hilltop. There's just 2 players ready to duke it out against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Sour Esports, it's better to just back away from this spot, try and play things a bit safer. But instead, they regroup once again. 3 players looking to face the foes. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they know the problems for them has been cut short by a bit. So they can definitely try and go for this risk. But the nade lands right next to the player. And Sour Esports now taken down to a 2-man squad. Just Rock Lee up close and personal. And Hero Extreme Godlike inching closer to the player. And Rock Lee eventually gets wrapped up from the back and eaten alive by Simp. Hero Extreme Godlike looking to devour the entirety of Sour Esports. And what can you do if you're Kira? The best possible thing you can do is back away and play for safety. And that's exactly what Kira is doing.
Hero Extreme Godlike, what a nade from Punk. And guess what? Here comes a spray down as well. They're not letting him off the hook. And guess what? He's out in the open. It's going to be hard to spray transfer all that as well. There is bullet speed involved in those kind of ranges. So Kira's going to be able to get out of safety, but he is going to be doing it all by himself. Mistakes were made. And because of this, we are going to be seeing Sour Esports going to be swimming under the waters.
Sense boy, the man's got to take the fall. Everything happened because Sense boy got knocked out from that cliff. He fell down and got knocked out. And that was such a big misplay. It costed the entirety of Sour Esports this game.
Yeah.
3 games done so far. Sour Esports not exactly there on the board that well. That's a major sign of concern.
Agreed. And of course, for those guys who are going to be looking for that perfect BGMI gameplay, this is the all-round slayer, which is the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the smartest AI gaming control with GT Boost AI, makes it precise, the most suitable optimization mode for gamers like you, like me, and of course, like Necro. And be sure to check it out on Google, the realme P3 Ultra 5G, to get yourself some amazing rewards.
Ooh, that sounds spicy. And something that's going to be even more spicier might just be the next circle. Within 25 seconds, the next zone's going to be shifting. And as we know, since it's going to be stage 2, it will be curveballic shift. And we all love to see those curveballic shift. Catches a lot of teams off guard, and it can be a big spanner in the works as well for majority of them. But so many teams, they have accumulated towards the centric part. Everyone seems ready for this hard shift. But if it does shift down south, then that's definitely going to be an interesting one too. Team Tumla's taking that late game rotate, and we spoke about the circle shifting down south. That's exactly what happens. Arknight, they found themselves on the lucky side of the bed, and you can say the same thing for Team Tumla's as well.
Well, we are going to be potentially seeing a Gatka circle coming in, but Pochinki is still inside the picture, so I do not want to rule out the potential compound fights that may or may not happen very, very soon. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they will have to concede Mount Everest to come down for this fight. But hold that thought for now. Guess what? Team Mastermind Mavericks going to be expecting company. The Jaguars are going to be looking for a fight right now.
Mastermind Mavericks, they've already stepped inside of the compound as they've managed to find the first man. Even the man in the back gets chipped up too low. And even he gets wrapped up and knocked out. Not a lot you can do, not a lot of breathing options as well available, but still the Jaguar, it pounces, but the pounce was not long enough as he gets caught by Maxmer and eliminated in the game.
Oh my goodness, the perfect opportunity for Mastermind Mavericks. Maxmer, the clutch, the playmaker. They take everything and lose absolutely nothing out of this. No third parties, no nothing, no whatsoever. Free loot, free vehicles, free compound inside this zone. Absolutely perfect for Mastermind.
I just feel bad for Jaguar. I don't even exactly know what that push was, but yeah, for Jaguar, quite a scrappy fight at the end of the day. They did not really have a lot of time to understand what exactly they need to do in order to win that fight, and Jaguar was just completely caught off guard.
Oh boy, speaking of off guard right now, as of yet, I want to see the rest of the world. How are they going to rotate this? Because this circle is so unpredictable. Is this Pochinki circle? Is it going to be open grounds here? Or is it going to be Mount Everest? It's still so volatile. And look at this. Everyone doesn't really have a lot of space to work with. They're trying to keep up and protect those cars as much as they can. And as you can see, the circle as well is smack middle of Gatka. But considering how unpredictable it is, we might see it just completely shift all the way back to ruins as well. Which I feel like is highly unlikely, but this circle, again, is so unpredictable. I don't know how to play this zone. Everybody needs those vehicles, needs those smokes as much as they can for this next fight. Because without those smokes, you're not making it out alive.
True. Open terrains, you always need those smokes. Even for the hilltop contentions, you need those smokes as well. Blocking those line of sights can be real crucial to keep yourself and your team alive. And right now, Arknight, towards that southern side, they've managed to find themselves some high ground to play with. This high ground can go a long way if they manage to defend it for long enough. The next zone shift's also going to be revealing a lot of this stuff. And I would like to take your eyes towards Kira from Sour Esports. The man's still all the way towards Georgiapol. And speaking of the circle, it's not going to be moving towards Pochinki anymore.
I don't know what Kira's going to do, man. Like, his stage 3 circle is going to hurt. And eventually he's got to make it out into zone. And guess what? No urban warfare for the first time. It is going to be open hunting seasons for every single team out in the open. And it all comes down to skill, tactics, and trust between the teams here to actually overcome this circle itself. Open fields all the way through. Orangutan, who likes to play edge zone, hasn't been able to find any kind of picks yet in this next phase of zone. And it is going to be very, very tough to do so. And guess what? Atenki is able to find out a couple players here coming from Gods themselves.
Beautiful stuff, and now they're just getting ripped apart. Gods, they can't really do a lot here. They do not really have a lot of things given from the Gods, but still, Gods given, they're trying their best to make something out of nothing. As Surya too gets caught. Gods given, now the survival seems even tough. In a real bad spot they are. Yeah, still one man was able to run away from this entire kerfuffle, from this entire brawl. But for how long can you keep yourself anonymous?
Orangutan, you know, getting a little bit of checkpoint. They are able to get a little bit of attacks here and there. But they have to thin this herd. This circle is so difficult to play. And being caught out in open means instant death if you do not clear your angles. And Orangutan, they are looking to try and dominate the northeast. But little did they know, they are going to be expecting Team Mastermind Mavericks, who is slowly sneaking by here to potentially get a huge flank on them. And guess what? Look at Rickson. He sees all this commotion. Does he take the shot? Yes, he is. But it's a little bit too late. He misses every single bullet.
The spray felt like it was on point, but since it's so far away, and there were also trees, so he could not really connect that properly. But still, Rickson from Mastermind Mavericks, a man with a lot of potential. Now the entire team's on the move. Alibaba Raiders 2 on the screen, trying to make it inside of the white line, as the blue zone's going to move away as well. Chris, the way this man has been playing in the past, and now the transition towards the quarterfinals, Chris's performance has not been able to replicate itself. But I just hope that Chris once again achieves the same greatness that he had.
Speaking of greatness, Kira is gonna do the impossible here. No finishes, 15 teams left alive. There's only so much he can do. And guess what? He is about to run into some company. He sees Rio right in front of him. He needs to get out. He's going to turn outside the zone. Well, Alibaba Raiders still thinking whether or not should they fight this. Here he comes. The spray comes through. Chris left this out, and he's going to force Kira even further away.
The man's on the run. Kira knows if he catches even a single bullet, that might just be too costly for the player, because I'm pretty sure he does not have enough meds. And Kira is on the run. But still, the rotation that Kiro is looking to pull off, it might just work out wonders. Because he's going to find himself in the white line soon. The blue zone is not going to be that much of a problem for the player. But as we transition towards another team, which is going to be R&T, looking at their placement, looking at their position, they're looking to challenge the players of Mastermind Mavericks. Rickson, he gets back in the vehicle, senses that threat, and he instantly backs away.
Well, speaking of a fight here, Revenant X-Spark, they have to clear out these angles, but they have to make a run for his spray. God is going to get taken out by Team Mastermind Mavericks. And guess what? On the finish read, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're taking some hit themselves. Eggy actually getting a couple trades themselves. This is not looking good for the named teams in this lobby itself. As the circle is going to shift them all out in the open, they have to wrap this up as quickly as they can. And guess what? On the screen, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've lost a couple players. And that's going to be Iggy getting a couple of nades through, but he himself gets taken out.
Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to partake in this nade warfare. The trenches, good friends for both the teams. But now Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to do something new. Eggy in the past faced a lot of problems. They faced a lot of Brents as well. But now it's time for Eggy to be back as well. Shots were taken from Admino, but no connection found on the opposite side. Team Eggy not in that good of a position either. And soon enough, even the zone's going to close in. So you do not really have a lot of playing options at the first place. And speaking of rival Apex, well, they have managed to take down their biggest foe. That's going to be Revenant X-Spark.
Two very, very bad games for Revenant X-Spark. They may have gotten the first chicken, but no, not a lot of points this game itself. That is going to be a very, very difficult ones here for the defending champions of last year itself. But all things considered, let's take a look at the the perspective of the rest of the world who is trying to make it to the next phase of zone. Rival Apex has a very, very confident rush coming through, and they still haven't found the places they want to dock up, whereas ENG still sharing it with Hero Extreme Godlike in the trenches. And on this case, I would call it the chopstick trenches. A lot of potential angles that may pop out.
Oh, Simp! Backpack was spotted. Once again, if Simp moves out a bit, his shoulder will be exposed. And that shoulder can be heavily wounded. Eggy is just waiting to hand out a few haircuts. Punk in the front too. He's a little bit up close. There's another man just in the sidelines, and that's going to be by the name of Admino. He's just waiting for someone to step out in the open, and that's the exact moment he was waiting for. The man steps out, Admino strikes, he finds the first advantage for his team, and now Hero Extreme Godlike, they are back in the advantage, but as soon as I say so, Admino gets knocked out himself, even Simp falls down. It's not a good news for Godlike, since Punk is the only man alive.
What a shot from Wizard. What is that shot? And now Punk, he's in a little bit of trouble. And you talked about that pixel coming from Simp. ENG was able to trade him off, and he's going to get taken out as well. Oh, ENG, they take out Hero Extreme Godlike.
I'm not sure what that move was from Punk, though, since he knew there's a line of sight available for Team ENG, and he still decided to move out in the open like that.
My goodness, ENG just playing absolutely out of their minds here. We saw a big game coming from ENG from Miramar itself, but this time they're looking to take the chicken themselves. The undergods are stepping up big time here in the quarterfinals.
Here's the thing, right? ENG himself is not an undergod. He's a veteran. He's been in the scenes longer than anyone else has. Quite the known man. So one thing is for sure, with that experience, ENG's able to drive his team to success. So far, they've managed to acquire 15 points, which is not bad at all. ENG can definitely acquire a few more and find themselves on the right side of the bed tomorrow when they wake up. But right now, Mastermind Mavericks, they've managed to acquire 10 finishes. A great start of this game, and maybe putting an end as well soon enough in the future. But Adi for now, and the positioning that his teammates have, it's not looking too great. Mastermind Mavericks, they still need to cross that white line and be safe.
Indeed, they do. And Orangutan, not having the greatest run thus far, finally finds a couple of openings here. Rick's are going to be the first to fall, and they are going to be in the run-in with rival Apex as well. Aru, 28 bullets left. The spray downs are good, but they need the reset. They need to stock up as well. And guess what? He's trying to stock up his ammunition. He's blindly shooting the smoke. He's wasting even more ammunition.
Yeah, he's still got one more smoke though. He can utilize that to gain a bit more of that cover, but since he's getting shot at even from the back lines, not a lot of breathing options available. But the room for error now just nullifies even more. And looking at where Orangutan is trying to place themselves, it's looking pretty bad. Athenki found himself against the players of rival Apex, but still a big tight slap from Athenki catches both the players. And just like that, rival Apex has been eliminated from this game too.
What a defense coming from Athenki. Did not even break a sweat. Full health, full everything. Now dropping nades onto his team, Mastermind Mavericks. He's doing a lot of work, taking a lot of space, but no connection whatsoever. And that's going to be Athenki looking for the reset, and he is going to back off. The pressure has been on, and Team Mastermind Mavericks looking to go in for the hunt. But guess what? Team Mastermind Mavericks, they've got 13 finishes.
Exactly. 13 finishes on the board for Mastermind Mavericks. They've already done the heavy lifting. And looking at them in the overall standings too, they're doing pretty decent for themselves. 23 points so far. They're currently in the top 3 as well. What else do you want if you're Mastermind Mavericks? And you also stand a chance to take the game home, but you still need to play with patience. You do not have enough players available. Filter OP gets knocked out. That's going to be the go call being made for OG, since they know now they've got the man advantage in the fight in the first place. But still the man who was left over for Mastermind Mavericks, he's on the run.
Oh boy, Adi, he's got to run. He's got to run. And guess what? From the horizon as well, we do have another team looking to try and pry on towards them. And that's going to be Team ENG as well as Alibaba Raiders. From the side of Mastermind Mavericks, Adi having a little bit of small running. He sees a small little pixel. He gets the connection and he gets the knock. 5 finishes in the back for Adi, looking for the 6, but he needs that confirmation, and he will get exactly just that.
The man's got a lot of resources too. He can burn through those for days if he wants. 3 smokes, and he's tossed out all of them to try and create that visual blockade. And now no line of sight from the players of Alibaba Raiders anymore. Revenge seems impossible. Chris OP is going to be at top, but since Chris knows he's the only man standing, he cannot really go for that risk either. And he's also in this max center, so gathering that attention does not mean anything.
Agreed. NRI heard all these gunshots. They may be able to look to pounce as well. They are currently the table toppers after the consistent run here. Chandan OP, after the substitution, has been performing absolutely out of their minds. 24 points in game number 3. Now looking to potentially steal the chicken dinner, whereas the rest of the world, look at this, everybody is on the north side. We have Iggy, we have THWX Non-X, we have Do or Die. Everyone is on the north side inside those compounds. And it seems like the circle may shift outside into this hilltop where Chris is, where Adi is as well. And this is going to be a big problem for teams inside this exact compound right now.
What is going on? 3 teams right next to each other. This compound, it's not giving me good vibes. Soon enough, this compound's walls are going to turn red. You've got Eggy on one side, you've got Do or Die on the other. And speaking of Do or Die too, they need these points desperately. They cannot afford to get taken down by the players right next to them. They need to survive at least till the top 3 and scoop away a few more placement points. They've only got 3 finishes so far, but look at Eggy. They're looking to isolate the duels as they've already found the first. Paulo gets knocked out, on the verge of being confirmed as well. As now you've got Eggy himself getting chipped up. Luckily enough for Eggy, no man's dropped yet, so that's a great news. And Eggy can use this thing as a big pressure point for the opponents.
They have to be quick as well. They need this compound, they need to reset, they need to push everything, and here he comes. They're clutching in their way, and they get the knock on Vets. Do or Die will lose their players, and the rest of the players are going to be dropping a couple nades. They get a knock onto his Wizard, but they have to hold down the 4. The Molotovs catches another one. It comes down towards a 2v4, and Rush Boy, from the side of THW, looking to try and third-party this now.
The coach gets taken down. Who's still got 3 more standing in the back. And Do or Die, the remaining players, they decided to make the pounce, but it's still not working out that well as Pro gets completely caught off guard, but still Wizard is there to hand out that death blow. A good reply from the man himself, but Wizard is taken down super low. He cannot afford to take a lot of shots upon himself, but he gets taken down by someone completely on the far fray. That will be the man from NRI, Sarvar. He found a little line of sight through that window, and he instantly took him down.
Mistakes were made by Iggy. He saw the bullet trace but wasn't expecting to get punished. But guess what? The nades, the Molotovs, they flush him out. That's going to be Orangutan that takes everything from this fight. Where did they come from?
Yeah, came in out of nowhere, third-party the scenario, and scooped up the elimination points in this compound. OG pretty quick and swift with their work. Smooth operators. And now you've got Team Tumulus. NRI, the winners of the previous game, looking to seal it back-to-back. This can indeed be a statement in the quarterfinals. A new team that comes in out of nowhere on the verge of securing 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. It can be a stark statement made to the lobby. And Team Tumulus, they're looking to put that spanner in the works. Eventually, even Mastermind Mavericks, they get taken away from the game, but they still have 16 finishes racked up.
My goodness, what a run coming from Team Mastermind Mavericks. But again, a big run for Orangutan as well, looking to try and pry their way into the top upper echelons. But Team Tamilas, look at this. They've only got 1 finish, and they need to find every single pick to have some sort of standings here to try to break past the top 4, at least in the overall standings. And as of yet, NRI, they're going to get scouted out. And guess what? It is going to be Orangutan that takes him out. AKOP gets the opening knock, but he gets traded as well. And Aru also getting picked off by Team Tamilas.
That's rough. NRI, 1 man's knocked out. The second man's quite softened up. Nate tossed towards that same direction. And maybe that Nate's going to find the confirmation they're looking for. A few return nades from the opponent. And even OG's not too far back. 12 finishes on the board so far. Even OG's looking to get a banger in their hands. You've got Team Tamilas now wanting to third-party this entire situation that's brewing up. And that might just be the best call Team Tamilas can ever make, because look at the amount of playing surface they have. They've covered so much landmass that the other teams now do not really have a lot of breathing room.
Well, it is about to break down because Team Tamilas is starting to make their mark by the perfect nade from WizGod to open things up. And alright, they're going to lose everything. And just like that, it is going to be a 2 versus 4, and only WizGod remains. 1 against the world. Can he make magic happen? He gets 1 knock, but he will get run over as Team Tamilas takes the chicken dinner.
What a game that was from Team Tamilas. They were controlling 50% of that final circle, and no one could stand a chance. Team Tumulus were quite the opportunistic ones, knew exactly when they want to go for that control, and in the end, they just had so much landmass to work with, so much breathing space, that the other teams were slowly and steadily suffocating to death. And as I mentioned, when you are engaged in a fight, just try not to be tunnel visioned, just the team on the front. You need to have that surrounding awareness too, and unfortunately in that scenario, both the teams were lacking that.
Agreed. And of course, Team Tamila's fans has got to be rejoicing here. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of TTs in the chat. But all things considered, Team Tamila's, they may have gotten chicken dinner, but I feel like they don't have enough finish points because this was not just a big game for them, even though they got a quote-unquote the chicken dinner, but this was a big game for Orangutan and also Mastermind Mavericks with more than double digits finishes in the pack.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see both of these teams actually taking away the top spot away from Team Tamilas.
We can look at it as like a momentum gainer. For Team Tumulus, they desperately needed a game like that to once again bring in that confidence. And the way they were playing that previous game, yes, they did have a lot of confidence just oozing out. So that's a great news for the upcoming 3 games. And since they've got 3 more games to play, Team Tumulus can definitely use the same momentum and move on and try and conquer a few more games.
Yeah, agreed. And Rival Apex not having a great game after 3 games as well. I think most of the grind teams that came in from both groups has kind of struggled and fumbled a little bit, maybe due to the fact that there was a long break from teams coming from Group A itself, right? We saw it coming from Seoul, now we see a little bit coming from Hero Extreme Godlike, but they're still somewhat in the top. But the biggest surprise for me would be Revan and Export. They took the first chicken dinner. Game 2, Game 3 just completely went all from 100 to 0 rather than 0 to 100.
And I'm loving what NRI is doing too, right? NRI back-to-back consistent games. In the previous one, that's what I mean. They got a chicken dinner. The previous game, once again, NRI is there in the top 3. What else do you want? Especially as we know the cutoff is going to be for the top 16, and if you're getting back-to-back consistent games like that, I don't think anyone else is going to be stopping you from moving towards the semifinals directly.
Yeah, and of course for NRA Esports, they need 3 more games, right? Like if they are able to get 10 points consistently in that next remaining 3 points, they are going to be somewhere around the 60 points, and that is where exactly you want to be to compete with the rest of the world to fight for that top 16.
And I think we also need to talk about what exactly happened to Hero Extreme Godlike in that instance, right? They started things off, they kicked off that fight with a big advantage, but still as the fight kept on moving up, that advantage slowly and steadily was converted into a big disadvantage because Punk just moved out in the open in the end and he got eliminated too. Simp getting knocked out in return too was a big concern because I'm not exactly sure what Simp did there, but him getting knocked out right next to his own teammate was a big sad news for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Hey, you have to give credit where credit is due because Iggy was able to spot him out in that small little pixel. And for these guys who are looking to spot some pixel perfect moments in the game of BGMI, you guys got to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G for that perfect 90 FPS BGMI gaming. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment because, again, it is having an Antutu score of over 1.45 million score. That is very, very high, and taking it to the next level of mobile gaming in general.
Which means you are going to be having a smooth experience inside of the game. And yes, the device is already launched. It's out starting from $22,999. So make sure to move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and maybe some more interesting rewards. But once again, moving back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Now that Team Tumulus as well has stepped up to the occasion, I guess the known names are doing great for themselves. We're also seeing a few newer names rise up on the block itself, just like Eggy is over there, just like NRI is over there. I would love to see a few more newer names rise up to the occasion, but Do or Die is also a big sign of concern. Since they got instantly wiped out in that fight, I'm not exactly sure if Do or Die can make it in the upcoming 3 games.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. Do or Die has been always on the borderline from every single round, but personally, I agree with you. The name that really stood out for me today out of both groups is got to be Iggy because they pulled up some really, really big plays coming from Iggy X 4AM in general, right? So I want to see if that consistency, was it a fluke or was it a luck? Because Game 2 in Miramar, that perfect nade just completely shutting down Mastermind Mavericks was huge. However, enough of talking about Iggy, let's talk about the highlights of this match.
Alibaba Raiders 2 getting taken out in such a weird way by Adi, the only man who was left alive for Mastermind Mavericks. Honestly, put a big spanner in the works. They never saw Adi coming in out of nowhere like that. And honestly, the move that Adi made, It was quite weird. He did not really have a lot of options at the end of the day. He needed to make that run from the players of OG. He made that run, and unfortunately for Alibaba Raiders, they found themselves on the receiving end of the spectrum. The fact that he wiped out the entirety of Alibaba Raiders is also a big feat that he achieved. You move on towards another fight that occurred, which was between the players of ENG and Do or Die. Do or Die, it's like they were not even able to put up a fight against him.
Yeah, this shot coming from Sarwar to actually third party out every single one on this compound just proved to be very, very annoying. And we saw a little bit of glimpse. Orangutan was slowly sneaking by while they were fighting to actually just completely take all the points in from the compound itself. But eventually, like you said, Team Tamilas, they played it very, very patient. They got all the finishes. They got the chicken dinner. That's 10 points in the bag. But I think they do have somewhere around 15 points in total on top of the 5 finishes or maybe even 6 finishes that they got.
Yeah, and we cannot forget what exactly happened with Sour Esports too, right? That man just falling down to his own death and then the entire team just collapsing. It was a major domino effect. We've got the MVP of that previous game, 8 finishes acquired from Adi, and with the survival time of 23:08, and the damage dealt is going to be 731. Adi, incredible stats on the board. Mastermind Mavericks, they also had the most amount of finishes in that previous game.
Yep, Team Mastermind Mavericks doing really, really well, but sharing the top 5 here seems like it is also another hot heavy hitter here. It's going to be Artinki with a total of 6 finishes from Orangutan. We have Maxmer from Team Mastermind Mavericks, oh my goodness, with 5 finishes in total, and Aru with 4, and that pretty much sums up a majority win coming from Team Mastermind Mavericks.
It indeed does. We've got the match summary too of the previous game, and finally we're seeing some sort of vehicle finishes, right? 3 vehicle finishes from this entire game. You've also got 6 grenade finishes right there. 155 smokes used. Since the circle was forming out in the open like that, it makes a lot of sense why so many smokes were being utilized in that previous game. Point standings on the screen. Mastermind Mavericks, since they had the most amount of points, of course, they're going to be the one to top the charts. You've got OG there too with 19 points, and Team Tamila is a team that secured the chicken dinner, getting 16 points. As I mentioned, you can look at this game as a stepping stone.
Yeah, it is definitely a stepping stone here. Team Tamilas needed some sort of points here to actually push into the top 8, right? Like, this is great. Not very, very high finishes, but Orangutan and Mastermind Mavericks just completely shut out the competition. This is the first time out of all 3 games here for Group C itself where the points wasn't evenly distributed by every single team here. So I would say this is a huge game coming from 2. I hope this is going to affect them in the overall standings, which is going to be appearing up right now.
Exactly. So let's move on towards the overall standings and see how the entire phase looks like. And somehow Team Tamilas, they found themselves at the top. NRI Esports is right there too with 31 points. Then you've got Mastermind Mavericks there in this group with 30 points as well. Mastermind Mavericks doing great for themselves. OG, the known name, is right there as well. You've got Revenue Spark 2 with 23 points. Hero Extreme Godlike with 22. You've got the known names right underneath each other.
Well, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? Considering that they do get themselves to about 20 points, but I would say it's still a very, very good run for them. But Team Tamilas, I would say with that chicken dinner, they do get themselves the top spot, which is a great, comfortable spot for them here. I'm pretty sure Team Tamilas fans are going to be rejoicing as of yet. But we have to talk about Mastermind Mavericks, right? Not enough position points, but they have enough finish points to be in the top 3, which is great.
I mean, looking at the latter half of the board, and the concerns just increase even more, right? Do or Die, a known banner with just 14 points. Arc Knight, they started things off on a fantastic note. That game of Sanhok was definitely incredible, but then later on, the transition of that performance was not too smooth. Alibaba Raiders, another known banner, still on the latter half of the board. Sour Esports, the last game could have been better since they had a great positioning towards the Big Boy Hill, but since that one man got knocked out with the fall damage, honestly, all the blame is on him. We've got the caster predictions as well. At the start of the day, we made our prediction about this group, and I guess I was right.
Well, I would say everyone got it right except for Engineer YT, but the one that got the most spot-on prediction is going to be Maisie with Team Tamilas. He was the only guy that voted Team Tamilas, and guess what? They're currently #1 in the overall standings. And when Maisie gets it right, something is absolutely wrong with everybody else.
Yeah, the future does not seem too bright, my friend. But Team Tamilas, I'm really happy for them with the way the tournament started, with the way we saw them perform inside of the grind. It was not a smooth sailing at all. Team Tamilas were struggling too much. But now, as they've found themselves in the quarterfinals performing so good, it just rises up my hopes even more.
Agreed, and tomorrow's 3 more games coming in from them here is going to be the decider for some of these teams, whether or not can they break past the 60-point market to try and get that spot at being part of the top 16. machine, whereas the rest of the world, again, they are not going to be eliminated yet, right? Compared to the round stages here in quarterfinals, nobody is going to be eliminated. Every single one will have a second chance to push in towards the wildcard stages.
Tomorrow's state, teams like Alibaba Raiders, Do or Die, and pretty much the teams on the latter half of the board for both the groups, B and C, they need to do something. They need to bring something new on the board. And as I mentioned, considering that you do not even get eliminated, there's no need of taking that pressure upon yourself. Play these remaining 3 games as if you got nothing to lose, and just try and come in with a complete clear mindset.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very important as well. But again, I don't really want to be playing a second game. You know, I want to get into the semifinals, man. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, don't need to be chill. Like, I don't want to play against wildcard teams. Wildcard teams are the most unpredictable teams to actually play against. Just because, number one, not enough stats, not enough data. I don't know how they play. Are they playing safe? Are they playing crazy? Look at this. Today's game is just so unpredictable, and all the undergods teams just suddenly out of nowhere bounces up.
But here's the thing, I see teams like Hero Extreme Godlike and teams like Seoul, they might just use this opportunity to play extra games and get themselves warmed up, because they were out of commission for a long time. Since they directly qualified to quarterfinals from the grind itself, that's a long break that they've had. And something that is going to be a little bit problematic for them is going to be playing the latter 3 games, because everyone's going to be sweating it off. The remaining 3 games will be super tough, because even the undergods, they will give it all they've got. But I see, with that being said, we all know the day 1 of the quarterfinal comes to an end. Group B and C were absolutely incredible, but they still have got 3 more games to go, which they will play tomorrow. Before now, it's time for us to take to leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.